Boys, good morning. Wait, Zombler. Holy shit. The Zombler sniped today? What in the goddamn hell? Leon's off his game lately, boys. Leon's dropped the ball twice recently. Not just once, but twice. An absolutely crazy development for the boys today. Zombler, congrats, my dudeski. We've got to Fort Knox this bitch real quick because I forgot to do it before I started stream. There. All right, bing, bang, boom. Boys, we're up tremendous. Zine, I see you got your TwitchCon ticket. Socks, what up? Good morning. Arbsy, Z, hello, my friends. How you guys doing today? Cordeline and I had a shopping day. It was her day off. And we went to one of my favorite restaurants because we had enough gift cards to cover a fucking bountiful harvest of a meal. So we got good food, we had good fun, and we're up tremendous. Now I'm extremely full. I had to fight off food belly and the ever-growing desire to sleep and take just a little nappy till, like, you know, tomorrow. But boys, we're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. It's a beautiful day. Weather was great today. It was a chill drive. Got some groceries as well, so we're all stocked up. Hunter, hello. What you guys up to? Just, yeah, no, that's the danger this late too, because it's like, if I nap any time before stream and it goes like long, then that means my stream goes into demon hours, which then is going to fuck the rest of my sleep schedule. Baron, hail. Thank you for the 4 months, my friend. I appreciate you so much. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I hope you and the hold are getting up to something great. I myself am about to hop onto the PTR right now. Rumor has it we be testing guild storage up in this bitch. So, you know level 25 scrolls on the PTR? Yes, yeah, I was scrimming a little bit yesterday. I have my complaints about the PTR right now, though. I will say. Melee needs, or sorry, Fizz needs a light and a medium set that actually provide worthwhile set bonuses ASAP, no fucking Rocky. Because in scrims yesterday, I was getting targeted by like 3.5 mages and just fucking dying. Like through heals, through indom, through blocks. Nothing I could fucking do about it. Mages would just look at me, and then like Fireball was hitting me for about 2k on crits. And I had about 5100 HP. It was legitimately 40% of my health from a Fireball, duck. That shit fucking hurts now. And part of it is because we don't have any viable fucking medium or light sets as Fizz to scale up off of. So I'm kind of sad about that. I quite literally have like no playable sets there. I mean, could I force full Griffin? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Do I want to force full Griffin and lose out on like 20% main stat? No, not even a little bit. That is quite legitimately the last thing that I want to do. So, may just be rocking on PTR right now. Yeah, no, that's fair. That is very fair. Mages do be absolutely fucking chunking. That is for sure. I think the biggest thing is with the incentivization on 5 sets, I don't even mean that there's not like a good medium set to use, because the rolls on the Griffin set are actually really good. The problem is that the Griffin set only has the 5-piece medium set bonus with it. It doesn't have a force, finesse, or fortitude, nor does it have like Griffin set bonuses itself. So the Griffin set is our medium option that they give us, and then our light option doesn't exist. They literally just, they don't give us a crate for light Fizz. And I'm like, all right, man. So I guess fighters, I guess not fighters, sorry. I guess fucking mages just win now, no matter what, it seems like. But who knows, who knows. I will say, not yesterday, but before they took away, Guy, get ready. there were clerics that were rocking shit over here. So that shit's been going crazy. We were doing duels one night, and this is before they took out Guy Get Ready, but there was a cleric that was just like wand using and going absolutely fucking sicko mode. Couldn't kill him, didn't have enough burst for it. They would full heal everything instantaneously and then just wand finisher for like 1600. Been asking for like Fizz gear since pre-Alpha 2 PTR. Yeah, it's, I mean, especially just testing set bonuses, right? Like, we legitimately, as physical damage dealers or physical, like, users, cannot have a light set from the gear vendor. And our medium set is nowhere near equitable in terms of the set bonuses that they want us to test. So it's kind of like, do we gimp ourselves to get the extra, you know, magic mitigation? Probably, but we're gonna cook our builds so hard doing that, because I'm gonna lose out on 22% strength and in. Not that the in does much for me, but like 22% strength for my force, because the Griffin set just doesn't have all of the set bonuses that other shit has. I don't know, man. Griffin literally just has a medium set. So I'm hoping some things that are like that over on the PTR do get some attention to them prior to P3 launch. Just like sets that are supposed to be crafted, sets that are together that don't currently or actively have things going on. Oh wait, this is cool. So there is one of the construction events up in Jova right now where people can bring their crates over and kind of like help with the kind of like the time construction event. So it takes supplies of every type. Hunting construction supplies are the ones that it still needs. It needs 12 of those, and I believe it's 30 carcasses per crate. So that's it's a lot of carcasses, I do believe. A lot to test full light armor for fighter, ranger to test against mage, bard, cleric. I mean, yeah, even on my end, I don't even need like a full light. I think ideally light's cool because my grit is gonna give me 20% fizz in 10% magic mitt. But like, it's slightly unfortunate because I run around at about 15% magic mitt right now. It's just nothing that's actually like feasible for any fizz user. So we're at such a weird like disadvantage. Even if I were to go to Guy Get Ready and just rock like the full 5-piece Griffin, I'd have the mitigation, but I wouldn't have anything else, and I'd be exponentially like weaker because of it. So I guess it all just depends on like how fast I can kill stuff right now. Join PTR, come Jova, and let's duel. Let's make it fair. You pause Twitch for 3 minutes. I'm already on the PTR. I'm just not dueling right now. But if I do want to duel later, I'll pop over and run some duels. We're actually talking about how terrible fizz gearing feels right now on the PTR specifically, because there are no instances of usable like medium or light sets for fizz. So mitigation wise, oh, these roads are still fucked. Do they know the roads are still fucked in Jova? Like the city roads that are paved? I don't know if that's supposed to still be a thing or not. I didn't read the patch notes before I got on. I just got on the patch notes, or got on the game after. Huh. Like that paved one that's towards the north side that goes under the arch is still fucked. Intriguing. All right, not going there. But yeah, I kind of want to source up some gear today, if I'm being completely honest. Because if I can get any light or medium set in existence to drop with some set bonuses. What is Iron Wing? Is Iron Wing medium? But yeah, set. I will absolutely be fucking PvPing later. I want to try to see if I can solve the issue. Iron Wing's medium. Might be worth going to check out Iron Wing then. Because, like, playing without magic mitigation feels awful. Yo, Ruleroo, how you doing, my friend? When's the dual class system coming? I don't know what's called. Crucifix me. No, you're good, you're good. So basically, we have the summoner deployment that's supposed to be September to October. And then after that, we'll start with the secondary classes coming in. Secondaries will start with tank and cleric being available for every, like, primary archetype. And then from there, they'll add in more secondary options for everybody to mess around with. And it'll be free respecs all through playtesting. So you're good to check out whatever you want to check out, whenever you want to check it out. Not really like a high friction system or anything like that. So it'll be nice. If you go medium armor, do you not get magic and armor resist, or what's the issue with it? No, so you can go medium armor, but the thing with going medium right now is the Griffin set for us only gives the medium armor set bonus. It doesn't have, like, the named set bonus. Ayo, Stomps! The 1 year. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Good day. You're still 5'6", though. So basically, like, the Griffin set, it gives the medium set bonus at 5, but it doesn't have, like, a Griffin set bonus to it. And then it also doesn't have a force, fortitude, finesse. So you're missing out on basically 20% of one of your main stats. And then you're also missing out on basically whatever the secondary set bonuses would be. So, like, right now I run Revidium pieces, and then Rosarium Guard pieces, and then I squeeze in a couple of Griffin pieces. But without that 5-piece, you know, with the Revidium to get my force set, I'm kind of cooked. Now, I'm hoping long-term, with that force set bonus, it'll be a little bit more of a puzzle. Because if you have a medium or a light set that still gives the force set bonus, then I could run a couple pieces of Riv gear. I could run 5 pieces of that light or medium, or I could even do like 3 pieces of that to activate the force set bonus, and then I could also just rock some other shit. I assume Iron Wing will have fortitude. So, like, low-key, I wouldn't be upset with a fortitude bonus on this end of things. I think people still die quickly enough for me to have not 300 fizz power and kill people. Like, yesterday in scrims, I was running, I'm 251.1 right now, and I was melting people in scrims. Like, I was absolutely melting motherfuckers last night. Hold on, I have to hide a source real quick, so I have to alt-tab out. There, okay. I got scared because I forgot to turn my layer under my window capture off. So basically, I turn a layer off, and then I have a filter layer in between, and then I turn another layer on to capture the window that's running the VOD. And I looked down, and I was like, wait a second. So scrimming last night with you? Yeah, I was on for a couple hours last night, and then scrims all went to shit. Yes, indeed. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, you kept telling me to make teams and shit, and I was not listening because I was yapping with chat. I don't really do too much, like, admin stuff or anything. I got people to do that for me at this point, thankfully. But yeah, the scrims started out fun, and then they went to shit. Unfortunately, I couldn't get people to push up with us. Now, a big part of it too was that I'd get a grab pull, we'd kill somebody, or I'd get a grab pull and we would actually, like, you know, we'd get somebody in our back line, and then people just weren't paying attention and wouldn't turn to actually kill them. We had a few really nice moments. Like, grab is actually working a lot better now over on the PTR comparatively to live. Like, shit feels nice. I was able to get, I'd say probably like 80% of my pulls to actually hit, and most of the ones that did not hit were ones that I was forcing. So, like, I would try to hard initiate off of it instead of waiting for somebody to get stunned or rooted and then grab into that route. So I was being a little bit impatient on my side, not playing around people's cast bars. So, like, if I can catch a ranger sniping, or I can catch a mage in a lightning bolt animation or anything like that, or in those casts, then I have a much better chance to actually get the grapple to hit, because you're just standing still at that point. So most of the ones that I missed were simply because I was forcing them. It felt nice, though. It felt nice. The only thing that felt less than ideal was the focus if people didn't push up. I will say that much. Once we would get a kill, if people stayed very passive and I would try to push up, it was just Omega insta-death. Which, I don't mind that tanks can die. I actually prefer that. But, without mitigation in the proper spot, I unironically run around at... Let's see. With buffs, 22.5. Without buffs, 18.4 magic commit. So, just food for thought there. I am squishy as fuck against casters. So, I'm trying to source a little bit of gear over here and get a little bit of information going about, like, what's going on as well. Archetype update and summoner are planned to be before full classes. Archetype update and summoner are planned to be before full classes are being put in. Oh, yes, the archetype update with the ranks going into ability trees, too. Currently have archetypes and classes. Everyone can pick a second archetype. Do the archetype update first. I don't expect them until sometime next year. Yeah, I mean... I believe they said that the timetable for them was going to be 2026 starting as well. I'm pretty sure they said that in the dev stream in terms of like secondaries starting to come in. Now, as Hunter said, we do have an archetype rework that's pending too. And that archetype rework is going to take... I just tried to show you my ability tree. I love visual NDAs. The archetype rework is going to basically... If we're talking about the same archetype rework... that's going to take our current ability trees and vamp them up a little bit with some ranks that you can add to your passive and active abilities. So, as a tank, I'll have options of, you know, do I want to play more around wall and grapple and, you know, intercept my supporty abilities? Or do I want to play more around my pulverize, my tremoring strike, my ground pound? So, like, my damagey abilities. There are a few different options that we'll be able to run as tanks, especially, that will have severely different impacts, play styles, and everything along with that. So, what's Dune hold up to today? Wait, PTR guild perks. Also saw they added the follow command. Wait, what do you mean they added the follow command? Wait, what? What do you mean they added the follow command? Like slash follow someone, Baron? Fuck, maybe I need to check out the patch notes. What the hell? Wait. Shiver me timbers. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm pulling them up. It's a planned update. Wouldn't surprise me if Summoner comes in with the update and ranks of skills already. That would make more sense to me than dropping the Summoner and then having to double back and then rework the abilities. And that's probably why Summoner was running a little bit long, so they didn't have to drop it and then go back and revamp everything and essentially like double Summoner work. At least I would assume. Now you know what they say about assuming. Did we get patch notes? Rogue Soothing Shadows fixed a bug that can prevent the ability from healing. Red border on the screen can be turned on and off when you take damage. Fixed an issue that prevented crates from being sold in the node they originated from. Fixed an issue that would sometimes cause a crate to be unsellable. And fixed a bug that would prevent party or raid members from displaying properly on the mini-map and world map. Yeah, I mean, so I guess they just didn't tell us about that. Assholes. I'm just saying, secrets don't make friends. And friends don't make secrets. And I don't know why I wasn't told that I could follow a motherfucker. Now the question is, will you still go AFK if you're following someone? Or is it an anti-AFK measure? And is the slash follow command going to make multi-boxing now way more viable? Will it be easy to detect? I don't know. But will it make multi-boxing way more viable? Yes, absolutely. Like, I think, inarguably, we will just see lines of motherfuckers running around with a whole lot of bards. Whole lot of bards. Togly's running around with another using follow command. Okay, that's massive. So, I mean, that'll be nice, at least, though, for leveling groups especially. Because if we have to, you know, take a piss running area to area or anything like that, we can now just have somebody be the dedicated runner, and then we can pee in cycles on launch day, and P3 day. So that'll be fucking huge. I'm a huge supporter of that. Also, Hunter, in terms of the most recent dev stream, there is a It's of course not like a complete fucking transcript or anything, but on the subreddit, there's a person that always takes down notes from the dev stream and will basically like post them on the subreddit directly after the dev stream. So there are some good notes up there covering some of the main points. I also did like multiple breakdowns that day in my VOD. So either way, I wonder if they're testing a follow command for summoner testing. I mean, if we look at the skill tree, because I feel like a player follow would be slightly different, but in terms of general, there's command attack, command follow, which commands your pet to follow you, command move to location, which commands your pet to move to the target location, drop crate, your pet aggressive, defensive, and passive stance, swap weapon, and then unstuck. So commanding your pet to follow you. I don't know if that's it or if it's an actual factual like slash follow command if you click on somebody else, but that's intriguing. Due to the NPC minions, read those every time, but I'd say there's something that can be missed without watching it myself. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There's a lot that we kind of like elaborated on as well within those. Shit song, what the fuck? Shit take. What the hell do you mean shit song? That's absolute fucking insanity. You go put flavorless beans on some flavorless toast and have yourself a day, Z. God damn. Fucking scandalous. What do you mean, shit song? That's actually like borderline offensive. Vythar, do you want to come down and farm Iron Wing? I'm assuming it's going to be medium fortitude if it does have the set bonuses on it, which would be fucking awesome. I just don't know if it's going to have the set bonuses on it. But in the event that it is medium fortitude, I could always 3-piece that, 2-piece Rosarium Guard, 2-piece Griffin, and then 2-piece Rosarium Guard would give me the remaining 2 fortitude for my 5 fortitude. Unless you want me to bring back COVID and try to heal. I mean, it's not too hard of a farm. We should be able to do it with a relatively small group. I feel like, if I remember correctly, we did it with like 4 on live. Now, things will probably be different. And I've heard rumors that the June Dark might be up-leveled now because of reasons. Now, personally, I've been hoping for level 30 to be tied along with the T4 nodes and all of that good shit. Will it be? I don't know. Will we get it soon? I don't know. Not quite sure. But I'm hoping because we are also seeing some mobs that are higher level than previously, including a while back Tumok was spawning at level 30. I don't know if he still is or not, but DustyWhy, it hurts like hell now. What level is it? Is it 30 or is it 25? Because anything that's like multiple levels above you will probably start hitting like a fucking truck. 29 is the Dustpaw dungeon. Jesus. What level's Forge? Wait a second. Nah, this genuinely does seem like level 30 vamp up, level 30 ramp up is coming. Like, T4 nodes, in theory, would also support master level crafting, which would also make stuff for level 30. So in theory, we'd probably be looking at... Oh my fucking god, wait. Yeah, Sladeborn in the... Oh no. Sladeborn out in the Goondark are like level 29 to 30. I'm in a level 29 3-star area, and one of them hit me for a quarter of my health. Just on, like, the drive-by on my mount. So, yep, that's a level 30. Level 30 2-star, level 29 2-star. This is intriguing. Because the Goondark is also a level 30 zone that, sorry, a level 50 zone that is artificially downscaled to match our level, is what we've been told. So the Goondark should scale up appropriately to what our max level will be all the way up till level 50. So now I'm curious, are we going to be planning around level 30 on launch? Oh wait, I think they made the fall damage way better. What the fuck? Am I tripping? I just jumped off a relatively high cliff. Oh wait, is it because my mount took the fall damage? No, that wasn't even a lot. What if I jump off this? Oh! Never mind! Fall damage is not better. That shit hurt a little bit. Okay. Just be cautious. Fall damage not quite fixed. Unreal Engine crash. That's unreal. Have you been having a lot of crashes? I feel like I haven't crashed much at all. I don't think anyways. When was the last time I crashed? I had a random Unreal Engine crash when we were doing our leveling grind on one of the characters that we made. But I don't think I've had that many instances of like crashing or anything like that. About 4 a day. Interesting. Do you think it could be still just like an Unreal Engine interaction with 50 series cards? Because I know that was a large thing with 5.5. The oozes over here are level 27 and 28. So that is encouraging. It's my suspicion. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert, but it sounds like it could be true. I don't want to fucking spread false information or anything, but most definitely seems like it could be something a little wacky like that. I get regular crashes with 5070 Ti. Hi, where? That's interesting. It's very interesting. There's a thread on Discord, PTR feedback for it. Oh, okay, so it is like, it's like a known thing for 50s? Or is it all cards? It was 40 series too. Intriguing. Intriguing. So it's all NVIDIA cards currently? Huh. Well, I guess I'll have to keep my eyes peeled. So, Bog Fiends are 28 2-stars. They have 21.1k HP. And their autos hit me for about 600. So, would anybody like to come out and maybe heal a little pocket dungeon grind or help a little pocket dungeon grind? We can go around and source some gear for you too. Maybe a little bit of a gear source night for anybody that wants to get some information from the PTR, and then we duel later on once we have some gear that we want to check out. Ho ho ha ha. Is anybody else getting the sprint not draining stamina bug, or is that just me? My sprint, when I toggle it on, drains a little stamina, but it is not draining a substantial amount of stamina. Gear source night, PTR gets wiped tomorrow. Right, yeah, that's fine, but more so like the information of the gear sourcing, right? That's the biggest thing. Like, knowing what Iron Wing drops as versus not, and knowing which sets are currently worth farming, which sets are not worth farming. Like, having all of that information ahead of time, in my opinion, is fucking massive. Just as much as the PTR changes, sorry, the PvP changes, right? That's a big goal. I'm hoping, you know, we get some time to actually PvP it, but, you know, sometimes you get the gear and then the gear gets yoinked. It is what it is. They butchered my girl the Hawkbow compared to our loot bag steel longbow. Yeah, Hawkbow got absolutely fucking butchered. Steel longbow has crit chance, power, and accuracy. Like, that's fucking massive. I think the only thing that would be better for tanks is like power, crit damage, and speed. But that's like it's like an ideal scenario. But yeah, that's a really solid bow on the steel longbow side of things. And then I've got like steel greatsword as well, which is fizz speed, accuracy, and crit chance. So I throw that bad boy on, and I'm at 97.7 attack speed. With my sword and board on, well, I guess mason board, I'm at 91.6. I do gain 15 power from having the greatsword on. But having Mason board on, I also can block. I get my block mitt. I get a little bit extra HP. How much do I get total? Almost like 200. I get like 150 plus. So it's solid. It's solid. It's not the worst trade-off, but I do definitely feel as though incentivization to use shields, at least until more shields are sourced, is going to be pretty rough. Cause like, it's not that the shields they're giving us for options are fucking, I guess it's only steel. It's not like they're terrible. It's crit mitt, fizz crit avoidance, and crit power. So it could absolutely be worse. Could it be way better? Yes. Will there be better shields? Almost certainly. I don't know why there wouldn't be. It's just they don't exist at this moment. Now, hopefully they will soon. But yeah, a lot of drops are going to be absolutely cooked. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of very, like, high value drops, so to say, very highly contested drops, did see themselves getting nuked to a certain extent. Just something that, you know, everybody's wearing in the Fizz realm, like Hawk Bow, with it being the most in-demand bow. We haven't got our hands on Revidium Bow yet, have we? Because we would need recipes for that. Huh. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of info that we gotta source. We gotta get... Scalp Hook. Requires novice weaponsmithing to craft. It's a reagent. What the hell? That's under weaponsmithing. That's weird. Oh, if that's supposed to be there or not, but that's there. I don't know if that's there for weaponsmithing on live or not, but the fuck am I getting hit by? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. 2 1-star oozes are kind of fucking me up right now. These guys hit hard as shit. I was looking at menus and I was almost dead. Jesus Christ. This shit is not a joke in terms of how hard it hits, chat. The BTR is gonna be punishing if you're trying to farm mobs that are 2 levels or more above you, to say the very least. And I've got some pretty good gear too on this character. Like, it's not as though I'm coming out here just bare ass naked and man-verse wilding this entire thing. I'm in a pretty good gear set, dog. And I'm still getting absolutely rocked by mobs out here, which is kind of scary. Hopefully, we're able to make it work, though. Hopefully. Z, come out and heal us. We need many, many, many heals for this. Because my ass wants to figure out a little bit of what's going on with name drops. Not even name drops, just fucking drops in general, dog. I want to see. I'm incredibly, incredibly, incredibly curious. Because I think that this is going to be my best bet as a Fizz, at least, of having... Oh god, I don't want to hit this 2-star. I just hit a 2-star Doom ooze and I feel the Doom coming my way, chat. I'm fucked. I'm just gonna run and reset. Thank god for infinite sprint. But I really, really, really just want to spend a little bit of time today trying to source, like, what's where and what we can actually get to make it worthwhile, before just going all willy-nilly everywhere. I could also see about changing up my gear set a little bit. And maybe just trying to force the full Griff set. But I don't know. I don't necessarily know that that's the play. Actually, while Vythar's on the way down here, I'm going to make a new character real quick. And then I'm just going to put another gear set together. I feel like that's probably the easiest thing to do. So I can go Nakua here, not Dusty. Make my character tank, and we'll randomize looks 10 times, and then we're good. That's a beautiful beard, ma'am. Happy you're with us. We go A-list spawn, Nakua Yacht Club. Wait, why can't I be a beach volleyballer if I'm spawning over here? The Nakuan beach volleyballer come up was actually my claim to fame. That was going to be my entire RP. I was going to invite people out to play beach volleyball and shit. I feel as though I'm being a little scammed. Also, chat, has Codex updated in a while? Because I feel like there's no shot in fucking heaven that Codex does not have Information. A wild Kiko has appeared. Intriguing. Very intriguing. All right, let's see. Level 25 and medium fizz gear. Let's just throw on the entire Griffin set for now as the base, and then we'll filter pieces out as I can. Feel like codec scraping the PTR might violate the visual NDA because it scrapes icons and stuff. Oh, so do you think they would have to like manually withhold? Not like withhold, but I guess like manually omit what's going on over there? That's intriguing. Maybe I do just need to build like a fucking actual tank again. Maybe I've just got to accept my role not doing as much damage.
Closing in on our 4th child.
And that shit still feels just as tight as the first. Hell yeah, brother. Das! The 20... Wait, oh my god, the 34 months! The 23 in a row, brother! I appreciate you. My god, I was like, wait, that's a lot of numbers. The 34 month-a-roos. It's like 23 months isn't 4 kids. You can't fool me. That's not even 3 yet. Brother, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Buongiorno. Hope you've been doing well. Hope you're gaming something. Me no read numbers good? No, genuinely. And I'm doing all my numbers reading on Ashes right now. Because we're trying to make gear sets and try to figure out like how I can get less boned in terms of the current scaling of things. So that's the goal. What if I just fuck around in duels with a steel energy wand? Just like a little swish and flick type shit on their head? I feel like it would be such a downgrade in terms of the actual attribute throw out though. Yo, Vandalium, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful one, dude. Appreciate you coming through. Let's see. Heavy magic gear, because even the heavy magic set is for us. Potentially, let's get to be a CY for them. Since data mining is already dubious to a lot of developers. Yeah. I personally am a little wishy-washy on data mining. Like, I think that it's very likely going to happen regardless in some extent, and I would rather it happen to be public than happen to be behind like closed doors into a certain percent of the community. So I do love that, that like what they're doing is actually going out to the public. But I do also have the sentiment that like data mining as a whole does probably hurt the community a substantial amount just overall. And takes away a lot of probably what the developers want with, you know, the surprise and the figuring out period of things, right? And I do think it does take away a lot of that enjoyment for a lot of people, where it's like, then if you're trying to do anything on a semi-competitive level and you're not doing it, then you're at a massive disadvantage. Speaking of a massive disadvantage, with Griffin set on comparatively to my other set, my heavy set over on my other tank, I am at 224 power. So, I mean, like, it's not the worst. It's just I don't have any fucking other set bonuses. Now, low-key, I may just rock as balanced of a mitigation set as I can, if I'm being completely honest. I very well may. I very well might. Now, Steel Bloom Neck is really good. Fizz crit power, fizz evasion, fizz accuracy, fizz power. Rather have the max health. Now, I can switch a few pieces of my full Griffin set, but I don't want to automate solving a game. Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. I think that the, you know, once it's present, it absolutely forces everybody else to also use it if you do want to be on that, like, you know, competitive end of things, so to say. And that does suck in terms of actually figuring it out, in terms of communities putting, like, the boots on the ground, so to say, to get that solved aspect. And that's where I'm like, yeah, that sucks. And I do think it would be much better to not have it. I think the only benefit is that people who don't necessarily have the time to figure everything out do get those resources as like, you know, hey, this is a compilation of everything. But I also think that updating codecs, you know, after it goes live is a lot more probably like ethical for the people that are very like anti-data mine, and would probably be as close to like a happy medium as I could guess would happen. So, yo, what up, Jeff? How you doing, my friend? Didn't expect to see you today. Hey, 770 days in a row now. Yeah, I do not miss days, brother. I'm always here. I simply exist. I am eternal right now. I do not plan to go quite literally anywhere. And anybody that ever like expects me to go anywhere else, they always pop in and they're just like, "What the fuck, Dusty? You're still here? What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just enjoy being here." All right, with a few changes, I'm 231.2 fizz power. But this is with my great sword on. So I'm like down 40 fizz power. I do have some better mitigation now. For sure though, over on this set. I feel quite a bit better about that end of things. I've got some crit mitt. Forge Guard's cloak fucking sucks. Have we checked out what citizen cloaks are doing yet? Has anybody seen that end of things? For now, I see them leaving Codex alone, but not forever due to what they want to allow for people to find based on Margaret's interview. That's my impression, at least. Oh, did they, like, kind of elaborate in that? From what she said, something might be supported, but other things will be heavily cracked down on, but not for some time. Interesting, interesting. Very interested in what Margaret talked about in her interview with Nice about data mining and what they'll do in the future to restrict that. So, are they just, like, long-term going to be very anti-data mine, do you think? Vandillium, hope you've been having a beautiful day, by the way. I appreciate you, dude. Gonna pick up the fiance from the train. Yo, Doss, drive safe, dude. I hope your day's chill. I hope the work from home day with Jalula was nice. You're grilling steaks. Carla and I went to Sam's Club today, so like Costco. We got a big-ass rotisserie chicken. And I'm about to shred that bitch up after stream. The chicken, not Carla. Carla gets to live another day. For now. But we about to shred the chicken up, pick that off the bone. I did make some 1 a.m. ribs last night. I guess technically today. Brother, those shits went hard in the motherfucking paint. Hard in the motherfucking paint, to say the very least. Wait, what am I missing? Oh, because of the set bonus. That makes sense. But what if I slap these back on? 36.3, 38.3. So that's 2% mitt. Fuck, I hate making gear sets with limited options. Fizz speed, evasion, and fizz crit power. Or I go back to the boots, which, oh yeah, wait, Griffin boots are awful. Okay, that's a no-brainer. God damn it. God damn it. Figuring this out sucks. Although my mitigation's gonna be better. So I think dueling against casters will actually be possible with this. So I'll bring this character probably over to Jova. I feel like that'll be much more enjoyable. Oh, somebody just flagged up in the starting area and they're getting cooked by cards. I don't know what their intent was, but I do not think it was that, if I had to guess. So now we get our glorious build all put together. And this will be our 1v1 build, so I've got to keep that in mind. We go snare probably, but I'm not going to use my melee in duels anyways against good players. We go ward, and then boop, boop. I wish that this didn't have a visual NDA. It would make it so much easier to stream. This would actually be hyped to stream if there wasn't a visual NDA, let me tell you what. This would be absolutely insano style. But the life we live is a very sad life, chat. Very sad life. Oh wait, what the fuck? Why do I have so many extra points? Intriguing. Intriguing. Okay, I think the melee trees are borked. I feel like there are some things on the melee trees that are not taking points properly. Like the greatsword tree, I don't think just took a couple of my points. Or I think did not just take a couple. But I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. I definitely have more things on the greatsword tree than I do on the longbow tree, though, to say the very least. And that's slightly concerning, slightly weird. I think it might be the snare in the deadly extended finisher part of the tree, but I'm not 1000% sure. They need to leave Ash's Codex in. The game is hard enough trying to figure out mage sets. If they take it out, someone will figure out how to get the data anyways. Yeah, I think the biggest thing, like I mentioned, is probably having like Codex updated post-launch when things go to live instead of things being in the PTR. Because previously it was like, oh, new gear sets up on Codex, and it was like the PTR gear sets as soon as they dropped, right? And so I get that. I absolutely get that. So I'm not necessarily against it being a little bit delayed until, you know, the live actually is about to go, or they kind of like communicate on that end, like, you know, this is when we want everything updated on Codex relative to launches. I think that level of communication could probably be very helpful. But we'll see. I mean, I do like Codex as a resource. It's just, I think the most kind of like quote unquote unethical part of it, right? Like the part where people are just kind of like, oh, okay, well, maybe we reconsider a little bit, is legitimately just around the data mine part of it. And I'm hoping that they can get that to a spot where people feel good about it existing, because it's an incredibly helpful resource, to say the very least. It is very helpful. So, we'll see, man. We'll see. Let's see. I gotta get my trees all sorted here real quick. Fuck! I just took grapple off of my bar. Can't have that. Need my grap. And then... where's my ground pound? I think we're good. If I do recall. Alright. Looks like I'm good. PPing on PTR? Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I have less power now, but it should still be enough power. And I did juice up my magic mitt just now. So I cooked up a new gear set. And with my grit up, I'm 58.4% Fizzmit and 43.2% magic mitt. And that is without the sword and board on. When I go sword and board, I'm 43.2 and 59.2. So, sorry, 59.2 and 43.2. So that's nice. Are you over there? Because I can also pop over there if we want to farm up a couple of those. We'll probably need more than me and you. I was telling Z earlier to come heal us, but I don't know if Z's gonna come heal us. Toast, would you want to source a little bit of gear and then we pop? Also, hello Emu. How are you, my friend? What's good? I just made another gear set to try to get at least a little bit of fucking magic mitt on this hoe. So I got a magic mitigation set all taken care of. Trying to even things out over here as much as I can, get nice and big chungusy, nice and beefy. So I am at a very humble, yo, Mod Max, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. I am at a very, very, very humble 214.6 fizz power. If I put on my greatsword, I'm at 231. So like, I think that's still going to be enough, like I mentioned, to secure kills, especially with people being a bit squishier now than they were previously. I don't necessarily think I even need to push up to like 260 like a lot of people are. I feel like right now people just kind of like push up as high as they can, and it'll be like the point of diminishing returns of killing people to a certain extent. It's like if I have 3 people focusing on one target, those 3 people don't all need to be 280 to 300 power. If you have 3 240s, then that's probably going to be enough to kill people with less max HP. So it's going to be intriguing to see the, I guess, the relativity of everything all scale up. Looking to find a way to total up info from the combat chat log. Real-time data is better, but after the fact, data would be a step in the right direction. Does it break the EULA? If not, could you recommend something? To my knowledge, Intrepid is not going to be very supportive of third-party anything like combat logs or any of that shit. I hope to see more in-game integration, but they've seemed to be pretty like, you know, add-ons won't be a thing if it's not integrated into the end game, then you're not intended to have that information type thing, which I'm personally fine with, as long as they're on a level of like, if somebody is found using something that they don't want people to use, they actually take the steps to ban it, then I think that's great. Full takedowns of accounts because people have info they shouldn't have. Yeah, no, absolutely. But do you think people having info they shouldn't have is like a full takedown type thing? Like, is data mining bannable? Because I know a lot of motherfuckers that data mine. Like, I think that's just like a common thing. I don't know if anyone in Cats does. But a lot of competitive communities have people who are very familiar with data mining. And a lot of people pull a lot of things from data mining extremely early. So, the login page, Emu, the login page fucks. Do you want to come down to the Goondark and help us source a little bit of gear and see what's what? We're down at the Iron Wing spawn right now, and it's like, the mobs hit pretty hard. So if we can get a support out there, Strag, speaking of support, maybe a ranger support. If we get a couple supports and a couple more DPS out there, we could spend a little bit of time figuring out some gear drops and shit, cataloging that, and then we could PvP in a little bit. Cause I'm chilling. I don't have anything else going on right now. We can't play live. We can't do shit. So we're balling on PTR today, baby. We're balling on a budget, but we're balling. So that's the goal. Getting up early to go to the city. What city? You live in the UK, so like London, I'm assuming. Huh. Never heard anybody making specific plans to go to London before. That's actually crazy. I kind of thought that was just a myth. If Aston wants to do it, they can because of their game to do it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. New starting point's not ready yet. You can spawn in Mount Dune. Now, they say that it's not 100% ready. But it felt pretty smooth over there. I will say, I went out the Hammer Rest side. So, like, I went towards the east side of the mountain to exit the mountain. And when I went out that side, it was lacking the Mount quest once you actually got out of the mountain. So you do have to do the east side, exit there, and then wrap around, and then go get your mount. Wait, boys, Hector the Goat is in global. Holy shit, boys. Hector! My goat. My goat. My actual fucking goat. Hector's over on the PTR, everything's saved. So it's no coincidence that yesterday I saw Hector before we were scrimming, and once we started scrimming, my grapple was working. I think I got the blessing. The blessing of the big hex. Keith, what up, my dog? I am running one of my tanks over to stack stones. I have another one of my tanks parked over into Jova right now. Not Jova, Jesus Christ. In the June Dark. And I'm trying to get a few more people out to the June Dark to help myself and Vythar, also Hypax, myself and Vythar farm up some gear down there. We're about to check out some drops if we can get them. There are a whole lot of options for drops, like a whole lot of pocket dungeons, daggers, like everything. Everything. So, is there a level 25 boost? Yes. Yeah, Guy Gear Eddie's been up since yesterday, I believe. I talked to Mikasa yesterday on PTR. He's coming back P3. I don't think I know who that is. I don't think I've met them. But I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry to hear that, depending on how you feel about them. I'm here for you regardless, so Toast. I'm either cheering with you or I can be the shoulder for you to cry on. Legendary Ranger. Not after I get my hands on him. Rangers fucking hurt, dog. Rangers hurt. Mages hurt. I am kind of sad that I have to sacrifice quite literally all of my kill potential to have mitigation because nothing else is worth it. But holy shit. This is the only option though, especially for group stuff. Like, if I wanted to, I guess I could just go fizz, like full fizz for duels if I'm fighting a fizz damage dealer. It does feel a little bad being 231.2 fizz power. But I am using a lot of mitigation pieces too. I have Steel Hoop Earring, which are Fizz and Magic mitigation, Fizz Speed and Max Health. So I'm rocking 2 of those. I'm rocking 2 Steel Bloom Rings for some max HP, Steel Bloom Necklace for the max HP. It's an okay set. I am sitting at 5325 HP right now. So I'm feeling kind of happy about that, to say the very least. I'm really liking that. Firebrand's up. Yes, I mean, Firebrand do be up. We could kill Firebrand as well. I haven't checked out all of Firebrand's drops, actually. We've seen the shield. I don't know what else is even like, oh, well, I know what's in the loot table, but I don't know what the new rolls on things are. Because the shield dropped and I was about as excited as I would be if I opened my curtains in the morning and someone was pissing outside of my window. I was quite disappointed seeing that thing drop. I was like, anything but the shield, anything but the shield, anything but the shield. Shield. Nobody fucking wanted that shit. The only cool thing about that shield is the way that it looks. The fact that it is a shield and has the rolls that it does on it, it makes me sad that it exists. I mean, I guess the rarity if you want a shiny shield, but like, I don't think it's worth it, dog. I don't think it's worth it. Now, what I am curious about is if they're still going to keep the additive fire damage rating scaling like crazy on weapons from Firebrand, because those are incredibly strong options early on if they do decide to keep that going up. Additive fire damage is a fucking slapper of a stat when people don't have anything else. And I know like people will be getting steel longbow drops, rift bow drops, whatever it may be, but additive damage goes sicko mode. Oh shit, I have to go get the Jova respawn on this guy. Fuck. All right, chat, who else wants to come down and farm up a little bit of gear before PvP? Because Vythar and I are down in the Goondark, and we could definitely use a hint. We will return the favor by not simultaneously, but I guess like in return after helping you farm stuff, and I'll also give you peels, handmade, you know, organic, no HGH, no added testosterone replacement therapy or anything like that, supporting small business peels. You are giving a tank a job simply by allowing me to peel you, and I greatly appreciate that. You guys are the reason that I'm here doing what I'm doing. But we need you to come to the Goondark and help a motherfucker farm, or we cooked. Surely one of the 42 playtesters online will get it going. Where are you PvPing? The June Dark. Come down to the June Dark, and we're PvPing where the Iron Wing set spawns. And we're farming the bosses in between the PvP. I can take a break from crates and swing down. Yeah, I mean, it'd be dope. We could also do some crates later. What have you found out about crates today, Keith? I was seeing that Jova has a couple of those kind of like events that pop up throughout the node where people have to contribute crates. Lo and behold, hunting crates are the constraint. Who would have freaking thought, man? Hunting crates are down horrendous. What a shot. Toast, look behind you. I don't want to scare you. I don't want to concern you, but there's a man directly behind you. It's a little crazy when you can't see where I am, huh? I feel like everybody's so used to having the fucking Life 360 app on my shit all the time. Now I can pop up behind a motherfucker on the PTR. I got the element of surprise on my side. We're truly up tremendous. Here, Toast, duel real quick. And then you have to run down to the June Dark to help us farm, because Keith's also going to help us farm. We could probably do it with 4. Also, it's not fizz gear, it's goddamn mitigation gear. Are your settings borked or are your settings good? Gameplay, combat, PvP, uncheck, check, uncheck are the ones that you're gonna want. I just like to double check before we start so you don't get fucked over. Alright boys, tank versus mage duel, except the tank has no fizz power, but a little bit of magic mitt. So maybe this will be enough to bring it home for the boys. But I was getting my shit absolutely fucking rock'em sock'em roboted in scrims by 3 mages yesterday. Like, it was essentially a few mages standing behind a couch with just me on it yesterday in scrims. And I'm hoping that the new set makes me feel a little bit less like that. Yo, Cypher, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful one. Appreciate you coming through. We're over on the PTR right now. We're doing some big testies. Right now, we're doing a little duel against Toast. I set up a new gear set. So, are you having to hold alt hit? Oh, no, you're good. All right, we're up. We're up. We're so up. Oh, are you lagging, Toast? Or am I tripping? It seemed like, hold on, I'll give you a sec. Reset that one, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It looked like you were very laggy going into it, that's my bad. Now you know my opener, though. Brother's like icing the tank right now in the duel. I still hit kind of hard, but I don't think I hit hard enough. I can't hit you. Are your settings unchecked, checked, unchecked? Game options, like menu options, combat, and then go down to PvP. It should be uncheck, check, uncheck for those three underneath that in that order. So it's require force PvP to affect combatants, uncheck, include untargeted combatants with AoE abilities, check, and then beneficial abilities affect non-ally combatants, uncheck. And then you should be good? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know though. Pew pew. Oh. Hopefully that works. Cypher, what you getting up to? Are you you PTR testing today? Because we need more. We need all of the testers. We're gonna try to get a little bit of a drop farming in the Goondark itself. And then we are going to probably PvP for the rest of the night after that. Alright, good. Should be good if that's what your settings are. Otherwise, it makes you hold down alt like every single time for everything. Alright, jump when you're good. And then weak ball. Once you jump, it begins. Alright, we're up. Is Geigeretti up? Yes, Geigeretti is absolutely Uppington. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, grapple is intriguing. Because grapple is currently making him like teleport to me. Level 30 incoming. That's my theory. That is my theory. So, hear me out. My original theory was it's worked, you're still allied. I'm allied with you? Weird. Maybe invite to party. You're sure as hell not allied with me. I'm kicking the shit out of you. Every single one of my abilities are hitting. I don't know. Game does not think that we're friends on my side. Yeah, that still works. How would you... Oh, wait, they changed the damage text. Wait, what the hell? It has like a nice outline now. Interesting. Your bar's green to me? Yeah, your bar's green to me right now too. Hit me real quick. And then I think it'll turn red. That's weird though. Is it because I'm not... No, I am flagged. That's weird. Maybe try to relog and see if that works. But yeah, Jeff, I've had a theory for a while that level 30 would be tied to tier 4 nodes, master level crafting, and a few other things. Now, mainly T4 nodes and master level gathering, crafting, and refining. With that being said, it kind of just makes sense. T3 nodes supporting Journeyman, T4 nodes supporting Master, and then T5 nodes supporting Grandmaster in, you know, the most meaningful sense, or at least being linked up with the progression of that, does seem like it would make sense to me. Journeyman being level 20 crafting, Master being level 30, and then Grandmaster being 40 to 50 on the highest end of Grandmaster. That just kind of checks out. So I've thought for a while that when we did get the next tier of node, we would also be seeing master level crafting, gathering, refining. We'll see level 30, hopefully. We'll see new loot tables. And keep in mind, level 30 progression changes everything early on in the server. Because right now, once you hit level 20, you can just get all of the gear that you need and then just equip it. You can have all of your best in slot gear at level 20. So it's kind of like get to 20, get your gear, like walk up to 25. Still green? Can you hit me at all or nah? That's very weird. Maybe I relog? Log out, switch character. Let me relog real quick. Anything I'm being tested or going on in the PTR today? Janks, we could use you, my friend. I'm over on the PTR all day today, so they're testing guild storages. So they do want us to level up a guild and fuck with the guild storage a little bit. And then we're going to be PvPing later tonight. Right now, I have 2 tanks. One of them's over in Jova, so I'm hitting Toast. But we have a few people that are going over to... I have to hold Alt. Did you check your settings? Because that sounds like you didn't check your settings, if I had to guess. Hello, Corla. But yeah, so right now, if you do want to help out, I'm going to switch characters after I kill Toasty real quick. We're getting his settings and stuff all taken care of. And then we're down in the June Dark in a Resalon, about to go to a pocket dungeon there. So Vythar's waiting on me. I'm going to switch over to my tank, which is parked down there, do a little bit of gear farming to try to source some information on what some sets are looking like, see if they have set bonuses, see what those set bonuses may be, and then we just go from there, man, and we try to keep the information rolling. We will be, I will on the other character. But we try to keep everything rolling as much as we can. We got 2 days of exclusively PTR testing. So we're going to try to get as much info as we possibly can out of these 2 days. Take that with us and then probably hop back over, you know, even on Thursday. But we got 3 weeks now until P3 launch. And that's not a lot of time. A lot of people say that may be, you know, so much time. That's it's plenty of time to figure out everything we need to. Brother, I promise you everything's going to change within that 3 weeks. They changed all the keybinds? Yeah, you'll have to redo your keybinds. There are new defaults over on the PTR. I think they're ass. I'm saying that on record. I don't mean to be that I think this is ass person, but I think the default keybinds prior to this were so unbelievably good that it's kind of a travesty to have them in the state that they currently are. All right, are you good now, Toast? Did you fix your settings? You missed me. Hold on. Try to AoE. I'm pretty sure. No. Okay, what do you have your settings as? That's your settings. So, hit escape, game options, combat, and then under the PvP settings, what do you have? Because you want to, underneath PvP, you want to have it be unchecked on the first one, checked on the second one, and then unchecked on the third one. So unchecked, checked, unchecked. And then that should allow you to AoE me when I am like flagged up and stuff. Should. Hopefully. Unless shit's just bugged. 15 seconds? Yeah, it should just be any AoE. Like ball lightning or anything. As long as any of that hits, we should be balling. But yeah, you shouldn't have to hold alt as long as I'm flagged, and then this should also allow you to actually hit me with AoEs now. Nope. I don't know if that's hitting me. I don't know if it's actually hitting me or not. I don't think your AoEs are. I think it's your burns. It works? Oh, okay, cool. Well, in that case, I think I win. All right, we're up tremendous. You get one duel, and then after the one duel, it's June Dark time, baby. Yo, High Roller, how you doing, my boy? Servers off, or how's this possible? So servers for live are down Tuesday and Wednesday. That's the alpha, but every playtester has access to the PTR. So if you can play the alpha, you can play the private test realm. The private test realm is just visually NDA'd, so you'll notice that you're watching a VOD, like in terms of the gameplay, from like 2 days ago when I was doing vans and stuff over on the alpha server. So right now, I'm over on the private test realm. I'm about to give Toast a good ass whooping, and then we're gonna go farm up gear because everything has changed. Very, very, very drastically. What level are you on the tank you're getting on? 25. They put in Guy Gear Ready again. So we can, yeah, we can just get our gear sets and everything all sourced. Yeah, Evans, my Nomad has Evans, yes. Yes. This is what the people want. Okay, Mage still beats, sorry, Tank still beats Mage. I didn't even have to use my defensives. Tank still beats Mage, boys. I'm pretty sure. I think it might have been ideal, quite literally doubling my magic mitigation. That's pretty nice. Even with 230 fizz power, I just like wombo comboed this man. We're up tremendous! Tank still on top. His name is Guy... What? How is it Guy Geary? It's Guy Gearieri. That's Guy Gear Ready because he has the gear ready. It's the guy that has the gear ready for you. It's Guy Gear Ready. It's not Geary. What do you mean? Make a poll. I don't care about the poll because the poll means that Twitch chat gets to weigh in on things and Twitch chat's not right. That's what I was told in streamer school. Chat's never right. You're the one with the camera. You're always right. So once I left, you know, Blizzard dev class, I did actually go into a different streamer's class. Also an ode to Guy Fieri. Yes, it's Guy Fieri. It's not Guy Fieri. Why would it be Guy Geary? It's Guy Fieri. It's Guy Gearetti. What do you mean? I feel like there's a lot of hubbub and hullabaloo in the chat right now. We might need to get DOS on mod duty up in this bitch. Trial by combat, me versus Strag, I win. We call him Guy Gearetti, Strag wins. We call him Guy. What is that? Is that just like, are we rolling that bitch? Guy Grrrr. Maybe that's the new name. That might actually unironically be the play. Maybe that's what the people need. Oh. That's not good. I feel as though my trips are getting DR'd less. Do you feel like... Do you feel like my CCs are lasting longer? Because I feel like I'm not getting locked out of my CCs nearly as fast as I was previously. Because my second CC used to DR and then go into the lockout. And I feel like my second CC is not DRing itself anymore. Because, like, I would trip, and then the second trip, as soon as I would hit someone, would trigger the DR. Which I reported as a bug, or not the DR, but the lockout. Which I reported as a bug a couple times. But we would trip once, do damage, trip again, and then as soon as we would do damage, your lockout kicked in. Despite it being like 7 seconds of trip. Because what it's supposed to be is first trip is 3 seconds. Second trip is... I mean, so first trip, if it's a reflect, is going to be, what, a 3 second or a 2 second? Let's see. I think it's going to be 2 second on reflect. Press none to lock. What's my lock tooltip thing? Where am I going, Stack Stones? You're going to the June Dark to start. And then we're going to farm gear. And then we... and then we PvP after. Where is the lock tooltip? Action bars. Is it under action bars? Yo, Mod Max, how you doing, my friend? Why can't I see the fight? I want PS5 Twitch stream. Please tell me. Yeah. So there's a visual NDA. It is not a verbal NDA or anything like that. So we're able to talk about what we're doing and yap about everything. But we just can't show it, unfortunately. That is, in my opinion, the worst part of it, but it is what it is. I'm not too upset. I'm grateful that I at least have access to everything. So that's cool. Okay, so Toast, my reflect trips you for 3.2 seconds. And then I usually follow that up with tremoring strike, which is going to trip you for another 3.2. So without DRs, I'm getting a 6.4 second trip time on you through 2 abilities. So I can also typically, like, I don't know, just take a lot of the damage, mitigate a lot of the damage that you're throwing out. I feel like I have a lot of options, because even, like, Tomahawk, if I hit you in the back with Tomahawk, that's also going to be 3.2. Like, all of my trips are 3.2 second trips. So I feel like, because keep in mind, we also get a little bit more fizz disable duration. I'm at 15.1% fizz disable duration. So, yo, much love, Max. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Need a Dusty as an old-timey baseball commentator for duels while stranded on PTR. I know, or we just riot to get Intrepid to let me change or break the NDA. It wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen. I also think it would be asking nicely. Oh wait, does slash follow work? Failed to enable auto follow. Toast, get off your mount. And then I want to see if slash follow works. Slash follow. Failed to enable auto follow. Slash follow. Only works in party as far as I know. Oh, so you can't like grief people with it? All right, try to move. There's auto follow in parties now. Wait, there's just a follow. If you right click on the character screen, on like the nameplate, there's an auto follow. I wonder what the leash is on it. Go, Toasty, go. Huh. Wait, this is sick. I have my sprint on right now. See if you mount up if it breaks it. I wonder what the tether is. Wait, that's fucking huge. That's such a nice quality of life. Because right now, Toast is on his mount. I have my sprint on, auto-following him, and thankfully sprint is bugged, so I have infinite sprint. But that's a good leash range on it. See if you can get me stuck on something like, wow. Can you get on your mount? Ooh, wait. I think I have to break follow to get on my mount. And then follow. Yep, I can follow you on my mount. Yep, absolutely. That's massive. And can I boost? Yeah, I can follow you and I can boost without it breaking it. Oh, wait, that's so sick. Can see this being abused by people with multiple accounts? Yeah, but keep in mind, if somebody's deliberately, like, using multiple accounts on one screen, then that means they're gonna get Thanos snapped. Because multi-boxing is against TOS. So, like, it's kind of like opening the door to the bank vault and letting the robbers walk in and take the money, and then just having the cops right outside of the vault to arrest them for robbing the bank. If anybody's dumb enough with how open world these servers are to think they could get away with multi-boxing. Wonder if you and your caravan could now follow another caravan driver. Oh, shit. Kiefer. Oh, wait. Also, start heading down to the Goondark, because Vythar is down in the Goondark. I'm going to switch to my other tank. My other tank, and then my other tank. So you guys are going to be messaging Dusty for an invite. That tank is parked down in the Goondark. And we'll be sourcing a little bit of gear over there, and then we'll do some testing. I want to just, like, see what the Iron Wing set itself looks like. And then I literally want to get back over on the other character and test more PvP and stuff. Because I'm just going to keep that 230 Fizz power set and just keep all of the mitigation that I get from Griffin set in medium. I think medium is just too goddamn good to not use, especially as a tank, man. I think that's absolutely fucking huge. Wish there was a slash sleep emote. I'm going to have to set up a tent at this goddamn Junior Cave. Yo, Loki, what would you think of the potential of being able to set up a camp somewhere where you could queue, like, very small refining tasks, but the camp only lasted, like, you know, a certain amount of time, or, like, while you were in the range of it? Like, you're out of rations or some shit, and they just make a baseline recipe for rations while you're out, and you don't want to go, like, into town or anything. Or you could, like, level your camp or some shit, so you could eventually, I guess repair would be player to player, but I don't know, it's something intriguing. With something so open world and so adventurous, especially with Unstuck potentially being nerfed into the ground, having a camp or something to pop out during dungeons could be really cool to resupply. But I guess also, like, delving deeper into a dungeon does kind of come with the risk of not preparing enough. A whole new world. Yeah, I mean, I guess a little bit of the New World functionality, yeah, but New World allows you to craft, like, a whole lot of shit with it, and they don't have much functionality other than that. I mean, they do have respawn points through the camp, but I wouldn't want that much functionality with it. I'm just thinking more of, like, a quick craft or some shit, maybe, like, a quicker regen if you're around it, too. So, say you're, like, farming, I don't know, Forge Lord Zammer's room. You could put a camp in one of the safe spots of the room, and in between pulls, you could have people go over, sit by the fire for, like, increased regen or some shit, and then, like, a well-rested buff for a little bit. So you drop your camp, everybody gets their well-rested buff, gives just a little bit of a thing, but buff maintenance is also a very annoying thing. So if it's not a persistent or anything like that, then rested buff is going to be a massive advantage. So Dusty, have someone try to follow you while you're following Toast. I switched to my other tank already. I can switch back over if we just want to say fuck the Iron Wing farm, but I think that I think Vythar also ran down here already. So I say we check gear for a minute, just for a little bit, and then go up and check caravans and crates and train follows and see what we can do there. Fuck the Iron Wing farm, aka fuck Vythar. Well, okay, hold on, Vythar. So you could just leave this character here, and then you could just make a second fighter. Have you thought of that? Have you thought of that? If I open an ice cream, would you eat half? Not right now, no. I would not like ice cream right now. Thank you, though. A ninth fighter? Yeah, I mean, you could. X in global Dusty. X, X, X. I got you, Emu. I see you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, you could always just, because I'm still down here. Emu's coming down here to help heal as well. I'm on my, like, tank that's down in Arisalon right now. So, I don't know where you're at, but we got Keith coming down too. So, we all helping each other out. Just eat the whole ice cream. Don't be a pussy. Yeah, just eat the entire ice cream like a man. Also, I'm going to fill up my water. Just eat your whole ice cream. You can handle it. You walked a lot today. Good day, chat. Curlu's trying to force ice cream upon me. She's trying to fatten me up, so that way I can't do anything else other than stream. I've been walking around too much lately. I've been too active, and she's trying to hold the motherfucker down. She doesn't want to see me not be like Dave Blunt.
Absolutely S tier.
Yo, T-Dust. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Much love, much love. Welcome in. She keeps trying to force the ice cream upon me, and I'm not. I don't want the ice cream right now. Maybe in a little bit. How many healers do you have? One right now, but please, for the love of God, feel free to make more. Now, is not the end of the world like down here? Because this area is only like level 27, 28, I believe. So we should might be able to do it with a few, but more people is always nice. Sussus, Mygo, I see you. I don't know if that X was for me, but I know Sussus. Oh, nope, that X was not for me. Whoopsie daisy. Toast. We got +1 DPS. I'd heal if you said his name correctly. I say his name correctly every time. I don't want a healer that can't even do something as simple as understand a cultural reference in my group. Uncultured swine, SMH my head. Dusty, I can't breathe. I need exactly 40% of a Kit Kat drumstick, and we can't waste food. It's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. I guess you're just gonna have to hold your breath for a little bit. It's just fucking tragic, Carla. But, you know, when the going gets rough, the rough really do get going sometimes, and I'm hoping for the best for you, love. All right, we got more X's now. We're up tremendous. And just like that, we got 6 motherfuckers in this group. Now, I will say, 2-star mobs be hitting hard as shit. 2-star mobs are hitting me for just about 1,000. What do you hate me? I mean, I hate you for various reasons, but the reason I don't want ice cream is because every time I burp, I can still taste my burger from earlier, and I don't want to lose that feeling. Because, like, I legitimately, that burger has not been on the menu for 2 years, and they brought it back for a special today. Like, that was a fucking religious experience for me. And, like, I want it on my breath for as long as it can possibly be on my breath. I probably won't brush my teeth for a couple of days because of this. It was an absolutely fucking great experience. Name your tank, Dusty. It is just Dusty. What's the name of the action? Interact 3 is your mount bind. So I have my interact set to like fucking regular F, shift F, control F. Like you can just, so F can't be both? Nope. I would just recommend a shift mod on that bitch though. Like shift and control mod are fine. 5080, 4080 super, exclamation specs. 4080 super, 7800X 3D. Full build is underneath the exclamation specs though. A lot of people have been saying that they're running into crashing issues on the PTR a few times a day. So I am trying to keep my eyes peeled for those crashing issues. I have not had any crashes yet, about an hour and a half in. I have switched characters a couple times though, so maybe that's, you know, providing me a little bit of benefit on that end of things. But as of right now, it's been quite smooth. I am excited to get some dually woolies in tonight though, and I wish that I could show you guys, but you're just gonna have to go fuck yourselves. I love you all. Thank you for being here and supporting the stream. Couldn't do it without you guys. Soon, phase 3 will be live, and you guys will see all of the amazing PvP, all of the plays. If I sleep and never wake up, it's your fault for not eating half of a Kit Kat drumstick. If you sleep and never wake up, I will eat half a drumstick in your honor, and then I will pour the other half out on your grave, so you have at least one more to go out with. I feel like that would be the most reasonable thing that I could do. Just write a macro to cycle through all the interact keys. I don't think you can do that. Council of Mias. Wait, no, I'm making cats. Last night I made a new character in the anvils, and when I try to leave the caves and go above ground, the light blinds the fuck out of me. I seem to remember you had the same problem. Did you fix it? No, I just squinted my eyes really, really, really hard, and that's not a joke at all. That is no exaggeration. I literally just ran directly into the light and like squinted my eyes. I also keep sunglasses on my desk for flashbangs. So, Monies, what up, my dude? Ash has got boats and hoes now? I mean, Ashes has had boats, but I ain't seen your whole ass over here. Could be soon, though. I mean, what you're seeing is a caravan right now. So the caravan's just like a little raft. But caravan, very basically explained, is you buy shit, well, craft shit now, with money material and material, and you put that shit on your caravan. People can attack or defend your caravan along the way, and the further that you drive it, the more of a multiplicative reward you get on the things that you made and put on the caravan when you get there and sell it. So different routes have different reward tables, different basically payout ratios, and those ratios will be dynamically adjusted. So there's a supply and demand within everything, where like if, you know, my node has been running to your node, towns, like crazy, that route is gonna get diminished returns in specific. Yo, Italian Iverson, what up, goat? Thank you for 3 days streak, dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It's ridiculous, like full on white screen. Yeah, just look down. Just look down is my guess. Anyone got a decent leveling guide they could pass me? So funny enough, everything leveling just got a pretty heavy rework with the updates that we've got on the private test realm. So like for phase 3, honestly, I would recommend exploring as much as you physically can in the next 21 days. That is going to be the best way to get everything. Now, if you're not playing on the private test realm, I would definitely recommend that for most of your playtime over the course of the next 3 weeks leading up to P3. Is just going to be the most up-to-date version of the game comparatively to phase 3. There are some mob damage scaling changes as well. For instance, we're out in the June Dark right now, and we're fighting level 27 and 28 mobs. And brother, they hit pretty fucking hard. So it definitely takes a little bit of like actual awareness to hit mobs. So a lot of things will change in that regard, I think. I would definitely just recommend, oh my god, I just launched myself. I would definitely recommend, I just got hit for 2,500 of my 5k HP. My one mob ability, by the way. I will literally just go fuck myself. Holy shit. Wow, this shit hits hard. What in the goddamn hell? And this is only a 2-star, by the way. It's not even a 3-star. I don't know how I feel about this, but my fucking god, it hits hard. That's a lot of damage going out, boys. My HOAS accidentally reinstalled New World after 6 months, not really playing it yet, though. Bruh. Why? I mean, so this is the thing. New World is that toxic X that's always there for you when you go back, monies. Don't go back to your toxic X. Don't be a sad boy that goes back to the toxic X. Be a normal human being. Don't do it. Don't rely on that toxic relationship. Put yourself onto bigger and better things. Yo, Merc alert. Be strong. Even my lurkers are telling you to be strong, monies. They just ruined OPR anyway. Yeah, everybody over there is pissed because Capture the Flag isn't even like rotating with 3s or anything. It's rotating with OPR. So I've heard that it's rough over there between the bugs and everything that they even did throw in. And some people will see a couple content creators that were previously very large content creators anyways, having more viewers, and they go, oh damn, I'm gonna blow up. But you're not gonna blow up. That's just the communities that those content creators have. So I don't know, man. A lot of people just think that it's gonna pop up, and it's not long-term at all. I regret to inform people. I really regret to inform people. So I've just been saying, man, 21 days until phase 3. Phase 3, a lot of people are going to want to get into Ashes, and if you're not up to par in terms of like information at that point, you're going to get cooked if you're trying to PvP on any like, you know, competitive level or anything like that. It is a hard game to learn, man. But we got a lot of people that are happy to help teach over here. Isn't phase 3 another price drop? It's been 100 and will stay 100. So phase 3 like was originally way back supposed to be May 1st, and then it got delayed to August 4th, and then it got pushed back to August 26th. Now, the May 1st one wasn't just like a full delay. We did get a wipe in like a 3-month stress test that turned into an extra month. And basically, first delay was to get phase 2.5 global stress test server. Huge amount of server infrastructure, huge amount of changes that came in during that time. And then this pushback to August 26th was because they have now Unreal Engine 5.6 over on the PTR instead of Unreal Engine 5.3, which is what you're watching gameplay from. Dynamic gridding has been tested multiple times over here, so they're aiming to have that fully implemented for the start, which essentially means that every part of the world will instantaneously have the resources that it needs to continue running smooth. And that will continue on in that regard, like making sure that, you know, a lot of areas of the world hopefully don't crash. 2 new races so far, 5 new weapons, ton of different system changes, new movement system, new gearing system, new mob damage changes, an entire crate system. So there are now different types of crates for each trade skill. There are also merchant crates. And basically, like, you have the caravan system, which we're doing now. That's an opt-in PvP event, but they basically made the crates so you can carry a crate on your character itself. Shows on your character's back when you have a crate on, slows your movement speed by 50%. But those crates, they're construction crates that are used in the actual, like, building of the buildings in the nodes. So not every town can have every single building in it. You have to work with a lot of towns in a lot of areas to make sure that you are coordinating a whole lot across, you know, your entire community. So there's a fuckload that is over here for P3. How's the map development going? So keep in mind, we have, hold on. Wait, I have it pulled up over here. Haha! You're so lucky. So basically, when I started in December, fucking Christ. We had the Riverlands, and we had this little, like, Texas-looking part of the desert. We got the peninsula in the desert, right? And then we went up here, and we got the tropics and the turquoise sea, which, keep in mind, all of our water is sailable, functional, open ocean, force flag, PvP on the entire map that serves a purpose. And then we went down here, and we got the June Dark. And now we have the Dunes and Kill, not the Dunes and Kill Mountains, but underneath the Dunes and Kill Mountains, we have the Anvils here. So the Anvils underneath the Dunes and Kill Mountains is our next starting area. That's being, you know, tested over on the private test realm, which we're currently playing on right now. PTR is just visually NDA'd. So we're playing on that, but we can't show it. But essentially, for perspective, the entire New World map is the size of the Riverlands. That's your rough matchup. There's no fast travel. Time is a resource in Ashes, as much as anything in game. And you've got to calculate everywhere that you're going, everything that you're doing. Knowledge is an immense amount of power. So it's fucking huge. I like that. So do I. So do I. So basically, like, what I always use for perspective is, say long-term you post up in Frostgrave Fells because you like the aesthetic, or there's a certain type of node that you want up there in the right spot. So basically there are 4 different types of nodes or towns that'll all be present in the full version of the game. And those will each come with their own election process. Essentially, the one that we have right now is a scientific election process. Very simply, popular vote. On the first of each month, every node, tier 3 or higher, goes through its election. And it's basically a 5-day process prior to the first for people to sign up for mayor, enter the election, and then a 5-day voting process, and then the voting closes, and then the mayor is determined for that month. Then you'll have economic nodes. That'll be an auction once a month for the mayor. You buy the node. Then you'll have military nodes. Military nodes, I don't know why I'm saying that so weird. Military nodes will open up in like a battleground state throughout the week in hour-long periods. Throughout the 5-day election process, I guess it'd be, not a week. And then basically, and then Dusty forgets about the election. Listen, I strategically forgot. I would not have been a good mayor that month anyways. I stand on that business. So military nodes turn to a battleground state throughout the election process. And then during that battleground state, you can get points for player kills as well as holding down objectives. I gotta invite Ministry. And at the end of that, you know, election process, whoever has the most points becomes mayor for the month. Then you have the religious node. Religious nodes are whoever completes the most religious quests. As of right now, all of these could change during the actual like election process. Whoever does the most quests is then mayor for the month. So all of these nodes have their unique elections, but they also have unique benefits upon reaching max level if they do reach max level in the first place. So essentially, there's a system called vassaling. So when a node hits tier 3, it is basically assigned a lower level node, either tier 2, tier 1, or tier 0, underneath it as a vassal. And it is the parent or the sovereign node. So at T3, you get a T2 node, up to a T2 node underneath you. That is automatically assigned when you hit T3. So if you are a T2 vassal of a T3 node, you cannot level up to the same level as your parent. You're locked out of that. Upon hitting tier 4, which is going to be the level cap for phase 3 start, a tier 4 has up to 2 tier 3s that it can take at the highest level. So a tier 4 up at the top right now has 2 tier 3s, and that tier 3 has, each tier 3 has a tier 2. So that's kind of like the tree. And then you'll have tier 5 nodes that come in after that. Don't worry about that yet. We'll get to that later when you know more. So as your node levels up, you get more building plots, more spaces. I'm answering a question and waiting for people to come over. We're struggling with 3 people, so I was waiting for people to get over here. Yeah. We have a whole group on the way. We don't need to rush. But yeah, so as a node goes up in level, it also will get more like building plots. So you'll be able to put more buildings in it, but not every node can have every building to support every gathering or finding and crafting ability in the game. You'll very likely have to work with your regions, work with your vassals, all of that to actually coordinate something across the entirety of the map. Then with node sieges are the highest risk, highest reward node versus node gameplay in the entire game. That is extremely expensive to declare, has a spin up time where attack and defense can sign up. And then basically once it starts, it is similar to like a New World War. You take respawn points around the outside of the town itself. You're attacking the town. And the defense can go around and like reclaim those respawn points. You have to worry about bat caps. And then you have to take down the gates, and then you have to get into the marketplace, and you have to basically like siege the town, get through the town itself, all of the buildings, all the pathways, all of that shit. Wave-based respawns, and you have to channel a flag in the middle, so one person holds the channel for a set amount of time, and then if you win, you win. If the attacker wins long term, that will lead to a node being completely de-leveled and like bumped out of its spot, its level, its place on the map, not its place on the map, but like it'll basically lose everything. So that'll free up the vassals, allow, if it's a tier 5 node, another tier 4 node to go up to tier 5 somewhere else on the map. If it's a tier 4 node, another T3 could come up. So like there will be a lot that's tied around every map on every server being extremely dynamic, extremely different, and no 2 servers are going to be the same. In addition to that, the last dev stream, they just showed us that even with the gathering tables, I'm still listening, I promise. No, you're good. You're good. Let me know if you have questions. I know sometimes it gets to a spot where during these, because the systems go so deep, people just sit there and go, yes, tell me more. So basically, once tables go down in a town, right, you have to upgrade those tables to like higher tiers before you can get past the lowest tier. So there's novice, apprentice, journeyman, master, grandmaster. Exclamation crafting can break that down a little bit more. But basically, when you place a table down, it supports apprentice. So tier 2 for a woodshop, for example, would give you lumberjacking, lumber milling, and carpentry. All 3 of those through one table, one building in the town once it's built. But when you ascend it to journeyman or higher, you have to specialize that table in one of the 3, and there has to be a support building that gives you the expansion point to level up that building. So you can't just like juice all of your buildings to max level immediately. You've got to have support buildings in place and kind of like have the proper expansion points, support things, and coordinate with the entire server for the, you know, the best thing. So a small thing that you can do with that, there's a loop on the live server where Shorefoot, down through here, down through here, down all through here in the desert, this all has a trade bureau. And trade bureaus make these caravans go faster. It's a movement speed buff to the caravans themselves. So you can make a lot of active decisions through like multiple nodes, and it literally is like trade bureau, trade bureau, trade bureau, trade bureau, trade bureau, trade bureau, trade bureau. And there's literally a path all the way up through here where if you take the optimal route, your caravan just has move speed bonus. So there are a lot of decisions that you can make. On top of that, say you are in one node, I'm in another. We both have master level alchemy tables, right? Whatever it may be. We have trees where we can then, in our buildings, in our tables, give our tables specific bonuses that other nodes may not have. So like we essentially have a table ascension tree. So a master level table could then go with like different buffs, different routes through the tree. And in your town and my town, we could both have master level alchemy, but we could have different buffs. One could be rarity, one could be quantity, you know, different things like that. Like crafting bonuses in towns and New World. Yes, except that's tied directly into the tables and the towns themselves. So in terms of like crafting bonus towns in New World and stuff, you have requisitions and you have commissions in towns. Requisitions are set by the mayor, where people will go out and they'll farm materials, bring those materials to the requisition agent, fulfill buy orders, and those materials are then converted to materials for the node, which the node can then use to put buildings down. So you're rewarded with citizen tickets, and the mayor chooses what materials are needed, what to use, what will be the net, everything like that has to be planned out. Then you have commissions. The mayor can spend node gold, node money, on commissions and put those on the commission board. Those are like your town board quests. But the commission board, you also have different buffs that you can put up through completing those commissions. So essentially, like, you're not putting up town boards just to level the node and people are going out to do that stuff. But essentially there can be like XP gains for, you know, refining or gathering speed, or, you know, plus stat percentages. So you could have your node be like, you know, new player haven, where it's like gathering XP, refining XP, shit like that all the time. But you also have to have people actively completing those commissions. You have to, as the mayor, put up the proper commissions the entire time. So it's fucking large. Towns can generate money via tax as well. Yes, towns generate money off of taxes, off of the player markets. So there's a player market trading post, but it is like New Worlds originally was, where towns are not linked up unless you're in a high level economic node, which isn't in yet. But then you'll have more like, you know, expanded player markets, potentially to vassals if an economic node reaches like the max level. So there's no like global market or anything like that. So Papa Shambles has been really excited to come over with us, and Papa Shambles is going to dominate markets for us. Seriously, like unlinked trade posts, it's beautiful. I prefer non-global market. I know, isn't regionality a wonderful fucking thing? It's crazy how if I live in Frostgrave Fells and gather something in Frostgrave Fells and make a bunch of items, because keep in mind, monies, you have to PvE so you can get either the drops or the recipe or the crafting material needed to make the items. Then you have to farm the open world wood or whatever it may be to actually make an item. So say there's a really good, really dope sword that people want from Frostgrave Fells and we live here. We lock that down as a guild, farm that, make a bunch of them in high rarity, bring those to other areas far away from Frostgrave and list them on player markets for exorbitant amounts, because people won't be going all the way from the Junedark all the way over here to farm that up just to have us be denying them the content and beating them at it. They're just going to stay in their region and farm what's best in their region, and then people will try to control their region as much as they can. So say we post up in the Riverlands, right? And we have a huge alliance in the Riverlands. We could just be like, every single day, us and our vassals link up together and we lock down the Riverlands as much as we can, and we do caravans all across the Riverlands, just back and forth in our safety area. People from other biomes, other zones may hear and go up into the Riverlands to contest us, but we do everything we can with our group, our people, to secure the Riverlands for those caravans as much as we can, to get our gold up, to get node gold up, and to be able to just buy the things that we can't get. It's insane how deep every single aspect of this game goes. And keep in mind, this is only an alpha. This is only an alpha. Take a yacht break. I don't want to. Thank you for that, Drayton. Can you show what graphic settings you play on? Over on the PTR. Oh, no free promo. So, in terms of graphic settings on the PTR, I am system graphics. I do not play with super res, ray tracing, lumen, any of that on. I think that it's not the most worthwhile. If Hoopo would yell at me and says it looks really pretty, I think it makes the game feel worse, and I like my game feeling good. So I run global illumination on medium, view distance epic, anti-aliasing, post-processing, and shadows all on low, and then textures, effects, and foliage all on medium. All that stuff is broken. The lumen and ray tracing, it makes things too dark. Word. Well, I don't use it anyways. When was the last smoke break? Like half an hour ago. This would be a good redeem. No, it wouldn't, because that would get so expensive. Hydrates are cool because it doesn't cost me a lot of money to like fill up a mason jar with tap water and drink it. If you guys could force me to smoke all the time, brother, I would be spending all of my sub count on weed monthly. You realize I'm like holding out for phase 3 here, right? I'm not rolling in it right now, boys. We don't have season 9 cope hype. Not yet. Not yet. But yeah, monies. My favorite thing personally about like Ashes, just comparatively to other things, right? We can talk about these systems already with the way that they are, and we can talk about the systems as they're going to be, and we can know confidently that these systems are going to work towards the point that they are going to be at over the course of the remainder of development. Not over the course of, like, you know, the next 2 seasons of the game. Not, oh my god, wait, season 9 just hit. Wow, I can't wait for season 10 to hit. Holy shit. Like, every single patch over here is meaningful. Every update brings something new for us to test, something new for us to experiment with, especially on the private test run. So, as we go forward, Ashes continues to get better, just guaranteed. And I have an immense amount of confidence in it. There's a reason that I'm not freaking out and going anywhere. Intrepid delayed Dusty's ability to live. Nah, we're fine. We're fine. Is anything happening? What up, Zop? Yeah, pop over to PTR, dog. There's a lot happening. So we have a group out in the Goondark right now that is farming up some gear. So we're just getting all out here. We're over at Midi City. And we are going to check out the Iron Wing set and maybe try to figure out a couple other sets that we can get going. And then in a little bit, we are going to do some caravan testing and duels and PvP and stuff. So they did add in very sneakily today a /follow command for people in your party. So if, you know, we have a bunch of caravans, we want to see if I can follow, you know, if I can follow the leader, have someone follow me, have someone follow them, have someone follow them, have someone follow them. So I think that is something that we most definitely want to try out tonight, because that would be low-key, like, we don't want people just AFKing like crazy on van runs, but that would be something that's incredibly nice to have as a quality of life, especially for early leveling groups. I would have no opposition to that. Did you try Chrono Odyssey? Nah, I was traveling when the Chrono Odyssey beta hit, and I probably wouldn't have tried Chrono Odyssey anyways. I didn't really have much interest in it, just looking at it from a standpoint of, like, is this game good? The only interest that I would have had in it would have been, like, is action combat people will watch because New World com, haha ho. I wasn't necessarily too smitten by it, so to say. But you know, action combat for a certain part of the community is always going to be such a little, like, comfort at home thing, and I get that. 1000% get that. So I don't blame him. I don't know. I had a whole lot of time on tap targets, like, prior to playing New World, and so, like, while I like the action combat a lot, and I think that, like, action combat's great, I very much prefer an actual, like, gameplay loop and, I don't know, player experience over just like a shallow combat system. Also, Mr. Crow, thank you for the hydrate, brother. My soft pussy got stretched at work today. Brother got bent over, Jesus Christ. I mean, Keith always needs some help with crates and stuff. Now, that is a lot of walking, so you're gonna want to be careful if that's the route you're going with it, but ooze? Uh-oh. Well, now we got twos. That's less than ideal. The fact there was no mage either was a big one for me. Mage players, man. Just play melee. Just play Fizz like a normal human being. People shit on WoW for being tab target, but there's so much more than that, with all the mouse over macros and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, like, keep in mind, Ashes is trying to have all of their, like, player quality of life and shit like that be baked into their UI too, so we're not heavily dependent on additional, like, I don't know, third-party shits like add-ons, even, you know, macros, whatever you may have. But there are, can we use this entrance? Wait, which entrance? There are things like hover target, like hovercast. So essentially like mouse over healing, mouse over beneficial abilities, all of that shit. There are also a lot more quality of life updates that are quite well on the way. So we usually get a lot more quality of life than I would actually expect throughout alpha. And like just today, for example, we logged onto the PTR today and we can now auto follow somebody. It's something we didn't have before, but if you're in a group with somebody, you just right click their little character portrait or their character and you can auto follow them hosts. So that's kind of cool. They sneak a lot of things in like that while also working towards major developmental milestones. And a lot of people are very quick to forget that they have multiple people working on multiple different things within Intrepid. It is by no means just like entire team works on one change at the same time and then nothing else gets done, right? It is very much so a lot of simultaneous changes, and that makes me happy. Also, they changed grapple a little bit, boys. I don't know if y'all noticed, but if you didn't, you'll notice in PvP later. I think that grapple is no longer a projectile, and it's just like going to targets and bringing them back. Maybe it's still a projectile, but it seems like it is just teleporting people back to me. If I'm being completely honest, it feels a lot better. Feels a lot better. Does grapple actually grapple? Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, grapple has felt better on the PTR in my opinion than it did on live. And a lot of that is because of the movement system. Some of that's probably because of the like functionality changes, if there are actually any. But it most definitely feels like it's hitting a bit more consistently over here than on live. But we gotta remember, like, on live too, there's a movement system that's conducive to people just slinging themselves across the map at a fucking moment's notice, right? And that's going to make skills like grapple that are a little bit slower, a little bit more telegraphed, a lot less likely to hit. They're gonna go outside of their intended range during the actual grapple cast itself. So like, there's a lot that I think is contributing to grapple just, I guess, overarchingly feeling bad right now. I just got a mob in a wall. God fucking damn it. Oh wait, he reset. We're up. That's great. Main thing is that it should yank. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I don't really care too much about like an animation or anything like that, but I think over here, the movement system is definitely making a lot of things feel a lot more rewarding. Between movement abilities, the cooldowns mattering, between things like wall actually being impactful. I drop a wall and somebody doesn't just like, you know, strafe dodge around the wall and then fucking wanted curve the bullet with their body around it with the rest of their B-hop. It's, you know, well thought out decisive placement of a movement disruptor. And those movement agitators, movement disruptors, whatever you want to call them, like those displacement abilities, those all feel incredibly impactful over here. Whereas on the PTR, a lot of the time, it just didn't feel impactful. Now, grapple still isn't just like 100% instant death sentence, but it's a whole hell of a lot more consistent than it previously was, which I really like. See now, yeah, teleports them after they're grabbed. Yeah, and I don't know if that's like everyone, but I think it goes out, hits them, and then like I said, like yosses them over. It's a lot quicker of a pull instead of just like, I'm in the pull the entire time. So hope you're having a good day, Henry. So that's nice in my opinion. I think the consistency on grapple, now that's new as well. That is quite literally new today, I believe. Because yesterday on the PTR, that was not working that way. You see, I was streaming full time? Yeah, I'm happy for him. I don't know why I wasn't streaming full time earlier. Dude's been bigger than me for a while, I'm pretty sure. Brother gotta get a fucking budget in place. It's the fucking wife and all the girlfriends and the kids and the dogs and the house, man. He's got a lot going on, but he's got to look at the monthly spreadsheet and get that shit in check. I don't know. I fear for him. No, I'm happy for Big Dog, though. I hope it, you know, when I went full-time, like, keep in mind I'm a lot smaller than he is, and I was a lot smaller when I went full-time as well. But, like, when I went full-time, it allowed me to have so much more time, of course, to just, like, dedicate to content, but also so much more energy to bring to my streams. And I know he's an absolute fucking mad lad with the energy coming into the streams, right? And I think that that's going to allow him to just, like, fully invest everything that he has into that, and it's going to help him grow even more, man. Like, he's a good content creator. So, very, very fun to watch. I love Arrow. Good friend of mine, too. Well, you have loads of subs. I have an incredibly supportive community, dog. I will say. I'm very, very thankful for my community and the level of support that they do give. Like any content creator, I go through ups and downs, ebbs and flows and stuff. But yeah, no, I consider myself extremely lucky. Like, I stream a ton and I have a community that... Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I stream a ton and I have a community that likes to hang out for a lot of time every day. And I'm super thankful that, you know, some people choose to gift subs whenever they can. Some people choose to, you know, drop their primers here once a month. People choose to T1, T2, T3. Like, everything just, you know, cumulatively makes it happen. So, like I said, man, I'm super grateful for it. And I think that the channel over here will continue to grow, too. Like, not to detract from Arrow's thing or anything. I just got hit for 4,000 damage. Not to detract from Arrow's thing or anything, but like, I think over here we're gonna continue to grow too. Like, Arrow's been doing his thing for a while. He's been large for a minute too. So like, I know he'll continue to grow in his route no matter where he goes, as long as he plays something that he fucking enjoys. Brother came in here one day and was telling me like, he dropped the video for whatever game he was playing at the time, and it had like 50 views on YouTube, and he was like, dog, I hate this shit. And I was like, just trust, just play whatever you want to play. Play what you enjoy, dog. So, I'm hoping he finds his way over here with us again. He was playing some Ashes with the boys for a little bit, and it was a blast to have him over here, but he's killing it over with New World, and I think he'll stay killing it with New World for a little bit. And over here, things are just gonna get better for people that do wait it out, too. So, like, Ashes is, you know, it's an ongoing thing. It's at quite literally the bottom of where it's going to be for the foreseeable future. Every single update brings in meaningful shit. Phase 3 is gonna bring in a whole lot of meaningful shit. So, it's gonna get great over here, but I'm hoping that the, you know, the New World Directory does give the opportunity to some people to actually, like, continue and shit. If XRP hits $100, I will tier 3 20 subs. My goat. I'm cheering for Ripple. I'm cheering for it, man. I'm cheering for Ripple no chips right now. I am on your team. Not just because of the 20 T3 gifties, but also because I hope that everybody in chat gets to eat. I don't know, man. I'm a big community guy. I'm not a big, like, oh no, good things are happening to other people. Why aren't they happening to me instead? Rah! Like, I kind of, like, cheer for everybody. Or at least I try to. I think that makes the entire, you know, the entire environment more fun. How much XP debt are you getting? I don't think I got that much. 45,360 XP debt. And I'm assuming that's less than expected. But I'm getting 3398 XP debt removed per kill, and I got 45k XP debt on death. The guild perk is bugged. Is it giving you more XP debt instead of less XP debt? Wait. How many times have you died? I maxed out the XP debt reduce and got 129k on each death. Yeah, no, I'm guildless and it's 45k. Also, whatever they did to Grapple, please keep it like this. Holy shit. Grapple is pulling people from ungodly angles. Like, it feels like you're hitting from the side and you just found a new spot. This is remarkable. I'm grappling people up ramps, up hills. I'm fucking, well, not people, but mobs. This shit's feeling sicko mode. I cannot wait to PvP. I just want to see what the Ironhide set is. And honestly, we don't even know if it exists anymore. Because we did get a wand drop, Flameheart one-hand wand. It's 1267 magic power, 543 magic speed, 123 int, 140 disable duration, 280 mana regen, and 280 magic crit avoidance, aka getting deconstructed if we do ever find that drop. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Bro, grapple fix is remarkable, by the way. I like that whoever was fucking hating on grapple and saying that dynamic gridding had to be finished first before grapple, chupa mi fucking huevos pendejo. Por favor. Grapple on top. Tanks on top. Fuck a dynamic grid. I'll grapple, I'll double trip, and I'll hit a dynamic gritty on the corpses of my enemies. Because dynamic gritty and grapple is better than dynamic grid. Grapple fixes truly on top, tank truly on top. We are thankful for tanks on this fine day. Because holy shit, it's feeling wonderful to be me right now. Absolutely beautiful. Hitting from the side and finding a new spot is bis. Shit, I feel like if the lights are off, finding the right spot in general is bis. That's something that should be celebrated. It's not like an everyday first time thing. That's like plugging a USB in the right way. Doesn't it feel like through everything? What about contacts? When it contacts it should hit and pull. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's like it's within LOS, but basically what it is seemingly I throw it out, right? It comes into contact with the mob, and then once it's in contact with the mob, it's a very quick like yoink back. Like I'm just kind of like whoosh, like pulling them back, right? It's much faster than when the grapple got thrown out, which I think is realistic. And it pulls generously right now. Yeah, this is making me, a tank, absolutely elated. I am Mexican street corn right now. I'm so happy. This is a wonderful day for tanks everywhere. I think tanks are rejoicing. I think tanks should be celebrating. I think there should be tanks in the streets, just kind of like thanking our tank overlords. Whoever pushed through this grab change, you are quite literally my hero, my Lord and Savior, and my father. Wait, what is this? Oh shit. We just got a trash drop out here, boys. Shadowfang two-handed axe. This is a two-handed axe, radiant, so it's level 20. Should be on the higher end of the level 20 gear scale as well in terms of item level. So 2325 fizz power, 409 fizz crit power, 186 strength, 158 health regen, 212 crit mit, and 686 fizz crit chance. So heavy on the fizz crit chance, bad on everything else. What if it was Planendorf? You think Planendorf's ever given us anything good? Arbsy. Arbsy. You sweet summer child. One thing about Planendorf is he's a fucking casual, man. He just shows up and drinks coffee all day. He's there to provide vibe checks for the office, not updates. He does keep the lights on. Shit, I mean, sometimes the electric bill be looking a little high. Though I love P-Dorf. I'm sure he does something very, 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 very important. At some point. Maybe. Maybe. He smites me. I still need to figure out who Orphan is, man. Orphan is gonna have a bounty on their head. I will say that much. I don't think that was the Dorfington, because Dorf already knows he got a KOS put on his head last time. So, you know, he knows how these streets operate. Orphan though, Orphan about to learn how these streets operate next time I catch Orphan slipping. 22 days to what? Oh shit, it didn't change the YouTube title. 21 days now, Venetius, over on YouTube. 21 days, 3 weeks until the start of phase 3. So we are absolutely hyped up for that on this end of things. Right now we're testing over on the private test realm and just kind of yapping about what we're doing on this end of things. It is visually NDA'd, but it is not an audio NDA. Or a verbal NDA. So fortunately, we're able to kind of like yap about what we're doing, talk about what we're doing, and you know, just spread the information as quickly as we can get it. But unfortunately, can't show anything. But this is a good look at like what the build will be like for the phase 3 launch on the 26th. And that phase 3 launch is going to bring tier 4 nodes, a second starting area, whole shitload of content with it as well. So. Mobs actually hit very hard, by the way. Sounds right? Yeah, of course. If you have any questions, let me know. All playtesters do currently have access to the private test realm, too. So back on July 1st, they opened that up to everyone that does have their access. Prior to that, it was like certain packs, primarily a lot of like the older packs from a way back. But as of July 1st, everybody is now free to hop into the private test realm whenever you want to. It is currently up 24/7 up until the launch of phase 3 and beyond that. So a lot of private test realm access and a lot of live server access to stack on top of that. This is getting actually very hairy in here. Like people are starting to die. And I All right, I didn't pull more. Now, we do have Ministry in here, too, but... Fortunately. Well, yeah, I didn't pull this stuff. I think the rest of the group came over to get into this room and then pulled more in with them, which is perfectly fine. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. Henry, I have a question. What is your question? Is it going to get you put in timeout? What is your question? All right. Ministry gets some mana, we get some reses out, and we're up tremendous. Oh, Emu's back. With mobs. Emu brought friends, we're down horrendous. Why are there so many oozes? What the fuck? Emu brought like 700 oozes. Emu, why do you do this? Why are you the way you are? Oh, God. Oh, no. It was your favorite color? I like a lot of colors. I don't necessarily know if I have like a full favorite. I don't know. Like, genuinely, that's not a cop-out answer either. I don't necessarily know that I look at one in like, wow, I like this so much more than others. I like reds, blues, purples. Green's really cool, but green's like my least favorite out of those. Green is Carla's favorite though. So it's complimentary because green's all right for me, but she really enjoys green. So it works. Your favorite's green? Oh, you and Carla would be besties. You can talk about green stuff. Yeah, Carla really enjoys green. Purple's best. I like purple a lot. I do like purple. Purple and pink, I think, are both very like pretty colors. Like if I see like purple and pink flowers, then you know I'm like, oh wow, I really like those flowers. Red mixes in well with that color palette too. Then like blue is just like a relaxing color. Orange and blue. I don't mind orange, but it's not my favorite color. But orange is nice. I feel like I just don't see a lot of orange out in the wild, you know? Maybe it's just a lack of exposure to orange. Because, like, oranges are good. Orange juice is my favorite juice. Or at least one of them. So I don't really have a reason to dislike orange. It's just, I'm not as hyped on orange as I am certain other things. So maybe I don't have a favorite, but I definitely have not my favorites. I'm not gonna lie, these grapple changes make me want to PvP so much. Like, honestly, I hope this guy drops one piece of the Iron Wing set so I can then just go PvP. That will make me so unbelievably happy. Oh, we got Bind Master as well. We're up tremendous. Uh-oh, we social aggroed like 7. Oh my fucking god, wait, we actually social aggroed a lot. That's not good. Very much my bad. I gotta get their casting slowed down or something. Oh my god, everything hurts. Holy shit. Mobs are punishing me like a fucking upset parent right now. Oh my god. Just hearing the sounds makes me want to get on. Bro, it's so fun over here, Sop. It's so good, and we're gonna get the Strimmy Wimmies. Mobs hit so hard, though. Right now, we're down in the Gundark. We have a 6 pull going with 2 of the named mobs, a couple of the 2 stars. This pocket dungeon is about to wipe us, and it is 27 and 28 2 stars. Like, this is by no means like an unattainable level of content for us to be doing, especially considering the fact that we have relatively solid gear with these characters too. And we're getting fucking smoked by it. Like, just a routine AoE pull on the old server is cooking our shit. I have 2 clerics that are full pumping like their lives depend on it right now. And we're just trying to survive. Oh my fucking god. Any AoE pulls gets scary, man. We also have like the duplicating oozes in here. Holy shit. Toasty, I got you. Things are dropping threat. Oh no. Oh no. I think I have threat on everything. I don't understand how people are dying. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. This shit is actually challenging now. Oh no. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh god. Oh no. Alright, we're down horrendous. We're very much so down horrendous. Okay, everybody res up. Oh no, did I not get the MB? Oh, I'm in a resalon. Oh, thank god. Okay. I got the MB in a resalon. Did everybody get the Ember Spring? By chance. As long as everybody got the Ember Spring, we're up tremendous. I was taking a lot of damage. Also, I think we had mobs that came in that were rezzing other mobs that were then going on DPS. So yeah. Oh wait. No, I'm not in a resalon. Bad news. It brought me to Jova. Bad news, terrible news. This character's in Jova now too. The Iron Talons can res mobs. Yeah, I think that's what was happening. I think it was just the reses going out, which is quite unfortunate, but solo the wizard hat a few times last night, didn't get the drop. How hard was the wizard hat mob? I think the toughest thing about this is that there are like ranged fucking splash attacks on a lot of these mobs down in the pocket dungeon. And they hit hard. Also, what level was it? Because I am a little scared grinding like 2 to 3 levels above us. Especially 3 to 4. I am getting hit for like half of my HP by some of these mob abilities. Wizard mob is bugged, only 9k HP, supposed to not be that. That makes sense. That makes sense. Now, you think you just had like bad drop rate, or do you think they might have taken out the drop while it's bugged? I mean, surely they just go back in and fix the HP of it soon. Killed it 3 times, got the material ones. Yeah, out at Midi City, we've killed, I don't know how many name mobs we've killed, but we've got 1 wand drop so far, but not any of the things that we want. Good news, I ate another 2 rice cakes and now I'm good. Are you chowing the white chetty rice cakes? Cause those really, they weren't bad. They were not the worst. What do we have as well? Chocolate? Cause hear me out. I feel like if I take ice cream and put it on the chocolate rice cake, that'd probably be good. No? Or I could even like just get a bowl of ice cream and break up the rice cake in the bowl of ice cream. Surely that goes hard in the motherfucking paint, right? I feel as though there's no way that it doesn't go absolutely hard. It'd be like crispy crunchies in the ice cream. I don't see a world where that sucks. But I'm also kind of skeptical on the chocolate rice cakes. Maybe we need to try one of those bad boys tonight. That may be on the agenda. Fuck, I wish I got the fucking Ember Spring. I'm such a dumb bitch. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I'm the fucking worst, man. I didn't get the MB. Does anybody want to come up so I can auto-follow them? Where's Dusty? Dusty fucked up, Emu. Dusty fucked up, okay? Dusty doesn't want to fucking talk about it. Dusty went for a fucking trip up to Jova to see how things were. Because Dusty didn't want to grab a fucking Ember Spring in the god dang freaking Twopix. Not even Twopix, the Goondart. God, I'm so angry I can't even get my thoughts straight. Well, I'm flustered, I'm flabbergasted. Cats is recruiting. Cats is always recruiting. Cats is always recruiting. Gosh, freaking heckin' darn it. Remind me over on my PvP character when I go there too. I should make a guild for us so we can level it. Cause I did get a lot of the guild like XP things too. So we have to check out our guild tree and what that's going to give us. Carla, I feel like we need to think of some chocolate rice cake themed creations. Now you could also do like a strawberry shortcake, except on a chocolate rice cake. So just like slice up strawberries, chocolate rice cake, whipped cream, little hot fudge drizzle or some bullshit over the top. I feel like that would also be Insano style. Half of chat's probably going to get food right now. I need to go all the way back down to the Goondark. I am so sad. Everything sucks. Be prepared for large PvE pools, bro. PvE pools are something right now. I'm not even trying to pull large, by the way. I'll be completely honest. I'm not even trying to drop large AoE pools right now. I feel like things are just getting pulled somehow. Not to like pirate software it, but like I also feel like the mobs that came in and rezzed a lot didn't help either. So we'll see. We'll see. I think stuff is spawning on us too. Yes, I think it's a pretty rapid respawn because there are oozes that respawn inside of that cave that we're in. I don't know what all of their respawn rates are on everything, like currently, but it does seem like it's pretty quick. This ball you cast, we all saw it? No. Tank shouldn't have pulled the mobs there. I was in the right. I simply cast my ball lightning to execute a shatter proc, and shatter was actually a mechanic that we originally discussed when I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. So I have a very extensive understanding of how shatter procking does work in Ashes of Creation. I hoarfrosted, I coned of cold, and then the mob was frozen. And with the mob being frozen, I was able to execute a perfectly placed shatter with a wonderful ball lightning cast that was going through every mob that was absolutely necessary. But due to the tank's lack of foresight and improper positioning of the mob, my ball lightning was simply too good and couldn't limit itself to only hitting a few mobs. And if the tank had positioned the mob slightly better, then my ball lightning would have been held back from its alpha ball lightning state. Bruh. Honestly, it would have been more reasonable if he legitimately said that. If he called his ball lightning an alpha ball lightning, it would have been more reasonable than what he actually fucking said. Ball lightning went rogue? Bro, there's a fucking breeze coming through here. Do you not see the open windows on the side? Do you not see these balconies bringing in a left to right breeze? Coding my game, I also incorporate a left to right breeze that does impact projectiles as they float through the air. But you guys wouldn't know that because I discovered that while I was working 7 years at Blizzard. It's something you guys wouldn't get. And until you do understand it, well, I guess you're just on the list. I really hope it was worth it, man. Maybe come back when you have some more credentials. It could be any way in the world, but you choose to be like this. Add Busty 5. I don't want to add Busty. Actually, he has good drop rates. Triggering shatter with ball is bad. The trigger should be bolt of chain. I don't know enough about Mage to go on a pirate software based rant about why triggering ball lightning or triggering with ball lightning would be valid. But to be fair, neither does pirate software, and he would still argue that. I heard that. I summoned Hoofington. We might have gone on a couple inspired rants a few minutes ago, Hoofs. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything is absolutely fine. Guy Curetti is back on the PTR. The world is healing. We're farming pocket dungeons. I forgot to grab an Ember Spring. So now I'm running back through the Goondark all the way from Jova. I fucked up. I fucked up. I saw the employee who talked about him video. It was gnarly. What, the whole, like, I used to assign him his QA tasks and he would sit idle in the login screen and go on Reddit accusation? Cause, like, based on his streams, I feel like that's also entirely believable. Because even as a streamer, his stream is the equivalent of, like, pulling up Reddit and then just sitting there with it, like, you know, behind you. He doesn't even play the games on his stream anymore. He just, like, games for 5 minutes and then pulls up his code and then sits there with the code up. So I feel like that's reasonable, if I'm being completely honest. That shit makes a lot of sense to me, man. Would you believe everything he says because he worked at Blizzard for 7 years for his father, who molded him into the greatest human ever? I mean, his dad did put out some pretty dope cutscenes, in all fairness. There's some cinematics or whatever we want to call it. But, you might hack your local power plant is crazy. Man, I need that thing. Can you imagine if I just, like, if I walked into the stream room one day and, like, my computer's just combusted? And then it was, like, a pirate software level, like... Hope it was worth it. Just echoing through the room. Like a disembodied voice, like he's in the fucking walls. My PCs are combusting, my monitors are exploding like an opera singer's just hit that one note that shatters glass. I'm shitting myself like there's a simultaneous brown note being executed, and it's all because I mentioned a mana gem. Good golly. Good golly. I will say, I hope that the whole, like, pirate software drama farm lolcowing does stop, so YouTube can go back to dropping actual fucking content instead of every single YouTuber just putting up 72,000 videos about pirate software and making hundreds of thousands of dollars because of it. Everybody fucking knows what's going on at this point. For the love of fucking God, just put up a body cam video or something. I don't know. Whatever the fucking meta is, like, just... Holy shit. Like, I honestly, I'll be completely honest. I wish some streamers would go back to politics instead of talking about pirate software more. Holy shit. Holy shit. Like, just, fuck me, man. It's like people are less qualified to yap about video games than they are about politics. It's crazy. That juicy drama check? Bruh. If I wanted to stream for a juicy check, I wouldn't be in a goddamn alpha when the game isn't even playable. Man, I fucking hate drama tubing. It's fucking dumb slop tubing bullshit. It's fucking no skill content creation because everybody just fucking presses record and then goes, well, I think they're a bad person because of this. And everybody already knows that they're a fucking douche canoe of a person. It's lazy? Yes! It's extremely lazy. We're gonna pull mobs. I just got the Ember Spring, so now I'm on my way. Embrace the drama, acquire dollarinos. I'm convinced that long term, actually, like, making good content will probably be more profitable than making drama tubing stuff. Just in the aspect that, like, yes, there is always going to be drama, blah, 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 but people get tired of that shit, and people get tired of making that shit. Even in the sense, if I make less money making gaming content, which I very probably will, at least I enjoy it more. Like, at least I have fun with shit, right? I like that. Love for you to be right, but reality TV says otherwise. Yeah, but there's also a certain level of it too when you realize that a lot of, I mean, just YouTube specific people, right? The membership side of YouTube in terms of like paid subs and shit, it's very light. Very light. People are not making a ton on that on YouTube primarily. Anybody that's making like live content or community building in a meaningful way is probably going to be over on Twitch or at least multi-streaming. YouTubers are making their money off of like in-video ads and just like the raw, you know, money from views aspect of recorded content. And I think that's cool and all, but that's also something that creates a very shallow, superficial level of support from your content. And is also a reason why YouTube's a lot more time friendly, I think, than Twitch is, especially more moldable to your schedule. But I also think that that's a big part of the reason why, like, YouTube focus struggles to bring people full time sometimes. Simply because you're relying on a lot of things algorithm wise to go right with your videos. You're kind of like riding the metas, whatever they may be. And I feel like with live content creation, and especially like gaming content creation in general, or I guess like even IRL and shit, you're able to actually like build a long-term community and mold like a, you know, a long-term supportive community that's here for, you know, you more than just the latest drama wave. So I like that side of this. I'm a very, you know, community-based person overall. So that's always been large for me, and one thing that I've loved about streaming MMOs specifically so much is just like, okay, I can actually play with so many people in the community. I can make a guild to get people that, you know, aren't the greatest at the game into some fun content and help them learn, and that's super fun for me. So wish YouTube did something about it, but monthly active users. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I get it, like from a, you know, content creator perspective. If there is something that has an opportunity to get you more views, some content creators will just kind of like go over and do whatever they can for more views. But a lot of content creators also try to chase that instead of just making content around something that they genuinely enjoy. And I think that leads to them, again, having a superficial community and having a lot of burnout that follows them place to place. And they're never able to really build momentum. A lot of people that also switch directories and try to make it out to a different directory are very quick to forget that, you know, me, for example, it took me 3 years and 7,000 hours of New World to get to the spot that I was at with the New World community. I am a little less than 2,000 hours streamed in the directory right now for Ashes. So I gotta give that much time, at least in my mind, especially since I'm enjoying Ashes. I'm probably gonna do more time anyways. But a lot of content creators will transition to something else, and their numbers will go down in their first, like, you know, few weeks in a new directory, few months, whatever it may be, after being in one directory for a fucking, you know, millennia. And they're like, oh man, why isn't it hitting like it used to? And they don't give it the time for things. So I don't know, man. I think it's, there are a lot of things that kind of favor that, though, but short-form content creation definitely allows people to have a much more broad base. Recorded content being accessible everywhere, like, there are some things that definitely contribute to people that just kind of put out the slop tube, right? Clicks, discussion, all of that puts things into the algorithm, and the algorithm is quite literally the king. I could put out the best edited, the highest quality video in human history, but if the algorithm doesn't pick it up, it gets it with 17 views. So but a famous YouTuber slash streamer like a few days ago too. What do you mean by famous? I feel like that term is so weird nowadays. Cause like every TikToker thinks they're famous now. I don't know how I feel about that. Destiny? Oh yeah, that's cool. Do you like live near Destiny? Is there controversy with Destiny right now? Should I not be saying that's cool? I don't know who's in controversies and who's not. At some point there will be an angry thread made about me on Twitter. Always. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it fucking is. Yeah, okay, yeah, I would actually call that famous. I don't know, man, there's some delusional, more on the side of content creators than on the side of like community people. Like, I don't necessarily think anybody in my community would consider me famous or known or anything. I'm a very, like, kind of niche known person. Like, if you're in the New World or the Ashes community, I just got hit for 1 million. Then you may know me, like, and recognize me out, but I'm not, like, that level of anybody that plays MMOs knows who I am type shit. So, there are levels to that shit, but there are people that are smaller than me as content creators in like more niche communities that are like, oh yeah, man, like I am definitely going to get noticed anytime I go outside, and they're just like delusional about that shit. So, the world of fame has changed. It used to be Hollywood exclusive, and now it's like, I got 1,000 followers on Instagram, boys. I'm Instagram famous. I had a viral TikTok back in 2014. Actually, TikTok didn't exist in 2014. Like fucking 2019, I had a viral TikTok that got 132,000 views. So I'm famous on Book Talk. All the book mommies know me. Do over the Vine? Bro, I miss Vine. Bring back Vine. Bring back Vine. Speaking of cashing out on drama, don't watch the new Meat Canyon on stream, but you need to see it via the foot in mouth. Absolutely glorious video, but holy fuck, what is Meat Canyon on? Like, genuinely, how does this, like, this is something that I've been explaining to Carla lately. I'm not a very, like, from scratch creative thinker as an individual. So, like, Carla was talking about, like, a possible rebrand and stuff for the stream, because we've been trying to plan out some new graphics and shit for a while. And, oh my god, wait, we got an Iron Wing chest. Holy shit. Interesting. Alright, well, testing here is concluded. Iron Wing chest plate. Blue. 604 Fizmit. 604 Magic Mitt. 252 Con and 32 Dex. Now that is a very high item level piece. This is going to be like level 28, 29 item level. It has about 20% more mitigation on it than a Griffin Tunic does. It has 322 Fizz power and 101 max mana. That shit's not bad at all, if I do say so myself. Comparatively, oh wait, I'll link it real quick. Whoops. I'm gonna have somebody bring it up for my other tank. I just linked it. 322 Fizz power, 101 max mana. My heroic Griffin Tunic. Keep in mind that was a blue Iron Wing chest. The Iron Wing chest is 604 Fizz and Magic Mitt, 252 Con, 36 Dex, 322 Fizz power, 101 max mana. The Griffin Tunic is 502 Fizz Mitt, 502 Magic Mitt, 209 Con, 234 Fizz crit power, 268 crit power, and 84 max HP. So, that's a pretty good chest. 322 Fizz power is going to be a respectable amount. It's going to bump you up about 5 to 6 Fizz power. And the Griffin's a heroic. Yes. That's a pretty strong piece. Got the Iron Wing hood recipe. Wait, link the hood recipe, because that might show the stats. Okay, Iron Wing hood at green is 385 Fizz Mitt, 385 Magic Mitt, 225 mentality, 225 Fizz crit mitt, 161 crit avoidance, and 257 Fizz crit chance. Now, do take note, Iron Wing does not have any other set bonuses with it. It's just the medium 5-piece. So you can switch it out for like Griffin stuff that also doesn't have that setup, that set bonus, but still gonna be pretty disappointing overall to lose out on Force, Focus, or Finesse. So, cool drops, cool data gathering. Iron Wing chest is a slapper. Do we want to wait out another round of name mobs? Or do we want to go up and get into the Riverlands? Because I am beyond down to get into the Riverlands in my personal standpoint. Let's see. I vote get out of this cave. Alright, cool. I'm going to give someone... Emu, you're taking this chest for me. I'm gonna give Emu my chest and then have Emu bring it up to my other tank. Because my other tank, my PvP tank, is parked over in Jova. I'm using medium armor on that one. We're up tremendous. Wish I get some medium or heavy healer gear on PTR. I like to run 3 heavy. Yeah, because your Rubidium set got kind of borked, huh? And then Rosarium Guard is still heavy. Interesting. Interesting. So what's the preference on the 3 heavy? Just a little bit more Fizmit there? It's definitely going to be cool to see how all of the set bonus management shapes up over time, because you're going to have like some pieces, like you could run 5 medium, but in that 5 medium you could have like 2 force, 2 finesse, 1 fortitude, and then you could run 3 heavy, and those 3 heavy won't give you the heavy set bonus, but those 3 heavy could finish off your force or your fortitude set bonus, which will give you 20% of a main stat. That shit's nutso. So I'm excited, man. There's gonna be a lot of gearing to figure out in terms of managing all of the set bonuses and all of the attributes. Cause like, if you're a DPS, getting 20% strength or int is going to be insane. As a tank, 20%, like 20% con? Yeah, fuck me up. Fuck me up. Oh wait, I gotta give Emu this chest real quick. Dude, I cannot wait for PvP. Grapple feels so ungodly good. It's a whole new world for tanks, baby. And you guys are just living in it. Toasty and I were dueling, and it's still scary hours for mages. Mages hit harder, but... Looks like Steel Bloom Gear is the new Beast with a set bonus. Hard to replace in peace after 6 out of 8. I mean... I'm not, like, worried about having that much fizz power, personally. Like, I'm sitting on my tank over on the, like, over on my PvP build at, like, 230 fizz power. That's, like, 40 less than what, you know, what I'm running over on this. Like, this character is sitting at, well, I guess this is a little lower with the, with some changes that I made. But this one's sitting at 255.6 fizz power, and I'm sitting at, like, 230 over on my other tank. So, like, I don't necessarily know that people need to push up all the way to, like, fucking near 300 fizz power, or magic power. I don't necessarily think there's, like, that level of incentivization for just, like, I've got to get that high. I think it's a certain amount of you kill somebody, and enough power is enough power. Emu, let me follow you. Wait, why can't I follow you? / follow. Nice, we're up tremendous. All right, thank you, Emu, for driving. Samo over on YouTube, what up, dude? The scale of this game's exciting. Thinking that traveling the ocean to the other continent will be epic. Oh yeah, keep in mind there's gonna be actual, like, mob populace out in the ocean too. Things to do in the ocean, trade skills, deep sea fishing, PvP out there, a fucking kraken, at least one. It's gonna be dangerous out in those waters, Samo. You gotta be careful. Mr. Chair, should I just play on PTR until 26, or it's not meant for that and should stay on Shoal? The PTR will wipe frequently, but if you make a character right now, you can just level it up to 25 at the gear vendor, Mr. Guy Gear Ready. He is right in the starting castle when you make your character in the Aland start, so the Riverlands. You can level to 5, 15, or 25. You can get gear sets, you can equip gear. So, personally, I would recommend the PTR for all players if you're okay with the, you know, your character getting wiped frequently. Everything's getting wiped on the 26th anyways, so I would say, you know, come in expecting wipes regardless. Big DR on power, though, could focus other stats and get more from a build for sure now. I mean, even without, like, DRs in effect, right? There is DR in place on the PTR, but there's also, like, outside of just the stat level of diminishing returns, it's like, I kill somebody in one combo with 4 abilities, or I kill somebody in one combo with 5 abilities, but they're CC'd the entire time regardless. Why do I need to 2-shot somebody when I can CC somebody, hit him 4 times, and kill him in 4 shots with less power during the time of CC and still getting off the same, you know, the same impact, while having more stats? So, that's kind of like where I'm leaning on the tank. Now, I switched over to medium armor because heavy is going to be great for, you know, the set bonuses, getting force bonus out, getting a whole lot of shit, right? But it leaves us so weak on the magic mitt side of the tree that I was rocking 18.5% magic mitt. Now over on my tank, I'm about 40% magic mitt because I switched up my gear sets. Oh wait, why am I even auto-following? I can just switch characters. Emu, take this. And then run it up to the other tank. We're going up to Jova, I think. Wait, goddammit. Emu. Emu! I need you to take this to my other tank. Also, wait. I got you. Hold on. Ebon Omen. Wait. Once it desummons. What? Emo! God fucking damn it. I'm trying to help you. Fupo! How you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Are you over on the private test realm testing today? We just got out of a pocket dungeon. Now we're about to go PvP a little bit, and it's a beautiful time. It appears they may have conceded and given us some nice grap changes after. Am doing the WoW expansion at the moment. You're not staying inside tonight. Fupo's gonna be sleeping outdoors tonight. Not in a cat house either. Fupo's staying in the streets tonight. If Fupo wants to be for the streets, Fupo's gonna learn what the streets are like. The fuck does Fupo mean him doing the WoW expansion at the moment? I thought you had good taste in games. Foop, I'm disappointed. I take back my hide of Fupo, as you should, Strauss. May change with the Summoner House instead of CC as well. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fuck, everything's gonna be changed with Summoner. I like a balance, but I'm not a PvPer. I try to annoy and keep the good PvPers alive. Yeah, no, I agree, but yeah, there's from my perspective, right? It's all about that for power scaling. It's about that balance now. I was able to, like I mentioned, drop a little bit of power. I'm sitting with a greatsword on 231.2. With my mace and shield on, I'm 214.6. But I'm also sitting at, with my grit up, let's see. I pop grit, I'm 43.2 magic mitt and 59.2 physmit. So I got a lot of mitigation. We PvPing at Stones? Yes, I am on my way over to Stones right now. Oh yeah, we could kill Firebrand and then PvP at Stones. Yeah, that would be awesome. Let's do that. Cause we're gonna have to fight for Stones, huh? God damn it. Oh wait, Bilius is he's making a raid. So message Bilius. Bilius put group started. Yep, let's go over with Billy and then we'll get some PvP over at Stack Stones after. Because we can get good duels, we can get 2v2s, 3v3s, 5v5s, 8v8s. Literally whatever we get is valid right now. This is all new gearing, this is all new stats, new everything. But yeah, Mr. Chair, so in terms of like the PTR, I mentioned the characters getting wiped frequently, but it's important to remember that if your character does get wiped, it's usually just a new session of the PTR. So they'll be like, oh, we wiped all character data, Guy Gear Ready is still available. You just make your character, you can level, you can insta-level if you want to, you can progress through low-level stuff. PTR is much more of like focus testing. So on live, we have the entire stage open to us to kind of like navigate throughout, right? And on the PTR, the stage is still there, but they have a spotlight on the stage and they're like, everybody stay within this, please. So that's the biggest thing. They move that spotlight around, and sometimes when it goes to different parts of the stage, they want to reset on characters. Occasionally they'll be like, the gear vendor is not available right now. Sometimes they leave him up for level 15. Right now though, the gear vendor's at 25. So you could download the PTR, make your character, get your gear, be all set up right in that realm. Alright, we're up tremendous. I just made cats. If you guys need guild invite, message me real quick. It's gonna get wiped soon, but... Wait. Okay, cool. And I got a bunch of Seals of Valor. So I don't know if there's a way to use multiple, but I'm just gonna sit here and keep leveling cats. Oh wait, I think I lagged it out maybe? Oh no, never mind, we're good. Cats is almost level 2, boys! We're up tremendous. Guild upgrades. Oh, this new tree looks fancy. Well, it doesn't look fancy, but... Guild specialization skill points and guild utility skill points. Now keep in mind this is at rank 2. So there are 4 vertical columns and there are 10 expansion slots for guild size with your specialization points. And then your utility points are used for over on the right. So there are 2 columns on the left that are guild specialization points, guild plus members, guild increased luck and boss damage, guild war damage, increases damage done in guild wars, node wars, and sieges, and then processing time and quality. Then you have guild gathering XP, processing XP, crafting XP, gathering quantity and rarity, and crafting quality. So crafting quality has 3 upgrades. That's intriguing. Then your 2 right-hand columns, you have adventuring XP, weapon XP, XP depth multiplier reduction, Bilias for Firebrand, resource drop rate reduction, corruption reduction, max health and mana regen. Okay, understood. And it also looks like, since we hadn't leveled our guild before, when it levels up, it's not putting you back down to like 0 XP, so I think that it just keeps your prog, maybe? No, it actually does go back down to 0, I think. It goes 0 out of X. I think I just popped that many. But I'm just popping a bunch of Seals of Valor right now to try to juice some guild XP for the lads. I don't know how much we need to actually fully level. Oh no, we just hit 3 and it's 8 million out of 16 million. So we're up tremendous. I'm wondering if it doubles every time. But legendary guild Seals of Valor are giving us 100,000 XP per. And I grabbed quite a few of those hoes. So if anybody needs guild invite, feel free to DM me in just a sec. Cause I'm gonna get us some hopefully health and mana scaling, cause that'd be quite fire, if I do say so myself. It's gonna be pretty large impact, I think. Is class augments in the game yet? Class augmentation will be in 2026. I'd say probably towards the start of it if I had to guess. But with augmentation, that is going to likely come in after Summoner and after the archetype tree rework right now. So they're in the process of getting those 2 things out. The archetype tree rework, every archetype, every primary class basically, is going to be receiving ranks to their abilities. So right now it's just kind of like I select this ability or don't select this ability in terms of do I want to use it or do I not want to use it. And then from there, it gives me or doesn't give me the ability. Once ranks are added, you'll have different ranks, different strengths for abilities that you can allocate your points into. Will give your class more of a unique feel. As a tank, I could gear around or put my ranks around like defensive abilities, offensive abilities, utility stuff. Clerics could be like single target or AoE based. Bards could be based around certain buffs or damage things in caps. So that's going to bring a whole lot in. Summoner is likely going to come in after that if I had to guess, or synonymous to it, because it wouldn't really make sense for Summoner to come in and then have to get its tree reworked. So I think those will come in synonymously. And then from there, I would assume that's when we'd start getting our secondaries. It'll start with tank and cleric coming out first, and then from there we will get more of the archetypes, but it'll be free respec all the way through. Let's see. Confirm choices. Okay, so at guild level 4, we can have 110 people in the guild. That is massive. Guild XP is going to be fucking huge. I popped 200 of the guild XP things, the seals, and it got us 20 million XP. That brought us to level 4, 9 million away from level 5, and got us 110 total members, 6% max health and mana, and then 2% health regen and mana regen. That's kind of solid. I'm sitting at 5,800 HP right now. And I'm mitigated up. I might feel like a tank with this. I'm really excited for PvP. I was kind of a little bit upset about how tank was feeling previously because of the heavy armor debacle, but I really think I found a solid set that I'll be able to rock. This is good. This is very good. I can't wait to get some duels, get some team shit in. This is wonderful. She looks cool. Dude, secondaries and ability ranks are both going to add in so fucking much. Like, personalization of playstyle, just kind of like owning your character, so to say, is going to be massive. Absolutely massive. Can't wait for Cleric Summoner and Summoner Cleric. What are you trying to do with like the total class? Ready for 9 million summoners. Bro, but like 9 million summoners will be fine because summoners will just be able to group up with other summoners. That's the thing. There's like a no loss scenario if you have a party of 100 summoners. If you have fucking 5 summoners and 3 bards, congratulations, your group works. The fuck do you mean? 5 fighters and 3 tanks gonna work? Fuck me, right? Like 8-person summoner comp may actually fuck chicks. Phantom Sword. Phantom Sword is something that Curls just linked. Blue one-handed sword. 1174 fizz power. Missing its... Oh, never mind. There it is. 133 strength. 784 fizz speed. 303 fizz crit avoidance. 151 crit chance. And 151 max HP. So some max HP on that bad boy. That's intriguing. Either going cleric heals with heal pet or summoner side heals. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I will say the summoner cleric having the option to either ascend into like the life or the death side of the magic mastery is kind of fucking metal, dog. Because you'll have summoner clerics that are like, you know, all good and healy, and then you'll have summoner clerics that are just like the fucking emo kids that come up and like flip their hair and shit, and they're like, oh, I'm not healing you. It's gonna be so fucking fun. And I'm going to shit on all of them as a tank, while also leveling a summoner on the side. Because I play summoner in every single ARPG that I ever play. Alright, I'm filling up my water. It seems like there are people coming over for Firebrand. So we're going to do a PTR Firebrand kill. I'll get you guys the information on the loot coming out of that bad bitch. And then after Firebrand, we're going to be PvPing, I think, for most of the rest of the... Excuse me. Most of the rest of the night. I think we also want to try to get some caravan testing in. And get like a line of us on caravans, all like running vans with auto follow to see how that would interact. So like I auto follow the leader, someone auto follows me, someone auto follows me, someone auto follows me. How long to Firebrand? We're forming up group right now. So Bilius is in global inviting people. So if you guys are on PTR, message Bilius. I don't know if he's in chat or anything, but B-I-L-L-I-U-Z. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water and pee. bitches. So, I have a question for everyone. What is more fun for you? Just personally. Kind of what we have on the PTR right now, where everything is, I find a piece of gear, I loot the piece of gear, and then everybody figures out what the gear is, and we all mentally catalog that's good or that's bad. Or everybody goes on Codex and knows everything immediately. What is your preference? Genuine, like, honest answer. I will ask you to elaborate, probably. This will be on the quiz. But I'm curious what people prefer. There's no right or wrong answer. You will not be judged, because I use Codex, but I also enjoy the hunt of the items. But I'm curious what the community side kind of thinks. Would you rather go on Codex, or just say any third-party source, and have the entire loot database compiled? Or would you rather have it be like, it goes live, nobody knows anything, and then, you know, the knowledge is spread from there? A follow-up to that, with Codex, or a similar site, when would you ideally like to start sourcing gear from Codex? Would you like to do it before the stuff comes out, or would you like to do it like after everything drops? Like, so in terms of Codex updating, say the PTR hit and then everything was immediately sourced, right? And we knew right now what all of the gearing was, what everything was. There was no discovery left. It was all cooked, right? Do you think that would be good? I guess I shouldn't say it was all cooked because that shows my bias. But there wasn't any discovery left, right? So say we already knew where every piece of gear dropped. CSPB Tang Vythar, we went over this. But yeah, some people would prefer getting their hands on it as early as humanly possible. But personally, I kind of think like maybe a certain amount like before launch. Like patch notes go up before launch when the download opens for phase 3, and then synonymously Codex has an update ready where it's like patch notes are up, bam, Codex is up. I think that would be the coolest balance of timing between the two, so to say. I don't know, from at least my perspective, I feel as though that would be the coolest balance. Having the actual update go out, like the patch notes, and then having Codex update, so that way it's not all, you know, before patch notes hit, before anything actually comes into play, we know everything. I think sites that all have all information compiled when things come out is bad and totally against it. Personally, I'm against any site that solves things. Yeah, that's kind of the side that I lean on, Foop, but I also have a caveat, like a follow-up to this, and as a cat of logic, I'm sure you'll agree. In a world where things like this are going to exist anyways, either in the hands of a community that figures it out, in terms of like, you know, a private entity, or in terms of a public source, I do prefer the route that it's happening in the public eye with something like Codex, than a private, you know, it's only available to certain communities because certain communities are doing all of that. In an ideal world, the data mining and stuff would not be possible, I think, because I personally prefer the investigatory side of like figuring out loot, compiling loot. I like that. Not everybody does. In an ideal world anyways, that would be nice if things didn't exist. But like in a real, you know, iterative world right now, it does exist. And I think having it, again, out in the public like that is probably better for things, is kind of how I think about it. So if it's going to exist, I want it to be in the form of, you know, something like Codex or a website that's out there versus, you know, this guild has someone that data mines and is willing to do the dirty work. So unless your guild is willing to dig, then you're losing out on all that information, blah, 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 blah. But ideal and everything is, Dusty, do you still physically b-hop even though it does nothing? B-hopping still does stuff. Yeah, I mean, you still carry a little bit off of it. Now, I will say, yo, Lean God, how you doing, my boy? Phase 3 when? 26th of August for Phase 3. So 3 weeks from today. We'll have the anvils up. We'll have Unreal Engine 5.6, which is what we're playing over on the PTR right now. We'll have dynamic grittying, right foot creep, moon walking with the heat. So the reason for the pushback from the 4th to the 26th was so they could get a lot of the systems for Phase 3 that weren't quite like in a good spot, in a better spot. Obviously, nothing in development is going to be done, and I think there is a certain level of a trap that they can fall into where it's like, you know, we want to have a certain level of content quality when it is being put out. But there's always the element of this is an alpha. If you wait 2 months, it will always be in a better state unless something's fucking up. So, can I join your guild during Phase 3? Yeah, exclamation guild, dog. Just go through the new player kind of like introduction there. We have the onboarding all set up. Officer will reach out in your ticket once that's made. Pretty similar process to the New World stuff, where you just go through, get your roles, make your ticket, all of that shit. So you'll recognize it from that end of things. But exclamation guild, discord.gg/cats with abs, get all set up. No, I don't need more gear. God fucking damn it. I don't need the Revidium stuff. I have a full Revidium set in my inventory. It's poop. Just the Iron Wing, please. Please and thank you. I would love that very, very, very much. Milo, how are you doing, my friend? Does Firebrand destroy trees around him, or they didn't change that yet? Firebrand is currently in the Field of Stacked Stones in Jova. I don't believe it destroys trees currently. He, she, they, we, me, Wumbo. I don't think Firebrand destroys trees currently, but environmental effects and things like that would be extremely cool, especially when you think of like Tumok in the Riverlands as well. Having a big ass tree totem, it'd be super cool if there was like an environmental kind of like pick up a tree, cleave it down. Stuff like that'll probably be more in like the final polish. I will say sometimes Firebrand does do this really cool thing where they just bug out and reset a lot. So while we don't have trees being destroyed, we do still have cool features for your consideration during this alpha. It seemed better recently, though. It seemed a lot better recently. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Mahal. I appreciate you. But yeah, Emu, like, I don't know, but I keep forgetting you guys can't see my movement, by the way. Oh yeah, guild buffs are insane, by the way, Emu. Like, look at the guild tree, but just for perspective, this guild is level 4, which is 200 of the guild XP tokens at legendary. I don't know if they're all gonna be legendary or what, but that is 20 million guild XP to get to the point that we're at. I don't know if level 4 was 20 mil even, I was just clicking shit. But at level 4, 20 million out of 31 million to level 5, we have 3 points in max health and max mana, which gives us 6% max HP and 6% max mana. And then it also, we have 1 point in health and mana regen, so that's 2% more. And then we have 4 points in plus members. Adventuring XP? Nah, I don't think adventuring XP is worth it. Like, maybe in a leveling guild, right? But we've got to remember, too, there's a certain element of, like, putting your points in early guild allocation or putting your points in, like, late allocations. So from our standpoint, it would be better to have our main guild dumping everything we can into plus members. And then once that's maxed out, maybe consider going the route of, like, the war damage. But I don't think war damage will out-incentivize max members. Because unless it's making you do a fucking 40% more damage per point in Guild Wars, plus 15 max members on an all-call is going to be more impactful. So, like, I think from, like, a leveling perspective, maybe it'd be worth it to put that, you know, adventuring XP in, maybe for, you know, crafting guilds. The quality is definitely going to be valid. 3 points in 75% crafting quality, or 75 crafting quality is going to be nice. That's 225. That's fine. It's about 1% per stack of war. Oh, fuck that shit then. Yeah, if we're capping at level 10, give me 10 members. Like, give me plus 150 members, 200 member cap. Yeah, absolutely. You can have 10% more damage. I'll have 4 times the fucking members. Yeah. Members is OP. So we'll go members. We'll go 3 points health and mana. We'll go 3 points regen. And then we'll probably go, like, XP multiplier, maybe, or resource drop, maybe. Resource drop's probably solid. We don't really corrupt that much. But, yeah, I definitely think plus members is insane. And will be massively incentivized. Godchi! Hello, my friend. Dolmi? Ate. You'll have to forgive me. I'm new here. I'm a little rusty with things. So just be patient. You might cook me, but I'll try my best. Gonna go when you are. Is Toast gonna beat you up? You like that new grapple, by the way? That shit's kind of cool, huh? Wait, when did I switch to my melee? So grapple works now, God Chi. Fun fact, they fixed grapple. Grapple works really fucking well now. It's so nice. So they made it so you actually get, you didn't see the grapple? They changed it. So you throw it, well, I throw it, and then when it hits you, it's actually like a yeet. Like a quick pull instead of like a throw, and then you're like, ah. So I basically hit you and then you just teleport to me. Like it actually pulls you. So I throw the grapple and then I just set the wall and it instantaneously hits. They made grapple insane. Yep. It literally just blinks people over to you now. Dude, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Also, I fucked up my reflect at the start and thought I was gonna get cooked because of that. Yeah, grapple's nuts. Keep in mind, right now, a lot of people are incentivizing like power stacking like crazy because you can. I'm at 231 fizz power with this build. A lot of that is because I don't have like a force fortitude finesse set bonus because I'm using medium. Because if I don't use a medium set, I'm at 18% magic mitt. With this build, I'm at like 43% magic mitt. So that's nice. My mitigation's kind of juiced, so it feels good. But we're killing Firebrand and then we're getting PvP in. So come help kill Firebrand, and then we get PvP in. We'll do a lot of duels and shit. We have some things we want to test with caravans too, because they also just added the /follow command today for being in a group with somebody. So like if you're in the group, you can auto follow somebody now. You can do it on mounts. So what we want to try to do is get a caravan train together where one person's driving and then everybody else is just /follow. I feel like that would be an absolute fucking banger. And would be such a quality of life. They reverted rogue hook basically and pasted grapple to like I thought they should have. I mean, grapple feels fucking nice in terms of tank. I don't know if you're talking about like rogue specific grapple in terms of like you thought they should have. Or like what they changed about the rogue shit. But like, tank grapple feels phenomenal right now. It feels absolutely insane. I also figured out how to actually build like a tank and gear like a tank. So I'm at 5660 HP and I have high mitigation again. So I'm really happy about that, man. I think that I found the secret sauce to tank success over here. And I will say it's exactly what I predicted it to be. It's just I wasn't wearing the fucking medium set because the medium set doesn't have any other set bonuses on it, which is unfortunate. But once we find medium sets or light sets that do have actual set bonuses, that incentivization is fucking massive. The medium armor set bonus, just giving like both mitigations by 8.4% is redonkulous. Redonkulous. Honestly, I could even go like 5 light if I really wanted to, if I found 5 light pieces, and just go with that magic mitt, because grid is going to bridge the gap anyways and keep me relatively even. So I could be sitting like 50% magic mitt, probably like 52, 55% fizz mitt if I had a light set. The prospects are endless, boys. The prospects are endless. I think that I'm on the verge of becoming unkillable before this even goes live. Not unkillable, but like I'm feeling tanky again. When I was doing scrims yesterday, I was in a heavy set and a mage would look at me and blow me up. And now I feel like I can actually survive. Now, of course, that's not with 7 mages looking at me all at the same time and trying to blow me up, but it is what it is. We do what we can. Heal crit's so good for cleric. Are you actually scaling the percentage like crazy off of it? Or is it just spell crit in general? Did you get like a specific heal crit? Also, who else needs invites to guild? Because we have a lot of room. We have a whole lot of room for people. I want tank to have more wrestling moves. Powerbomb. Tank powerbomb special. What if we just get like a finisher combo where it's like if target is stunned hit them with a 619 from the middle rope, like, you know, throw them through the rope, get a running start, 619 finisher, pin the target for 3 seconds, and then they die. I feel like that would be a reasonable addition. Yeah, nah, Emo, I'm actually with that. She would sell copies? Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Maybe just add in like a steel chair weapon as well, and then like a magic steel chair for the casters. I gotta be in your party to follow? Yes, you cannot harass me with the auto follow. That is correct. If you want to harass a streamer, then you're gonna have to follow them yourself like a man. You gotta put in the legwork when Asmongold's coming to town. I don't see this update. It's not in the patch notes because Intrepid thinks that they're a bunch of haha quirkies and they don't put every update in the patch notes all the time at all. They also didn't put an update to Tank Grapple in the patch notes, where Tank Grapple is buffed expo fucking nentially. Voil. I am up so tremendous. I am a vanquisher of everything right now. I am a fucking demon with the new grab. And I figured out some tanking stuff. So invite me, I want to see if this works. It does work. Yeah. But basically they made grapple like massive. Massive. You can still like, you know, hit your graps and shit and miss them. But grapple, if it hits right now, once it hits, it's like a quick yacht in and you're like teleporting to me. It's fucking ridiculously good. You can only make a judgment based on 1v1s. Results will vary based on player skill. I mean, 1v1s are cooked entirely. I think 1v1s are like the corniest form of gameplay anyways, because it's usually just like dependent on TTK, dependent on gearing, dependent on a lot of things. What's your name on PTR? Not Dusty, but Bilius is raid leader. We're over at Stack Stones right now because Firebrand is up. So we're gonna do Firebrand and then we're gonna reclaim our PvP area and then we shall be PvPing. Be a lot of work to put everything into patch notes and would take away the opportunity to go see if things changed. No, absolutely, absolutely, I don't mind. But there's some sly bastards for it. There's some sly bastards for it. It's not the first time it's happened and it's not the last time it's gonna happen. And it's also not the last time I'll call them sly bastards. I don't know. 1v1 was the best form of PvP, disregard the rogue icon next to my name. Listen, now that I can catch rogues, I think I hold rogues down and fuck them on PTR. Alright, are we gonna go? I'm ready whenever. I'm more than down. What's this other tank running? Oh, he's like full heavy on that shit. Full heavy on that shit. Yo, Manplex, how you doing, my friend? If you remember, I spoke about that I wanted to get into the game in Alpha 3, got invited to the creator program. Looking forward to covering the game Alpha 3. We'll prepare to check your content more often. Yo, that's sick, dude. They sent out they sent out invites. That's fucking fire. Congratulations. I don't know that many people have gotten invited to that at all, so that's huge. So, who reached out? Was it like Maggie or somebody else? That's fucking sick. Hopefully that comes with some cool benefits and stuff to it, man. I don't necessarily know like what their plans are or anything for it, but that's massive. Large stuff being all in patch notes would be necessary for the most part, probably not now. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even be shocked if there were like some shadow notes and shit that came in over the course of, you know, launch too. Not like shadow notes, but things that aren't necessarily featured in the notes. There are a lot of small changes because it's not even necessarily like, can I invite? Stop, where are you? Jump, I gotta find you. Oh, I see you. Oh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Invite to guild. Zob, you're in, brother. You're absolutely up tremendous. But yeah, I think a nice thing about Ashes is always the discoverability of things. So, it's wonderful. Think I don't have a name, just PR. Gonna get a name soon, and I think it might eventually be introduced. Not sure. Interesting. Interesting. So, like, what are the immediate plans and stuff? That's huge, dude. That's huge. Hopefully you get to, like, meet people and get more, like, integrated with it. Because there are a couple of, like, different modes. Not modes, but I guess, like, programs with it that they'll have set up too. So there'll be like a mentor program too for people that are in what's called Bardic College, where like they'll basically invite smaller content creators into the Bardic College, content creators that they want like in their pipeline, so to say, that aren't quite ready for it. And then once those people are ready, they'll get pulled up to the main program. So that's cool. There'll probably be a lot of an opportunity for people to like teach people up too. It's kind of tremendous. It's a Memplex. Hi, Fupo. So you also are a Memplex fan. It's cool how like the entire Ashes content scene kind of like loops into itself. Not necessarily like loops into itself, but a lot of the Ashes content scene supports each other. It makes me really happy, man. I think that having a tight-knit community of content creators that are all kind of like cheering for each other and trying to, you know, trying to bring the entire directory up along the way is fucking phenomenal, if you ask me. I think that some directories definitely fall into a little competitive mentality sometimes, and it's natural, but there are directories that truly like chew themselves up because content creators have such a discontent for each other sometimes. And I really do love the fact that over here, everyone's just kind of like cheering for each other and everyone's hoping for Ashes to progress as a whole. That's massive though. I'm glad that they're sending out invites to it finally, man. It's been a long-awaited, process for invites to actually go out. So they've been saying for a while they're going through programs, going through applications, going through this, going through that. So that's fucking cool. Chat. I hope if you guys are making Ashes content, you got your applications in. They're always up. Had Friendly Adam on it for a while. Yes, the arcane one. I've run into him a couple times, and I know to my knowledge that go to Dusty and kill what he is killing. I do know that he's been grinding it. I don't think he's smited me yet either. So that's wonderful. We've run into the arcane Adam before though, yes. A hard worker that one is. Brother's probably been up to his ears in applications for a goddamn while. I do not envy having that much admin stuff to handle. I actually saw him before he joined Intrepid for a while over from Corsair. Oh, really? Interesting. Interesting. So, is Fupo Corsair fan? And what makes Fupo like Corsair so much, and why is it Elgato? Because Elgato is the best part of Corsair that nobody knows is a part of Corsair, in my opinion. Yo, welcome back, Memplex. And congrats again, dude. I didn't even realize you got the ad. I was just yapping the entire time. So they're gonna have 2 different programs up for the content creator program too. So I was actually talking about like, from a standpoint of like, if you got into the main one, which is fucking huge, by the way, I think you're one of the first people that I've actually heard of that's getting into it, which is massive. So we know they're sending invites out now, which is huge, but they're also gonna have the Bardic College, which is like the content creator program that is underneath, like not underneath, but it's for like smaller content creators that need a little bit more kind of like, you know, setting up and getting in place before they're in the main content creator program. So like maybe smaller ones, maybe people that just need a little bit more help with their content, getting it to a different level. And so there'll probably be with like the actual content creator program, like the big one, a lot of opportunities to mentor the people that are in the Bardic College too, which I think is really cool. I went on this whole rant about how like the Ashes content scene as a whole, because you mentioned you gotta like study up and do that shit. The Ashes content scene as a whole is an incredibly supportive community. There are not a lot of people that are making like dedicated Ashes content at this point, right? And those that are very incredibly supportive of each other and always like lurk in streams and shit, check out videos. And it's much more of a like, everyone wants to see the directory build and like the community grow instead of this kind of like competition scarcity mentality. So if there's ever an element of like, man, I gotta make sure I come correct into this directory, nah, bro. You just start whipping out content, and that's something that everybody in the Ashes scene will immediately start loving. It's definitely a game that has a lot to it already in its alpha state, but like, that just means there's more content to make from my standpoint, man. Just happy to get into it? Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I mean, that's the biggest thing is, in my opinion, just getting into it in the first place. A lot of people are not ready to take the jump quite yet, and I get that. I get that. Narc's the only content creator I can't stand, and that Dusty guy. Fucking hate him sometimes. Community in the comments of the video where I mentioned I wanted to get into it's very supportive. Dude, we're just happy to have more people over here. Honestly. Like, the more people that are in the directory showing this game in like an organic manner instead of a very baity, angry, weird video that's just meant to get comments for engagement in the algorithm, like, it's refreshing, to say the very least, to have people that are over here because they're excited about Ashes, not because they're excited to make a clickbait video. So, like I said, man, the entire community it's an incredibly supportive one. We go through ebbs and flows of player base just like every other playtest or live service does. We're in definitely a valley right now instead of a peak. But it is what it is, and I'm very confident that, you know, P3 and beyond hit and everything just kind of explodes from there. We have 24/7 coming for the server itself, which is, in my opinion, going to be fucking massive for players and content creators getting into it, but sure, ever glaze nor hate a game, just show positive and negative aspects always. Too many people simply glazing or hating. Yeah, exactly. And I think that a lot of people also forget, like, it's okay to be excited about things and show that you're excited about things, but so many people are willing to ignore negatives and not talk about them in a constructive manner while also just, you know, overinflating the positives, or ignore positives while overinflating the negatives. And I think that it's very important to be able to acknowledge both of those things and, you know, the benefits and the drawbacks. Like, this is a hugely community-based game, and not everybody is going to have the experience one-to-one that I, as a content creator, have with, you know, building a community and always having people to play with and shit like that. So I always try to just give everybody kind of like, you know, I'm an optimistic person. I'm not too, you know, not too doom and gloom about stuff, because when a change comes in that's not good, I'm just like, it'll get better. So that's usually my take over here, but we definitely have a fair share of doomers and copers over here, and I think that it takes a little bit of everything to balance it all out. What the fuck? Firebrand is tweaking right now. All right, Firebrand's back. We're good. But yeah, I think over the course of phase 3, the Ashes community is going to grow to something that not a lot of people thought it was going to be, especially at this early state in alpha. Even on just like my small end of things, like I have more people reaching out to me every day about phase 3 time frames, what's gonna be new, what's gonna be here, when it's gonna be here. So it's great, man. I'm really excited. I'm very, very, very excited. Overall, it's a great community. There are, of course, some of the sweaty crowd that can be rowdy, but Ashes overall is a really eclectic community from many different backgrounds. Fubo, you wanna know what's crazy? I see more doom and gloom from casual players and PvEers, gatherers and refiners and crafters than I do like the sweaty sweats. Now, of course, the sweaty sweats do have an outspoken few who are just like, if it's not a full PvP map, it's dog shit, right? But the people that are on Reddit bitching, the people that are in Discord bitching, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Rowdy doesn't mean doomers? Fair. Fair. Yeah, I guess, rowdy, yeah, could describe a whole lot of things. There are some people that do love their gamer words over here, and Discord seems to be their safe haven to use some of them sometimes. But, we don't condone that shit. We do not condone that. Oh, we got Cinder Song over here. Oh, why are you putting more regen on shit, Intrepid? Cinder Song, heroic two-handed bow, 3,895 fizz power, 430 fizz crit power, 294 strength, 334 max mana, 584 health regen, and 417 crit power. Is not bad. It's not great. I don't think it's that good. Vythar won it. Absolutely tremendous. Might just be you. What's with the game sound in the background? What do you mean? Everything's synced up. Are you going crazy, Memplex? Has the content finally gotten to you? The brain rot, it's consuming you. You're gonna be in a Meat Canyon video eating your own toes soon. No, so Tuesday, Wednesday until phase 3, the live environment goes down, and the private test realm right now is up 24/7 until the start of phase 3 and then beyond that. So exclamation delay will get you an article that has in it a graphic. It's like a calendar that shows the server uptimes. So the PTR, the private test realm, that's up 24/7 until phase 3 and beyond phase 3 start. It'll stay 24/7. The private test realm is visually NDA'd, but it's not audio or verbal NDA. So we just kind of like on downtime days, come over here, do some streams, yap about what we're yapping about. Kind of just chill and update people on the PTR, play with people on the PTR. We're about to get some PvP reps in. We just killed a world boss. But unfortunately, the visual NDA kind of like, for lack of a better term, cucks all content being fluid. So the bad part is that people can't see the gameplay. The good thing is that you mentioned 770 days in a row is insane. Since I came over to Ashes, even on the downtime days before PTR was available, I wasn't outside of the directory. I very much spent a lot of time on Tuesdays and Wednesdays with Ashes Wiki pulled up, Ashes Codex pulled up, sourcing as much information, as many drops, as many pieces of gear, as much everything as I could. So the days of, yapping the entire day without anything to yap about are much easier now, even though people can't like directly see what we're doing on the PTR. At least we're able to do something and enjoy the game and learn a whole lot to prep for P3. So we've been over on the PTR today. They have the gear vendor back up, Guy Gear Ready. So we are able to level to 25 instantly, get some gear sets. So we got our gear sets. We ran out to the Goondark and we did a pocket dungeon out there to see what some of the new drops were going to be. That's not all like publicly compiled yet. So we're trying to source all of the info that we can. We're trying to, on our end of things, get some dual reps in and see what we can do to just kind of like get more familiar with everything for phase 3. We've got 3 weeks now until phase 3, and it's entirely different from the engine the game is running on to the movement system that we're using in PvP to the gearing that we're, being hit with and hitting people with. So it's nice. It's very nice over here. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but once you get used to it, it feels phenomenal in my opinion. I think there is not a lot bad with this. Take our crafting very serious. Okay, I went over this though yesterday. We talked about this. I think the people that take gathering, refining, and crafting very serious took it seriously enough to stay through the slightly bad changes when Intrepid was like, ayo, these bad changes are going to, surpass. This is just or they will pass, like this is just a temporary thing, right? They iterated that pretty smooth in my opinion. At least I thought. Maybe I'm wrong there, but a lot of people just kind of got extremely reactive about it and ended up like hitting the dip set, and then a few weeks after they left, everything kind of fixed itself, and the ratios that they were upset about were entirely fixed and all of their problems were solved. But a lot of people just got extremely reactive extremely early, threw a fit, and then they were like, I'm leaving, I'm going somewhere else, fuck this. And then everything that they were worried about in the first place just got kind of like fixed. It's confusing to me. Oh. So sorry if you weren't ready, Toast. I think 230 fizz power is more than enough fizz power. Tank feels scary on the PTR. Wait, why are there 2 Dusties on screen? Giant me. What the fuck? Get off the screen, giant me. Oh my god, that's so scary. Oh my god. Holy shit. That was like seeing fucking Godzilla going through your hometown, chat. That was abso-fucking-lutely terrifying, if you ask me. Ungodly terrifying. Thoughts, prayers, considerations. Yo, Memblags, have a good one, brother. I appreciate you popping by. Congrats again. It's a Pirate Software mouse? Wait, what's a Pirate Software mouse? Don't tell me I have to change my fucking mouse. What's the Pirate Software mouse? Bro, do not tell me he uses a Pink G Pro wireless. At times, things need to be broken to be fixed, or be tilted to an extreme to gather data. At those times, things will not feel good. Yeah, absolutely, Fupo, I agree. And when those things are not feeling good, I feel like Intrepid is very much like, hey guys, bite the pillow, it's about to get rough for a few minutes. And they give us a little heads up, but some motherfuckers still want to scream and try to wake everybody in the house up. And it's like at a certain point, just fucking put the pillow in your mouth. You're causing a ruckus. And nobody cares about the goddamn ruckus that you're causing. It's just annoying. So, at a certain point, We just gotta bite the pillow for a little bit. We gotta give feedback on like thumbs up, thumbs down, and that's all. We wait for it to get better. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm here for it. I actually want to see if sales for pink mice drop. I mean, so, Jesus Christ, hold on. Okay, sorry, one sec, clerk. I mean, like, the pink G Pro wireless in itself, like the OG pink G Pro wireless, the one that I was actually showing, this one is no longer available because it's like, this is the original G Pro wireless, not the super light. That was like a limited time drop, and they did different charities with each of those drops. So, whoops. Yeah, Keith, I sent the wrong invite, dog. That's my bad. That's my bad. But yeah, so I ended up getting one of those, and then I have this as well, which is the G Pro Wireless Super Light. I like the Super Light substantially less than I like the, you know, regular G Pro itself. I like the weighting over on the regular one a little bit more. Yo, Pollock, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Hope you're well. Dude told me he's coming back on the 26th. I mean, I hope he does. Brings a good community with it. Like, not necessarily like a good positive community. Brings some shiz with it for sure. But he does bring a lot of players with him, to say the very least. And more players seeing Ashes and being a part of Ashes is overwhelmingly good for Ashes. He is undeniably an absolutely massive content creator, and will be huge to get into the game again if he does end up staying and doesn't just end up throwing baby fits about everything, at least in my opinion. Now, will he do that? Who knows, man? Who the heck knows? Is there a potential? Absolutely. I'm dueling a cleric right now. They're using short bow. Emu, don't hit the cleric. It's a duel. No hit cleric. This is my battle to fight. Oh wait, you're not hitting the cleric, are you? What's happening here? Oh wait, I got him in the blender. Yeah, I just killed the cleric. I can just 100-0 clerics. This is sick. 230 fist power, by the way. I am scary over here with this build. I just 100-0 to cleric, that 100-0 at Zoppington. I'm feeling nice. Who's coming? Pirate Software supposedly is returning on the 26th. So we'll see if that actually happens. If it does, be a whole lot of content. Down to have some good fights. Stack stones in Jova. Imagine he would eventually. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I just think, and I don't want to say this in like a sounding mean way, but there will be a lot of content waiting here that a lot of people had wanted to have for a while. And I hope that he is ready for a lot of content, to say the very least. I think that a lot of the community will probably be very prepared to greet him at the door. And I think that there will be very likely many guilds who want to have some content, you know? To say the absolute least. Hope he gets all the content he deserves and none of the content he wanted. Yeah, I mean, I think that's gonna be a lot of what it is. I'm not gonna lie. Something tells me that it's gonna be a lot of the content that he deserves and not the content that he straight up wanted. Might just be a mega alliance. You won't even need a mega alliance is a thing. Like, you simply won't need that type of alliance against it. He's not that strong anymore. And I mean, he wasn't really that strong against Fed in the first place. And like, they got relatively cooked in that whole regard. So like, then Fed came over here and Fed struggled to get established against a lot of the like, you know, Vira, sweaty comp guilds, whatever you had. And so like, it's a whole thing, man. It's definitely a whole thing. There are levels to everything in Ashes. Just like there are levels to these duels, Mr. Cleric Man. Get ready to meet your demise. I'm feeling another 100-0 against another Cleric, man. I'm feeling good right now in the duels. I'm feeling good right now with the medium armor. It's absolutely massive for the boys. Massive for the culture. Massive for me. I'm loving it. I'm feeling like an absolute brick wall right now. I am just gaining HP and mana against this cleric, and they are getting, like, walked down no matter what they do. Oh, baby. Oh, baby, they're weak. They're also low on mana. Any PvP going on? Him, Jim, Jova, Stack Stones. All of the PvP is happening right now. All of the PvP. It is time. Oh, yeah. Nah, dude. I'm scary right now. I am fucking terrifying. The medium armor was the play. Just heavy armor is such a throw. I think every single person should be medium right now. It's so fucking OP. I'm getting just walking around. I'm sitting with my grid up. 58.4% Fizzmit and 43.2% Magic Mitt. And I feel like I'm regenning a whole lot of HP. Whole lot of HP. I feel real nice right now. Zoppington, best of luck to you, sir. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. I feel scary, man! I feel very scary right now, Zop. I'm telling you, I'm a bad, bad man right now. I'm doing some terrible things. Pirate to join Polar. I don't think Polar would let Pirate in. I mean, maybe they would. I don't want to speak for Polar. PTR, yes. PTR Stack Stones. Maybe they would. And I think that may be his best chance. But I don't think Polar would. Polar, that's all? Yeah, but I don't even know if they would let Pirate Software in. Probably a better shot with Aura. I mean, that's true. Like, if he joined, like, a competitive community and brought in a bunch of casuals to that competitive and was basically just groveling and like, hey, I'd like to join your community, please, sir, protect me. Then maybe, but do you also think that he would let him do that? Would he be willing not to be in charge, though? Yeah, like, would he be willing to not be actual pirates and be a part of another community? Because if not, I don't necessarily think he's going to have the draw of experienced players. There are a lot of players that are getting picked up by experienced PvP communities coming in. A lot of players that were floating in like the free agent pool are getting picked up by Supple coming over from New World and Throne and Liberty. Like they are going to come in with a lot of momentum, a lot of people. That's another very dedicated PvP community that'll be coming into Ashes for Phase 3. And they're gonna scoop up a lot of active PvPers that are just floating about. On top of that, you've got your established communities. You've got us always recruiting. You've got Polar always recruiting. You've got Aura always recruiting. You've got the EU guilds always recruiting. You've got the rest of the PvP scene always recruiting. With guilds that are looking to get into PvP, with guilds that are new to PvP, trying to get more established. Like, everybody is always recruiting. What if we invite him to our guild? We'd get so much PvP. Casual pirates. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Pirate is a clubhouse cancer at this point. Only guild he can join is his. Well, I don't think he'd want to join anything other than his either. And in all fairness, like, he has a few thousand people to watch his stream every day still, even after losing 2/3 of his viewership. Like, dude lost 10,000 viewers average and still has more viewers right now than I'll ever have. So, like, it is what it is. He's still doing well. He could still come in with a very large community, but there's a certain level of, like, if you couldn't do it with 15, can you do it with 5? And I don't think that that's going to be the case, especially after losing a lot of the competitive punch from that 15 side. So, more the merrier. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just excited to have a lot of content, P3. Like, we're ramping up for the most competitive content that we can get, win or lose. If there is an opportunity for a guild versus guild deck, we will be throwing it out. We will have multiple guild scrolls that we make very early. We have a lot of organization in place that we didn't have previously, a lot of experience that we didn't have previously. So, like, we're just waiting to give some content out. That's all. That's all. They'll find their niche if they work at it. See, that's the thing, though. I don't necessarily know that, like... Also, you have 2 trips. Brother, I have 5 trips and a stun. I'm fighting this cleric and they go, don't finish me this time, the hike sucks. And then they go, also, you have 2 trips? And I message them back and I go, I have 5 trips in a stun with a smiley face. And I wonder how they're feeling inside right now. Because that's not an exaggeration. I have... Oh no, sorry, it's only 4 trips in a stun and then a grapple and a wall. 1, 2... Yeah. Yeah. I have a lot of trips. Cleric has a trip too. I have a lot of trips. How's targeting vans work now? So basically the new van UI, you click on the van or the van nameplate, and then there's like an attack or defend that pops up. And then once that pops up, you are good to go. You can also opt into convoys through that as well. Bro, this let me tell you. I'll finish you. Do you want to reset? I'll try not to kill you. I'll try not to kill you. But yeah, so peep grapple now. Ready? Try to react to this after. Hold on, I'll just throw it. Oh wait, hold on. This guy wants smoke. We do this. Okay, hold on. I'll be with you in a sec. Do the convoys work? We haven't tested that yet. I think we are trying to test the convoys today. We're doing some PvP reps, and then we'll probably try to do convoys because we had a couple ideas with those. One of which we wanted to do like an auto follow convoy basically for funsies, like for some ha-has and some quirkies, and figured that would be quite fun. So we're thinking about doing one of those bad boys, and basically just trying to do like a follow the leader auto run caravan type situation. I think that would be super cute. And then from there, I don't know, probably just chilling. So we haven't tested convoys yet. We haven't tested the auto follows on like multiple vans, like a train of follows like we want to test. Multiple things that we still gotta get the info from, if I do say so myself. Excuse me. I feel very beefy against this cleric because of this gear set. I feel real good. They're trying to purify off their wound stacks, and I just keep walking them down right now. And if they don't just dedicate full healing to themselves, then I can just keep pressing forward. It's intriguing. You also have a regen buff and thorns. Weird. I'm not in group. That is 100 regenerating. Hold on, let me relog and see if that goes away. Sorry about that. I did not notice any of that. Let me relog. I shouldn't have any buffs on me, but we relog. That should help even it up a little bit. The grapple tilts me more than all those strips combined. Bro, grapple feels phenomenal now. And it does actually make sense, by the way, hear me out, that if I grapple you and pull you, that you would get yossed. Cause like if I throw the grapple, you're not gonna come back when I like yeet at like a very slow pace. You're gonna get like whoosh, and that's what's happening. So now you get kind of like the yeet pull over, and it pulls honestly like 85% of the time every time. This shit's kind of insano style. I'm liking it because I can also combo my wall. I can combo a melee range trip with it a lot more consistently. So now I'm grap tripping people. Oh my fucking god, dude, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so ungodly excited. First week's gonna be a bloodbath. First week is gonna be fucking chaotic. Thought PTR is NDA, but you can stream it. So we are basically streaming audio only and yapping about it. It is a visual NDA. It's not covered by verbal or audio aspects in any way, shape, or form. So the visuals that you're seeing are from a VOD from a couple days ago where we were running a shitload of caravans and stuff. So that's why the visuals are a little desync from the audio. But there is nothing else that's like synced up with that. You're getting a bleed from the thorns? Wait, no, I have a bleed in my tree, watch. When I combo you, you'll get a bleed, usually. Yeah, that's the bleed that you're getting. That's from my longbow tree. So for once, oh, it's from thorns? Oh, you're getting another one from thorns? Oh, that's lame. Well, stop cooking yourself on the thorns. Oh, yeah, 6-second one. Yeah, that makes sense. How do I get the thorns off? Do I have to like full log for 3 minutes? Or do the people that cast it on me need to do something else? Grapple made AV8 kind of hard when it worked. Well, grapple should make 8v8s kind of hard. It should be something that you have to play around. What the hell you mean? Yeah, grapple should be a very impactful thing. Now, keep in mind, I could always grapple somebody in, and then the person that I grapple in hits like a big, you know, a big freeze or something, but they recast it on themselves, so it'll remove it from you. I don't know who fucking put it on me in the first place, which is the problem. That's the thing. Now, I could probably just log out for 3 minutes and let my character full log out. And then I should be fine, TM? I think. But yeah, grapple's missed. Like, if I throw the grapple at you and during the animation itself, like, it's a 1.1 second cast and it does still have travel time, right? And so if you roll backwards, like, you can still dodge, but it's just like, if it hits you, you're probably getting yossed. And if you stay in range. Very, very likely. Try right-clicking the buff. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a no-go over here so far. Unfortunately. Don't get to leave? Well, I wasn't gonna leave. I was gonna relog on my character for 3 minutes, foop. I got buffs on me, and people are saying that it's not the power of the tank because they're non-believers now. They don't want to believe in the tank boofs as they have come to us and been delivered to us by Tank Almighty up above. Like, they're looking the gift horse in the mouth, and they're refusing it, foop. I'm not going anywhere, buddy. I was worried about tank feeling pretty rough against casters, but through the power of medium armor, which, you know, empowers me through the state of California, I feel revitalized, I feel renewed, I feel rejuvenated. It's feeling wonderful on this end of things. Now, I will say I think medium armor is probably a little too strong at this point in time, if I had to wager a guess. Are you gonna charge up a full judgment here? No? Grapple. Yeah, like, that grapple just got avoided. Not that you guys can see it, but I went to grapple the cleric that I'm fighting, and they back rolled, and when they back rolled, they were able to avoid, like, the grap pressure. So, that's nice. It's not like 100% just guarantee that it hits. It's consistent, though. So, like, I pulled them, and then once the pull, like, was, like, on them, they kind of hit the back roll, and it brought them out of it. But it is very punishing if you do get hit. How many guild points we got to spend? We have 7 now. Oh my god! Guild upgrades. We have 3 utilities and 3 specializations. So, if we go... Do you want me to, like, just fuck around with anything? Because I don't think... We can't respec it. I'm gonna put 3 more into size, just to keep scaling that up. It's gonna wipe anyways. And then I'll finish out our health and mana regen, and then resource drop, maybe? Resource drop. All right, guild tree is updated. 206 million to level 8. Oh my fucking god. That's a lot of clicking, brother. That's a lot of clicking. But yeah, it's crazy how fun PvP is with a better movement system and with abilities that function. Even if I'm dying in duels, I'm like, oh wow, at least my shit's working. Now, since I figured out the gearing, I'm not dying. Mitigation is king right now. Pen also doesn't have a ton of options in current, like, gearing, and they took out most penetration. So mitigation is going to be fucking massive. And I think as a tank, capitalizing around mitigation and being willing to drop a little bit of my power is nice. What's your opinion on any armor type, any class outlook from a practical standpoint? How do you think it'll affect the game later down the road? It opens up people to customize however the fuck they want to, in any way, shape, and form. And you will also have a little bit of a puzzle now, piecing together certain things. So with the PTR, the private test realm, they have more of an incentivization on gear sets themselves. So at 5 pieces of medium armor, I have 8.4% magic and physical mitigation added on. If you're in heavy 5 pieces, you get Physmit. If you're in light 5 pieces, you get Magic Mit. So those are very, very, very large in terms of acquiring just those. Then you have Force, Fortitude, or Finesse. Those 3 set bonuses can also be on pieces of gear, so you can get your armor weight and your FFF. So Force is 20%-ish increased strength and int. Finesse is dex and wisdom. Fortitude is con and mentality. So there are sub options that you can also piece together to get the most out of your gear set. Then you also have the actual item bonuses like Ruvidium, like the Rosarium Guard, like Bloom Warden. So you have your actual put together sets as well. So you have 3 different types of set bonuses so far that you're playing off of to put together your entire gear set on the private test realm. And I feel like a lot of what we'll see is like, okay, I need to wear 5 pieces of this to get the mitigation that I want to, and then I have 3 more pieces to fill. So I could have 5 pieces of light, 2 of which have force, 2 of which have finesse, 1 of which has fortitude. Then I could run my other 3 pieces as a mixture of medium and heavy, and then I could have those 3 have all force or all finesse. So that would be a way to kind of like diversify my gear sets into what I actually want them to be. You can fine tune your mitigation to exactly where you feel it needs to go. So I have 2 tanks right now with 2 different gear sets over on the private test realm. One of them is wearing heavy gear, and it is very fizz skewed, too fizz skewed. Heavy gear is bad. One of which is wearing medium gear. Now, medium is less incentivized right now because on our Griffin set, we're not getting a Griffin set bonus or a Force Fortitude Finesse. So we're quite literally missing out on 20% of a main stat. But we are getting the 5-piece medium bonus, which is giving us the bonus to magic and physical mitigation. And medium gear is also going to be that balanced like mitt in itself. So my mitigation went from like 60% and 23% to, with grid up, 54%, 58.4 and 43.2%. So I was getting absolutely shredded by casters. Now I'm eating casters alive. Now I'm actually eating everybody alive. I don't necessarily think I lose a duel right now, maybe to a bard, but I also feel like I'm hitting hard enough to deal with a bard in a very meaningful way. So right now I'm trying to figure out where I want to go in terms of like Iron Wing chest versus Griffin chest. I'd be losing 4% crit power for 5.4 fizz power. And I'd be losing 84 HP. I'd be gaining mana. Actually, I wouldn't be losing that much HP because the Iron Wing chest is going to have more con on it anyways. So I go from 5660 to 5619. That's not bad at all. It's 41 HP for a 5 power gain. And I also gain a little bit of attack speed because it's got some dex on it. I think I'm going to rock the Iron Wing chest. That's also going to help the mitigation just a little tiny bit because 100 more fizz and magic mitt. Wait a second. 36.9, 36.7. That doesn't seem right. Why is my magic mitigation higher? Oh, interesting. Right. So basically I went to switch on the Iron Wing chest over my heroic Griffin tunic, and because the Iron Wing chest is only blue, it brought down the medium set bonus quality to where it was a mitigation downgrade. That I'll look I can get behind. I'm just worried about goofy trolley stuff in PvE content like light armor tanks or weird things like that. Maybe I'm just used to traditional rules and MMOs. Well, so light armor tanks are actually not that bad. Tanks have a few things that are like additive mitigation scaling, and one of the primary things that we're upkeeping is grit. So grit gives us 20% physical mid exclusively for 20 seconds. So with grit, we also get supernatural grit, which gives half of our grit mitigation to our magic. So we get 20% fizz, 10% magic mid. So as a tank, since we have, you know, a lot of natural fizz mid anyways, going a route of like light armor isn't going to reduce someone's like actual tankiness because there are mobs that do magic damage and fizz damage. Personally, I don't really think a heavy armor tank can be viable for that either. Every piece is like the same total mitigation. It's just like on a heavy piece, you have 100 fizz mit. On a light piece, you have 100 magic mit. And then on a medium piece, you have 50 fizz, 50 magic, right? So it's not necessarily a matter of like, you're a tank wearing light gear, you're throwing because you're so squishy. It's more just like, oh, you're a tank? Well, this fizz mob's hitting you really hard. Make sure you have your grit up and make sure you're blocking big attacks. I think that's probably more along like the vibe of what people will notice. Like, yes, a suboptimal build will feel suboptimal, but there will also be a lot of room for exactly that goofy trolley stuff as long as people are taking into account the rest of their build, you know, as a functional thing. I think that's more along the line of just like player agency between like different weapons being viable, different armor scalings. I mean, shit, there's a reason why I have 2 different tanks right now. One of them is in heavy gear, one of them is in medium gear, and I can just switch back and forth. And that's over on the private test realm, of course. But like, I'm bouncing back and forth, testing like how up to 270 power can feel. And now for this group versus group stuff, like I was dueling at 231 and I was still 100 to 0ing people in my combo. So now I'm gonna go with, instead of a greatsword, putting on a mace and a shield, and I'm dropping from, you know, 270 on one of my tank builds to 214.6 here. And I guarantee I'm still gonna be beefy enough to make sure that I'm good. It's much better explaining coming from you. Yeah, of course, of course. Do you think set mixing will be the jam? I think so. I just think it'll be a large incentivization. Like right now, the only way to get that extra mitigation that I talked about, so like my medium set is giving me a buff with 5 pieces on that gives me 8.4% magic and physical mitigation both. So that's really powerful. Now that's not a set bonus that has like 3, 5, 7 set bonuses. That's just a Stark 5. So I think people will chase 5 of what they want to chase for their main mitigation, which is going to be medium, I'll be completely honest. There's no way to there's no reasonable, like, I don't know, incentivization to skew full fizz or full magic, in my opinion, especially in group versus group stuff or PvE stuff or anything like that. I think medium's just better for the 5-piece, and then I think you'll fill with the best 3 slots that you can get from there that are complementary pieces. So I think it'll be like, you'll set mix and set match a bit. You won't just run one full set, like all Rosarium Guard, all, you know, that. It'll be more mixing and matching, but you'll try to hit like the important break points to kind of like get the most that you can out of each set. And then you'll mix and match off of that. So a lot of people will probably be like 5 medium, 2 light, 1 heavy or something like that, if they want to keep their mitigation as, you know, even as possible, but they find a couple of good pieces in those realms. We have another bard right here. Wait, we have Breaking Bard right here. Don't ignore Breaking Bard. That's a fucking banger name. He's a second bard as well. Chat, if anybody wants to come out this way, Jova stack stones for PvP. It is happening. We are up tremendous. Guys, we literally have another bard here. Why are you ignoring Breaking Bard? Kind of like ESO. I actually never played ESO, believe it or not. But some people have. Some people have. But yeah, I'm not too familiar with it. Read Dusty, he's AFK. Oh. Well, wake him up. Did he just leave? Motherfucker just logged out. God damn it. ESO had a good story. Stories are cool and all. But PvP. If you're into Elder Scrolls. World building is cool and all. But I went to play Skyrim. And that shit handled like ass. And Fupo, you know me. If game feels bad, I can't play it. And I recognize that, you know, Skyrim is Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, Elder Scrolls. It is what it is. I stand on my business. Skyrim handled like ass. It's a great story. It's pretty mid-game. It's an RPG MMO. RPG is a first-part MMO for Elder Scrolls. It's a really good way to put it. World building at the first and getting immersed in the story, and then everything else falls in after that. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's one of those where, like, I don't necessarily know if ESO is very, like, cutscene heavy, but it's almost one of those where I feel like people play through the cutscenes as much as they play through actually, like, you know, progressing their character. So, sort of like how 14 is. Yeah. I like that Intrepid is going very light on cutscenes unless they're absolutely necessary for something, for like narrative building or something like that. I do feel like a lot of games are just like cutscene. And then it's like, bro, am I playing a fucking game or watching a movie? If I wanted to go to a movie, I would have gone to an IMAX instead of sitting in my fucking chair in a room by myself. Like, what are we doing and why? So, ESO was fun until the super sweats ruined endgame content. That and it's a pretty big money pit. Yeah, see, the only big money pit in Ashes of Creation is gifting subs to this Twitch channel. And listen, I'm not going to tell anybody to not do it, but it's also not going to get you any pay to win within the game. So that's a good thing. No pay to win over here. No pay for convenience, just paying for my heart. But outside of that, no money pits. Endgame content, I feel like one of the terms I throw out a lot is like tier content. And I think that Ashes will present a lot of like tier content for players of all tiers, to say the least, like all types of players. Through the vassaling system, not every node will be able to hit max level. There will be lockouts on nodes basically where a currently tier 4 node takes 2 tier 3 nodes as its vassals, and then a tier 3 node has a tier 2 node as its vassal, tier 2 toad. Ribbit. But with that, you kind of have like some forced regionality in the world where you have like your larger towns, you have your smaller towns, and that establishes a lot of, you know, how everything's going to be shaped on each server. So, don't pay to win, you just buy the game, pay for sub, and you have to buy expansions when they come out that are full game price. Oh! Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. No box cost, no DLC cost over here. So we're truly up tremendous in that regard. Oh wait, I'm liking this team comp. I'm liking this team comp. Okay, can I go pee before we start the scrimmies? And do we want to get in cat's cord so we can calm? Actually, I can't because I'm gonna have to switch back and forth. But I'll be, how much HP do you have? I have 15,674. Thank you, sir, for your concern. I have more HP now than I've ever had before in my life. I'd like you to go fuck yourself. Toast. I don't know if they thought about jewelry sets outside of armor, or including weapons in some way. Oh, are you talking about like specific jewelry, like accessory sets from Ashes? So that kind of falls in right now. There is the Steel Bloom set for jewelry. It's necklace, earrings, rings. There is a 2-piece and a 3-piece Steel Bloom like accessory set bonus. So it's not necessarily giving you like a weight of jewelry, so to say. It's not like gold, silver, copper jewelry in terms of the classes giving you a set bonus. But there are sets of jewelry that can be farmed in a point of interest. So like Citadel and Steel Bloom drops Steel Bloom gear, and that gear, like that accessory set is very good. Over on the Private Test Realm, I'm actually, funny enough, wearing that. So I have 2 Steel Bloom rings and 1 Steel Bloom necklace to get the 3-piece Steel Bloom accessory set, which is power, and then the 2 pieces max HP. So good pieces of jewelry. And then past that, like my current jewelry set is 2 steel hoop earrings. Each one gives 385 fizz speed, 321 fizz mitt, 321 magic mitt, and 129 max health. A Steel Bloom necklace, 604 power, 302 crit power, 302 crit chance, 151 max health. And 2 Steel Bloom rings, each of which give 283 crit mitt, 283 power, 283 health, 3 gen, and 142 max health. So I'm juicing as much max HP, as much mitigation, as much everything actually tanky as I can to physically just try to like beef exponentially. So right now, nice cap. Okay, anyways, I'm sitting at 6K, Toast. I am 5807 right now. So factor about 6K. But I also have a shield on. All right, I'm peeing. I'll be right back. Chat. I don't think you guys understand how happy I am to have a working grapple in my hand. Am I defense or am I attack? Emu's van. Mark. Uh-oh. It's not letting me opt into the van. It's only saying Mark. Uh-oh. This isn't good. Relog? Okay. And also Vythar's van. Wait, so it's not your van, it's Vythar's van? Fuck. Okay, I'm throwing like crazy. Double me, by the way, I'm full medium too. What, HP? Yeah, I mean, I'm fucking glad. Now, keep in mind, my other tank set, like when I was scaling more fizz power, I was sitting at like 4,600 HP. So I have scaled up. Are we attacker on Vythar's? Okay, cool. But yeah, with this build, I'm sitting 214.6 fizz power. So like, I dropped essentially 50 plus fizz power, like 40 to 50 to juice my mitigation to the teeth and also to juice my HP. I was putting way too much like emphasis on gearing like a pumper and not realizing that my modifiers are high enough for me to be lower fizz power, do adequate damage to squishier targets. I just need to be able to actually live like a tank through it. So I gained about 1200 HP, which in this state of things is almost 30% HP. So that's giving me 30% more intercept shield, 30% more absorption field shield, 30% more indom, 30% more everything. Like, it's unfucking real how much it helps to scale up HP as a tank. And I just kind of like, I went the route of, well, I'm squishy, so I gotta kill them before they kill me. Medium armor is a massive help in itself. Like, medium armor is unbelievably important. I would consider wearing light as well. Emu, make sure you unequip and re-equip for your set bonus. Set bonuses are currently bugged unless you unequip and re-equip your piece after you die. So every time you die, you just have to have like something else to throw on, and then to switch a piece off, switch a piece on, and then you'll get your mitigation piece again. Because right now you're going to be down all of your bonus mitigation. Ash's pay model is a ton cheaper than microtransaction model. Yeah, I mean, there will still be some like MTX system visuals. Did you die? I don't know, but you don't have your set bonus on right now on my buff, on your buff bar. At least not that I can see. But yeah, like Ash's will, not in terms of like pay to win microtransactions or anything like that, but like visuals be slapping. I will say, like, in terms of skins, mogs, motherfuckers will pay out the ass for that. Motherfuckers is me. I will be the owner of much in-game drip, to say the very least. But yeah. Ashes has so much room to grow. I can't wait to see all the cool stuff they add and change. Oh, I absolutely agree. I think that Ashes has near infinite room to grow, to say the very, very least. The MMO scene has been waiting for a while for something that provides a very good gameplay loop to a lot of players and allows you to do quite literally whatever the fuck you want. Whether you want to be competitive, casual, both can coexist in the same world. Both types of players can find something to do, and both types of players can leave the other alone, or they can interact as much as they want to. And I think that is something alone that makes Ashes absolutely phenomenal. Just from my personal standpoint, I think that that is a huge benefit overall. So, I don't know, man. I think Ashes, even if it doesn't end up being like a zeitgeist, a revolutionary MMO that drops, right? I expect it to at least hold a very, very solid place in the MMO scene. I expect it to have a very like dedicated audience, and it most definitely does have a ton of appeal to a ton of different types of players. It's just like, can the systems come in the coexistence and like the world inhabitants that they want it to, right? Can casuals truly coexist on a server with a shitload of competitive players that just want to burn everything down? And I think they can. Been trying to nudge my wife into playing, but the PvP thing's a big meh for her. So PvP, in terms of like a forced gameplay mode, I think is very overstated by a lot of people. Even as a PvP based like gameplay person, I always seek out PvP as much as I can. It is a lot of the times quite hard to actually find PvP, even if you're specifically looking for it. Now, the thing is, there is always a chance that a guild versus guild war happens to a guild that you're into, or if you're a citizen of a node, that a node versus node declaration goes out and you're like, oh shit, we gotta be careful of. But like, the odds of somebody just coming up to you in the wilderness, like out in the world, and just smacking the fuck out of you guys while you're just two-man grinding is probably pretty low. If you're contesting another two-person stack for a mob area, maybe they flag up and hit you, but you don't have to hit them back. You can just be like, all right, head down, don't look at the angry man, keep hitting, keep healing me, and you can just ignore the people that are hitting you. So it is very rare that people will go to the like the level of corrupting on somebody or like non-consensually killing them. As Keith said, 99.9% avoid PvP. Absolutely, absolutely. She's a big crafter type of player, and her biggest concern was catching hands after hours of farming and losing mats. Inventory space isn't that big for non-stop hours of farming, so you'll have to ferry quite frequently. Bags get big, but not like that huge. I mean, they get large. There is risk reward with it though. But genuinely, like, I think the biggest chance of that happening would be maybe like if you guys are a part of, you know, the cats community, right? Our top two guilds, Cats with Abs and Cats, are PvP based. Our guilds, other than that, are casual guilds until it's time, you know, to make more PvP guilds, right? So our casual guilds have a very low chance of getting a guild versus guild declaration on them. It's incredibly easy to be a part of a community, be a part of a node, a town that doesn't get active in wars. And most gatherers live their lives extremely undisturbed. They also actually just changed it to the intended long-term system where if you're not flagged up for PvP, I can no longer CC you. So I can't trip you, stun you, stop you from interacting. So if you're a gatherer and you're just running around unflagged and she's got like a really fast mount and she beats someone to a tree, she's probably getting that tree. So as long as she doesn't hit people back, and if people are just running around hitting her, staying constantly flagged, then they either have to corrupt and risk losing their gear, which again is extremely rare. I have seen probably like genuinely less than 5 intentional cases of corruption in 2,000 hours here. Just hand to God. It doesn't happen frequently. It's incredibly punishing and it always will be. So I don't really think that's a huge concern. Like, the worst thing that would probably happen is she has an inventory full of mats and then jumps off of a cliff and then dies to fall damage and loses her mats. But even with that, there's a resource drop percentage. So that's in your character sheet under miscellaneous. And on a normal death, you only get rid of 50% of your materials tab. So like, even if, say she's running along, she runs through a big, you know, world boss and gets one-shotted, 50% of her mats she'd still keep after death, and after respawning, 25% would go on her ashes, which would then time out after a while, or somebody else could come up and steal and flag for PvP to loot. And then the other 25% of it would go into the abyss. So like, you're really losing 50% at most. So that's also a good thing too. A little bit of insurance, even if you do have that fat haul where it's like, oh shit, I died. At least tell me I got, you know, some of my high rarity still. And you do, you're good. So yeah, if she's a big gatherer, crafter, refiner, those people are also typically protected immensely by guilds. So Zop is our crafting lead in guild, but he's also a PvPer. Our guilds will pull up with as many people as humanly possible to defend our gatherers, refiners, crafters, everything there. We will just instantaneously do all of that. So it is very typical, I think, for those support type players and those community type people to be like, it's very normal for them to have like the highest level of protection. Sir Jam, she loves the, sorry, I was reading something again, we got distracted. Kristen, how are you doing tonight? Sir Jam, she loves the crafting and creation part of MMOs. Oh yeah, absolutely. Then she'll probably be one of the most integral parts of a community. So that's a big thing. Like, gatherers, refiners, and crafters are fucking massive for any amount of success. We have a saying, crafters make the best shit. And they genuinely do. They are so incredibly important. And there are times where naturally you will need materials. And Those materials will come from your gatherers and your refiners, man. It takes a lot of them to make stuff happen too, because everything is competition. And you can't just like zoom up to max level gathering, right? You can't just start gathering the highest tier stuff immediately. You've got to wait for the buildings to be put up in the nodes that will get you your higher tier like lumberjacking axe, and then you've got to wait for the higher tier like lumber milling tables. It is all dependent on server progression itself. Are we actually going? This seems a little bit of an awko start. Oh, Stragma got caught. Nice. Grapple's so good now. I love grapple. I'm so happy that I exist. Guys, tank is truly on top. Tank is truly, truly, truly on top. Oh my god, grapple's so good. Wait. I'm actually disgusting now. Nah, grapple's fucking imba. Holy shit. What do you mean? Okay. Bro, it's so good. Oh wait, Zest said they forfeited? Wait, bro. If I just hit you with a grapple, I'm so sorry. Grapple is so fucking insane now. Oh my god, it feels so good. Wait, grapple's fucking ridiculous. Bro, if somebody is in range, they're dying. Now, Boom still got out of it. You have the grapple, like, whip time to dodge out of it. You can still iframe it. Boom just iframed it. But if I wait until somebody is in a cast bar and I grapple them, they just die. You either have to cancel your cast and iframe the grapple instantaneously, or you're getting pulled into me. That's fucking nuts. Oh my god, this feels so good. Can you confirm? I can gather for hours. The only thing I've ever had happen is a stun. And like Dusty said, that's not able to happen anymore. I'm a mat hoarder, and we love our mat hoarders. I wouldn't have been able to make the guild versus guild deck scroll I have on live because if it wasn't for you. So I have to try and get her into it again. She's just been super on the fences about it. She just has a super hate about PvP. She's a 100% PvE player. I would say definitely let her know as well that if she is a gatherer, refiner, and crafter, she will be protected like the fucking president in communities. If you guys join the casual part of a community that supports PvP, so like us, for example, we bring in every single type of player and just let them get the content that they want to. So our top ends are very PvP based. Like I mentioned, we sweat as much as we humanly can. And then we have our casual ends and our community ends, we call them, that are just open to everybody. We don't even have a guild application process. It's just show up, bring some good vibes, and have some fun with the game. And so, from our standpoint, like I mentioned, any of our casual players that, you know, are having problems out in the world, we pull up instantaneously for them without a single bit of hesitation. And we always make sure that we are protecting them as much as we physically can. Fupo, grapple is, yes, grapple is slappling, to say the very least. This shit is, phenomenally good. Phenomenally good. But, yeah, if you're, if you were a very, like, support-based player, I call them, you're all about just like, hey guys, how can I help develop the node? How can I help get people their gear crafted? How can I help get them this, that, the other, right? They get very much protected. Is there a VC for our group? I don't know, like, it's gonna be tough for me to do VC because I have to switch screens every single time I want a VC. So I think most people will be in there. My mark, hold on. My mark is green cross. If I green cross someone, Thanos grapple is going for them. They will come to me. Crap, buff, best buff. Hector OP. Fubo, do you know Hector? I want to see if Hector's going to TwitchCon. Hector is actually my fucking goat. But yeah, guild Discord, exclamation guild, Discord on GG chats with abs. Probably best place for voice chat finds for this. I'm skipping payphone, I'm so sorry. I need a banger for the PvP. Oh, here we are. Absolute banger. Have you spent all the guild points? No, I just saw that we leveled. Let's see. We're now max in populace. We'll do drop rate reduction. That's 3%. XP depth multiplier is bugged, but that's what we would want as well. All right, so now all the guild points are spent. 624 million. So we can have 200 people in guild at max level. That shit's large. That shit's large. A guild versus guild deck is going to be massive. Now, don't ask me how easy it's going to be to get 624 million XP. But I bet it's going to be easy to get, you know, level 3 and get 95 people. 95 people. I bet that's going to be pretty relatively easy, maybe. Mayhaps. Maybe not, though. Oh my god, I am... That took so many Legos. Yeah, and Legos are not going to be the easily acquirable ones, right? Like, to my knowledge, those are not going to be, like, the right off the rip thing that you're getting. I don't like... Chat, do you guys play with your enemy nameplate, like, top mid, or do you guys play with it, like, mid-right? Where do you guys play with your enemy nameplate? Everybody has their preference, and it's literally all just personal preference. Mine is sitting, like, right on the top mid watermark right now. I don't know, that's my sweet spot for it. It lets me see cast bars very, 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 very nicely. It's, like, right in that general line of sight where I'm looking for targets, and the cast bar pops up, and I'm like, oh shit, let's read. Top center, gang, gang. Yeah, so do we know, like, lower rarity... what we're going to be getting for those guild commods XP put out? Because I'm certain we're not just going to be shitting out legendary guild commods day one. I'm quite certain those are meant to be relatively exclusive. So, I don't want to speak for the fucking legendary guild leveling commission, but... mid left just above the chat and skills for me, and defensive target, enemy is mid right. Okay. Yeah. I'm mid-left. I mean, you can see mine. You can see mine. Defensive target is also an intriguing one, like a focus target, so to say. But I just hovercast off raid frames, anything that I need. Because, like, I'm not really, like, target casting much. It's really like an intercept and a protect, which is 2 buttons. So I don't mind it too much, but send you a screenshot to make you angry. What the hell is this? Oh wait, that's a cool mount. Wait, that's trippy. What the hell? Is that like WoW's version of a phoenix? I mean, that do be nice. That's a nice mount at the very least, although I am quite angry about it. Oh shit, the PvP's starting. Fubo tried to distract me with mount pictures. Flame Talon of Alley Racer. Now, back in my day, there was a phoenix that actually fucking meant something in the world. Who in the god dang hell? Toast, I'm sorry. Forgive me, young one. Strag, I'm sorry. Forgive me, young one. Bro, grapple is nuts. People are gonna be complaining about grapple in no time, I know it. Like, people are going to be furious about this shit. Tank is a problem. I'm looking boom, if you guys hear me. Oh, boom stripped. Boom, come here. Got something for you. The movement's nuts. The forfeit. Bro, I think Tank's busted. Wait. Tank is like god tier. I've figured it out. Your game crashed? We just walked them forward. When did you crash? Like how far back? We won that one. We literally just walked them down. They couldn't do anything. Like, I feel like Tank is fucking nuts right now. Everybody just sits behind me, and then I just Thanos people. If somebody stops to cast at a single point in time, I instantly grapple them mid-cast, and then they just die. You guys start at the back, you're in the middle. I blame them, not me. I'm at the back. They are kind of in the middle. Or comms if you want to come. So if I join comms, I'm gonna have to like switch every single time to mute and unmute. Mostly me commentating to myself. I hate switching screens when the PTR is up. I try to minimize switching screens as much as humanly possible, cause it's like, if I'm trying to avoid a nip slip, I should probably not change my shirt on stream in the first place. And like, if I change my shirt on stream a lot of times while avoiding a nip slip, there's a certain point in time where my nipple will slip out, right? It's okay, we don't need. Okay, hold on. The simple solution that I told everyone, green cross is my target. Everybody just look at green cross and then boop and bonk. You also need another. Yeah. I'm standing back here. I'm marked, so hopefully everyone comes back here. I think everybody's back here. I do believe. So, how do you feel about grapple? Have I hit you with one yet, Strag? Grapple is, Grapple's feeling a little grapply, buddy. Grapple's feeling quite wondiferous, if I do say so myself. As an avid grapple enjoyer, I know a thing or two about these things when they're not working. And let me tell you, this grapple is working fucking fantastically. And I hope they never change it. I very much like throw grapple, yoink motherfucker immediately. Immediately. It is a beautiful world when that shit is actually possible. Oh my god. Wall feels impactful too. Like Toast actually got stuck on my wall that fight because wall matters and movement matters. It feels so good. It feels so fucking good. I wish I could stream this because I'd be clip farming all my friends right now. I'm going sicko mode on them. A little bit south of Winston, we'll get over 25 packing crates just sitting here on the ground. Keeper's salivating at that thought. Wait, what do you mean? That's an entire train. Where's Dunehold at? Where in the hell is Dunehold? Now, I just know that if we get a building up and we're like trying to get crates all brought over to it, at a certain point we are going to see a fucking horde of dwarves just like marching across our land with crates on their back symbolically. Those motherfuckers are just crazy enough to do it, and I love it because the crate normal speed slows them to an RP walk. So like it's perfect. It's right up their alley. So I can only assume we're about to get hella crate support there. Oh, spamming dodge and it wasn't spending. I was stuck inside your wall. Yeah, that's Techington. If you're not a tank, you won't understand it. But welcome to the Techington. Yeah, it's tank all phase 3, baby. It's tank all phase 3. I'm step broing, motherfuckers. I'm literally locking you guys in the fucking hyperbaric chamber of CCs. If you get out of my stuns, I'm just gonna put you inside my wall. Yes, I'm gonna full grapple your shit. Exploit. Exploit out of it. Pussy. I'm kidding. I actually did nothing. I actually did nothing. Or did I? Do you think that I'm good enough to intentionally put a wall directly on top of you to get you stuck in it? Or do you not believe in me that much? That's the ultimate question. Exploit or happenstance? If he gets step road again, he's gonna be real mad. I'm gonna stick him in the window this time. Yes! Alright, fair. Fair. Well, it might have been an accident. I don't know. We'll see it next time. We'll see it next time. Lake might go. Also, do I feel tankier than I did previously? Anybody that fought against me? I don't know if you're fighting against me before, but like in the heavy armor set, I felt like I was getting fucking nuked, and now I feel like a god in this armor set. Like it's wonderful. Each earring that I have is giving me 1.2 fizz and magic commit. Like it's it's the small differences, man. It's absolutely fucking beautiful. The medium armor is up tremendous for me. The Grapinski is up tremendous for me. Are you guys ready over there? AoE side, can you hear me? I don't know if they're ready. Should we send like one representative to the middle when each side is ready? And have them like meet up and touch tips or something before we start the fight? Like instead of like a touch glove? Oh, they're ready. Okay, we go. All right, remember chat. Green cross. Green cross, if you hear me. Green cross is dead. Green cross is very dead. I might do something a little stupid here in a sec. We'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna try not to do something very stupid here. Nice. Good out. That shit's scary though, huh? That shit real scary. We will. Everything's fine here. Damn, we're really 0 for 2 on the graps this round. That's rough. It's very rough. I think we go in on this in like 5. We're getting good chip here. Looking at Vythar. No, my grapple didn't work when I needed it to the most. Grapple is so good when it works, but it's so sad when it doesn't. I keep our fighter friend up. You cannot kill them. Group versus group is feeling actually pretty tanky, if I do say so myself. Like, I think it's actually feeling quite beefy. Okay, we're good. We got Vythar again off that, which is huge. Nice. I think we actually got... No, we traded there. That's actually so sad. Okay, so they're down 1, we're down 1. We're down a fighter, they're down a fighter. We actually just traded fighters. Nothing of value was lost here in any way, shape, or form. Oh, that's not good. Toast, come here, bitch. Come here, bitch. Okay, we're balling, everything's fine. Focusing cleric. Are we? I don't think we should be focusing cleric. I don't necessarily think the cleric is the best focus target there among all of them. Damn, that's unfortunate. We get grapple kills, we win. We don't get grapple kills, we no win, unfortunately. We got a few kills off of that, but I feel like we just didn't push up off that. That one actually lasted a whole lot of time though, Jesus fucking Christ. And there's so much going on in these because of the movement. Like, my health bar is dancing up and down like fucking crazy because of this. So, the TTK feels intriguing. Very, very intriguing. Sometimes it feels fast, but sometimes it feels very slow. That was forever. Yes, just constant pump. I'm shocked nobody ran out of mana. Like, mana sustain has been intriguingly high, I feel like. I don't really know why, but it feels like you guys are figuring out how to not get Omega insta grappled in, right? Like, you guys can still get out of grapple. That time it got fucking countered by disengage, blink, wings, like everything. So like it's deal withable. It's just like if it is hitting and if I'm getting the follow-up trips. Disengage is feeling equal. Yeah. Disengage, it seemed like it was really snappy. Because, like, I got the pull and the wall on you, but disengage allows you to, like, flip up over the wall as well. Which is fucking massive. So that's good. Killed 2 of them and no one knew it. Yeah, I tried to go in and I hit a trip on the back line and then nobody else came in and I had to intercept the back line, like our back line, to get back out. I feel like groups knowing when to push in Ashes is synonymous to the problem in MOBAs where groups also struggle to know when to push. It takes like so much, I don't know, familiarity and a certain amount of experience with it, but sped up the animation on it so you're not stuck in the sky for 5 minutes. That's nice. So I do like that they are, even though they took out some of the snappiness and the responsiveness of, like, you know, B-hopping being a super bang, bang, bang thing, right? I'm glad that we're getting bang, bang playability with things like disengage being snappy, grapple being snappy. You're very rewarded for being, like, on top of your disengages. I'm very rewarded for being on top of my grapple into a trip so you can't disengage. Like, against you, I need to grapple and then I need to instantly trip after the grapple, make sure I'm in range for that, because otherwise you're going to disengage over the wall and then I got to play off that. So, like, it's small things like this that I really enjoy about the depth of Ash's combat, outside of just like, oh, it's tap target, haha. Like, I feel like it is a truly a different level, and the new movement system does feel like it's helping a lot. Wonder if mana's bug like stamina so it isn't as low as it should be. It could also just be some of the scaling numbers too. I don't know, like, it could be anything from, like, oh wait, I don't have any of my mace points allocated. What the fuck? How did that happen? That shouldn't be a thing. Whoops. Board. Oopsies. I fucked up. I just looked into my weapon tree to look at something and I had no mace points in whatsoever. And that was a little scary, if I do say so myself. Oh wait, there it is. Duh. Poop. And then we're good. Longbow, everything's good there. I mean, refreshing follow through, it's still the same. It's 0.5% of your max mana plus 10. Stacks up, 2 stacks. Nothing looks different. Maybe it's just the group comps and like the cadence of things too, but I don't know. I don't know. It's intriguing. Oh, I don't want to seek forward too much. There we go. I had my HUD too goddamn low previously. I couldn't see shit. I had to put it up a little higher. Now I can actually see. That shit was in the wrong spot. What the fuck? Where did Cyborg die? That's unfortunate. I will say that is most unfortunate. I feel like we're getting pushed in on a little bit here. I try to buy space. No, Emu gets dropped. The fighter front line's actually kind of crazy for you guys. Like, I feel like we're not getting, I feel like we're not getting a good in for some reason. We kind of need if UI could be totally off screen except for the elements you want, like drag it to the other screen, chat, everything. Interesting. Kind of like a little cloud passover. Now, what would be the capabilities of that? Just allowing the MMO to use multiple different displays and have one as like a placeholder? Because I almost think back to like a fucking Nintendo DS type shit with like split screens that were also somewhat functional in some capacities, like some instances of them. It's kind of intriguing. Very intriguing. I know none of how that would actually be like pulled off whatsoever, but no clutter on screen. I mean, you could always just turn the whole UI off. If you want no clutter on screen. So, what about a specific... I guess this would just be a bigger screen at that point. I was like, what about a specific clip-on bar underneath a monitor that's just your ability bars? And then I was like, I guess that's just a slightly larger screen, huh? I play with UI off a lot. Have it all keep on it. Yeah. I like UI off if I'm running around looking at stuff. But you know me. Cooldown information is quite literally everything. The looks are secondary to many of the other things in life, Foop, at least for a boy like me. So, the UI off is a way of life, though. I do respect that. I respect it immensely. Climbing kind of hard. Just gotta get good at every cooldowns of muscle memory. It's kind of close. I will say, I have dueled with HUD off before. It's concerning how good the muscle memory actually is in terms of like, I have these abilities up, I'm gonna use these abilities in this specific cycle. It's a little scary. Seem they have gamepad keybinds in the options. Have you tried that out? Or does it not work / not functional? I would rather give my credit card information to chat than play on a controller. If I'm being honest. It doesn't sound intriguing. Oh, would he heal? I need to make sure that I'm not... Oh, wait. No, I gotta get over to the scrims. Sorry. They're dueling over there, and I like duels, but I gotta get over to the scrims, too. My people need me. I must go. It'll actually get better if you do stuff with no UI in the end. I mean, technically, yes. But also, who am I gonna know... how am I gonna know who needs the intercept? That's kind of like my question. How will I know? It's a practicing. But like intercept is health based. It's not even like I guess I just gotta see who's taking the damage. You know, you might actually be right. Wait, do they have 3 clerics now? Jesus Christ, what is this? What the hell? Wait, that was kind of cool. I tripped Strag during his disengage, and his animation actually looked like he fell over backwards. I don't know why that made me giggle. Okay, so they already pushed in on us once. We already countered them. I threw a grab out on Strag. It didn't quite hit. I'm gonna look for another grab here soon. I'm trying to get one of them to overextend in this bitch. Strike on the back line. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna die fall damage. I just took 1100 fall damage because of that. Something terrible has happened. We're down truly horrendous. Jesus Christ. I think we're overextending a little bit, lads. Like, there's a certain level of, yes, we've got to push in, but there's a certain level of also forcing it. And I feel like 3 people just, like, forced it into nothingness. Got a third partier. Who's third partying? That's rude. Wait, who's third partying? What the fuck? That's rude. Very rude of them. Why third party? Kill a guy. Wait. Wait. Wait, Streg, did your character animation on your side of things look as silly as it did on mine? Cause like, you were mid-disengage, I got the trip off, and then you just kind of like toppled over and fell over. That shit was fucking phenomenal. Oh, whoops. I hit Z, my bad. I loved that shit. Vathon's father. Jesus Christ. What in tarnation is this? These are fun though, I will say. Charging me in midair was crazy work. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I took fall damage because of that, and it's my pulverize. So pulverize is one of my favorite tank abilities. So I can either make it single target or AoE. If it's single target, I move myself to the target and then hit them for 225. So if somebody's midair, or if somebody blinks or some shit like that, it'll track through blink, it'll track through midair, it'll track through everything. Literally everything possible. 1v1, says the mage. 1 sec, says the mage. 1 differus. 1 differus. Pew. Okay. He is ready. Oh, I don't have my fucking 1v1 build on right now. That's so unfortunate. That's so tragic, actually. Oh no, we're fine. It's still 100-0 for Dusto. We're up tremendous. Tank too strong. Yeah, tank still cooks mage. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. I thought tank in duels was gonna be a little rough, but tank is actually fucking nasty still. I didn't even switch back over to the 1v1 build. We're up. Oh wait, is that you, Gachi? Space perfectly, I don't know how I died. Tank just gets you, man. So like, the thing about it is you can't just combo trade with me because I have more mitigation. I'm putting up intercept on myself every 20 seconds for a 10% HP shield. I am putting out bleeds on you. I have inner fire and refreshing follow through, so I'm mana and HP regenning. So basically, like, I play around my combos, I get my mid up, and then I put out the bleed on you. The bleed gives the next ability 10% increased accuracy, damage, and 20% increased crit damage. So basically, once the bleed's up, I start looking for a reflect. So when your bleed goes up, you need to be very careful with like casts, abilities, everything like that, because I'm looking for an ability there. Any good tank will be. So then I'm trying to crit with my reflect off of one of your big casts at that point. So I'll wait for you to go into a cast, and then I just press V with my thumb, and then you take 100% plus up to 800% more damage based on the amount of damage that I took from your ability. So some abilities like Chain Lightning won't trip you, but what ability does a tank use for diving? Wall and trip and pray DPS follows. I usually just movement up. But yeah, so reflect is very good in 1v1s. Kind of like gets ass in 8s unless you're very good at like just sniping somebody's thing. But like I can use reflect on just one of your projectiles to get a trip on you and get an engage, because even if I don't get big damage from the reflect, as soon as you're tripped, I'm hitting you with a 225% damage guaranteed crit. So like then from there I hit you with shield slam, 150% fizz, and then I hit a ground pound after that, which is 200 and then 25% more if you're already tripped. Then I hit you with slams, which are 200% apiece. So like the ideal combo is like get in range, reflect for damage, and trip, pulverize because that moves me 10 meters to you, slam once, shield slam, ground pound, tomahawk in the back, slam, slam, and then triple vengeance, and then at that point you're probably dead. And that's if you don't break the CC. Obviously you'll teleport to break the CC. The thing about it is if you teleport to break the CC, you have to make sure that I'm not in my pulverize cast, because my pulverize will follow you through your teleport. So that still gives you a big spike of damage, the crit will still hit you, everything like that will still hit you. So tank is tank dangerous, dog. Tank is very dangerous. I like it a whole lot right now. And heavy armor felt like a substantial like nerf to everything, made it feel quite ass if I'm being completely honest. But has been quite pleasant. I think we lost that first trade. I was told to look to be aggressive off of big vines and stuff. And we lost instantly. Motherfucker literally goes, if you see a big vines, go in on it. Someone hit a 5-person vines. Our ranger ended up in melee range and died, and they said, nice dive, LOL. I don't know, man. I don't know. How's the guild storage? Functional. I haven't fucked with it a lot, but as far as I know, it's functioning pretty well over here. We have leveled our guild up to level 10, which is max. So we now have 200-person guild capacity and some cool guild buffs to go along with it. So I've been spending a lot of time PvPing now that Guy Giretti is back in. Tank feels godly, to say the very least. They gave me some nice grapple changes, so grapple's working, I mean, even better than before. Like, it was a full debate from Hector saying that they were finishing dynamic gridding first, unless dynamic gridding's already done, and maybe that's a cryptic message that we got a lot of good to look forward to. But holy shit, I'm feeling nice over here. I'm feeling real nice over here. Tank is just, it's a dream come true, man. So the things that matter are all in a beautiful place. All in a wonderful place. Where's Overload to go? I don't know. I mean, he didn't even play tank, did he? He was a mage. So, like, shit. I'm pooping on the mages, if I do say so myself. But no, I mean, so he is planning to come back for phase 3. Funny enough, believe it or not. His immediate intent is to come back for P3 and basically like bring his community back over. So, I mean, I respect it at the very least. Polar wants to do their thing privately, so we will reform. What if we just do their thing with Polar? Have we ever considered that? I'll do all their things privately. I'll duel a champion of their choosing for 5 slots in the scrims. They don't want to, Saj. It's because they're scared of the tank tech. They don't know how to handle it. That's the big thing. They don't want the beef with the tank tech. Vithar, come here. I will get this finisher out on you. Oh, he's starting to drop. I will get this shaken out on you. And when it does happen, you're cooked. Okay, maybe not. Am I getting healed? No, I'm not getting healed. Am I? Wait, yeah, I'm getting healed. Blathar, I'm getting healed. Somebody's healing me. Are we both being healed? Oh. Wait, I think we're both being healed. Oh. Joseph, hey, everyone here for the spot. I'll 1v1 tourney it. Present your champion. Very simply put, present them. They're all mage. We just gotta not let them into the group versus group and then we're balling, man. It's just all of that mage in all of that thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I will say, it is open world. Like, well, I'm gonna do whatever, but it is entirely open world. People will probably long term not just be like, all right, yeah, we'll just go do something else. I'm just putting that out there. People will very likely, if they're the first to a spot in the future, stay at the spot regardless of how much people want to be like, we own this spot, we'll fight for it, whatever. People will probably just be like, hey, we were already here, fuck off. If I'm being completely honest, and I don't mind saying that if it makes people mad at me. But long term, it will probably, even if people decide to grief, it'll just be like, all right, well, you can decide to grief, you're not getting content either. I'll be a buck. That's how we're gonna handle it long term. If people pull up and they're like, oh, you guys should leave, we're just gonna sit here, and if you want to grief, then we'll just sit there and let you grief, and you won't get content either. That'll literally be the whole thing. I think the whole like we own this spot is kind of lame, and I don't think anyone's really entitled to any of that. But that's my take on everything. I think the world lives more harmoniously when people play together, but everybody has their own reasons and their rationales for things, and that's perfectly okay. I think I'm getting healed again. Here, I'll leave the event, and then we'll just flag up. So that way they have to flag up for it. Because then if they flag up, I'll kill them. Okay, cool. They're fucking off now. Because then, if we're flagged up, they'd have to flag up, and then I would just kill them. And that'd be cool. So they come back, we'll do that. Alright, we can go when you're good. And then we can actually get a fucking duel off. I'm just kidding. Okay, Jack Doherty. Don't Jack Doherty me. Stand on business. Stand on business. Like, it would be like a haha, I'm just kidding if you guys weren't actually trying to be like, this is our area, it's shut down, go somewhere else. Like, it'd be a I'm just kidding if you guys weren't actually fully doing that. And I'm just saying, like, right now, like, addressing that in the future with us, I'm probably not just gonna be like, if I'm doing stuff or if I'm involved past just chilling on the PTR, I'm probably not just gonna be like, alright guys, pack it up, go elsewhere. We're probably gonna sit there and hold the spot as much as we physically can, even if it results in us getting griefed. I'm just establishing that. I don't know if other people are willing to stand on that business as well, but like, I'm not a huge, you know, this is my spot no matter what. Like, if there's a different spot to go to because of that, then I think you pull up somewhere you want to PvP, you're like, oh shit, I guess we gotta find a different spot. Maybe that's a jaded take on things, but I don't know, man. Some would call that normal. It's a lot of self heals, Vythar. Jesus Christ. Brother's getting that full pump from himself too. Oh, the van ended. That's so tragic. That's so tragic. Vathar, go get more. We must PvP. We must PvP. Hero, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a great night. How many do you guys even have here? Bro, you guys have like 6v6. What the fuck do you mean shutting down the area? You have like 12 people. And I don't even think half of them are your PvPers. Present a champion for 1v1s. On Sean, not even for the area. I just want to do a run through of all people that are here for 1v1s real quick. Just out of curiosity. I wanna see something from these guys. So like an arcade trade runs PvP? So I believe the caravan system is going to be similar to that arcade trade runs. So the caravan system, you buy shit to put on caravans, and then you drive that shit place to place, node to node, town to town. And then, if you get town to town, place to place safely, then you get a multiplier on the shit that's on your caravan. But people can come attack your caravan as well. So I would assume that's going to be the similarity there. I didn't play Arcade directly, but I've familiarized myself a little bit along the way with a lot of the systems that Arcade has. Just not a lot of the systems, but some of the systems along the way the chat tells me about. And keep in mind, there are also ships in the game. So, well, there's one ship in the game right now. So the entire ocean is navigatable. And the ship that's currently in the game is called a caravel. That caravel is intended for about 8 people. And with that, it has an inventory on it where you can put shit on. Again, load shit into it, drive it place to place, and you can sell that shit for a multiplier the further you go. I think my mana regen is too high on PTR also. I wonder if it's the guild tree. Interesting. Guild upgrades. Wait a second. Health regen and mana regen increased by 2%. Do you think that that could be regenning our health and mana at 2%? Per roll, per like thingy? Because that could be regenning us at 6% total? But that wouldn't really make a whole fuck ton of sense. If I'm being completely honest. Health, I got no idea. Just kind of felt like it was a speed of death, not a mana issue. What do you mean kind of felt like it was a speed of deaths? Just kind of like people getting bursted? I mean, people are scaling a lot more power now than they were previously. And are a lot lower HP in terms of most supports. Or not even most supports, but most damage dealers as well. Shit. Like, as a tank, I'm still kind of vibing in terms of the tankiness. I'm sitting right at 5,800 HP right now, and I'm still hitting hard enough to actually punish people. So that's nice. Focus too strong, maybe? I mean, group autos are incredibly impactful, if I'm being completely honest. Like, not enough people just group auto that shit. A friend of mine won on the giveaway, the access, so I need to buy it too, but I'm from EU. Yeah, so on the 26th, they're bringing back the EU server. Right now, it is... Who's Starfighter? Right now, there is one global server that's up for everybody. And then on the 26th, that's going to wipe. And we go to our new server for phase 3. So... yeah, no, Strag, that makes sense. That makes sense. I completely understand. At a certain point, it's just like, No, I get it. I absolutely get it. But now I'm curious. I wanna stay and document. Not that I can document like fucking stream or anything, but I wanna like peep some of their positioning and stuff and how they're playing around the new TTK. That'll be very intriguing. Very intriguing. Because they have a lot of fucking clerics out here, I think. I don't think they have any tanks. Motherfuckers be sleeping on tanks like crazy. Yeah, they have a lot of supports, not a lot of tanks. I don't see a fighter among them, boys. That's so tragic. Justice for fighters everywhere. I don't think people are allowed to play fighter over there. That's crazy. But yeah, genuinely, I think group autos, anytime it's like 8v8s or higher, so fucking important. You mark up one target and then you're just like, everybody autos this target. And then, I mean, typically, if it wasn't a risk of me getting fucking banned if I showed the wrong screen, I also would have been in comms with you guys and just like switching over and muting myself in between rounds and shit, right? And I would have been target calling. But I don't think they were in comms either. I think it's literally just like saying everybody in group hit this. And then everybody hits that. And then you get a pull on that or something. And then everything just kind of like facilitates through that simple level of comms. And a lot of people be sleeping on that. All right, hold on. I'm peeing, and then I'm watching these. I'll be right back. Okay. What up, my ho-ho-hos? How are you all? How are we? Are we horny? Because me personally, I am. This TTK has me feeling a certain type of way. Tank changes have me feeling phenomenal. And I'm really enjoying things. I think getting out of the 1v1 for my spot? Wait, can I? Wait, Gotchi. 1v1 for your spot. Wait. What if? Unironically, I'll be the mage. I can probably get an AoE freeze on somebody. I think I got an energy spell book. Maybe I did. I need to, wait, no, I have an energy spell book. Yo, low key, wait, the energy spell book kind of fucks. That shit kind of go hard. It's a lot of power on that. No, I'm sitting over here right now, about to watch, and Vathod's father, which is Godchi, goes 1v1 for my spot to one of the other people over here. And I go, what if we do? Because Godchi and I 1v1'd earlier, and I won. I winded the 1v1. Tank's up tremendous. Everybody says mage on top this, mage on top that. Tank will always be on top. Tank is truly the top of the top. Can I sit on your lap, Strag? Is that cool? I don't want to like make you uncomfortable with anything. But can I plop down right here? It just looks kind of comfy. It's like a nice shadowy spot angle. It's kind of cozy. Here. Nice. Nice. Just booling. What pieces are you using in total? Oh, I guess your pieces will be a lot different than mine, which is actually kind of cool. I'm just gearing tanky. Like, I care about getting power rating like when I can, when it's convenient, but I'm not like going out of my way for it. I don't know. I just feel like I have a good mix of everything. Although, Ruvidium Shoulders, Fizz Speed, Fizz Crit Power, and Evasion. Crit Avoidance, Crit Mitt, and Mitt. I wonder how much of a... Let's see. This gives me some time to experiment with some gear changes, too. 36.9% Magic Mitt with Griffin Shoulders. Drops me down to... Okay, we'll compare it like this. 37.5 to 35.4. So that's 2% magic drop. But I go up a little bit of fizz. That naturally makes sense. Switch on another piece of Griffin. What is the actual... Let's see. Fizz speed, fizz crit power, and evasion. So evasion, I go up 0.5%. And then speed, I'm going up 1.6. Meh. Not too concerned about that switch over. I want to farm gear, if I'm being completely honest. I know Codex is going to have all, like, the gear eventually on it. But, like, I really want to farm gear. Because I'm doing this to people without a force, finesse, or fortitude buff. If I had force, I'd be hitting people... effectively, I would be getting 20% more strength. I would have 600 fizz power rating from that. Which would translate to a whole lot. Human, what up? How you doing? I don't know why I said that so weird. How are you doing tonight? I've been excited today and I've just been saying things very weird. It's like my body doesn't know how to react to tank changes feeling good. And so I'm like, I'm PvPing on the PTR and grapple is working and it's wonderful. Grab the heavy magic set for the Riv pieces. So Riv pieces are cooked. It'll give you more fizz power and force. Right. So I have two tanks. I have my Riv set focus heavy tank, and then I have my medium tank. So the medium tank is significantly better for anything PvP or group versus group right now. And honestly, I think most things in total just because of the mitigation difference. So there's a certain level where power, especially as a tank, is like not needed. Because we have a certain combo that we go through while somebody is CC'd, that if we are executing our combo properly, they should be in the CC chain for the entirety of the combo, and you know with a certainty that you're getting that combo off in its entirety. So you plan around that killing people. If I kill people halfway into that, that means I have like too much power, and so I peel it back. Just so you're talking about the force buff. Oh, yes, 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 yes. So basically, this is how I got here, actually. So I was nuking people at like 260 power, but people were nuking me, specifically piece of shit, asshole, motherfucking mages. And part of that was because the heavy set bonus was all Fizmit, and the heavy set itself was also all Fizmit. So I was at like 66% physical mitigation, and I was sitting right around 18% magic commit without buffs. It was absurdly high. So that in itself is quite unfortunate. Motherfuckers be jumping in very early here. God damn. This is a fuck fest, to say the very least, in the back. Interesting. Bro, they're just like full dicking it out in each other's back line. I think people are dropping because both sides are so staggered. Desert Drop's cousin has his mount in the middle. Toast dead. Vathon dead. Not Vathon, that's Gotchi. Yeah, I don't know, man. Tank's feeling nice. Tank's feeling really, really nice. Like, grapple feels unfucking real. If I'm being completely honest. Grapple feels really good. Looks good, feels good, very responsive. People are getting very deep early. Like, very, 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 very deep early. Grapple change is huge, dude. It feels so fucking good. And they also changed some of the movement abilities, too. So Strag was talking about how they sped up the disengage, like, animation when you're in the air. So now that's a little bit quicker as well. So I love it. I think with the movement change itself, making sure that those displacement abilities, grapple, wall for me, making sure that my movement ability charge feels extremely, like, impactful. It's fucking huge. I think these changes are absolutely phenomenal. Now fix my double strike and poison? No, fuck off. You don't need to quad backstab. Why does anybody need to do something 4 times in a row? Can you imagine if I pulverized you 4 times in a row? You wouldn't like that very much, would it? What do you mean 9 times in a row? The fuck do you mean 9? Are there resets? Or is it just like a cooldown cycle that by the time you're done backstabbing, you just have more backstabs? I don't know because I don't play rogue. I don't know why I would know rogue stuff. I'd be more concerned if I did. You can generate a lot of advantage. And then advantage dump. Isn't backstab just more damage on advantage dump? Or is there like a double strike advantage dump or something? What's the advantage dump there? As long as you 2 stacks. Oh, wait, if you have 2 stacks of advantage, there's no backstab cooldown. So you just try to like coom to 2 stacks of advantage as much as possible and then just chain double advantage stack like backstabs. So I'm assuming in an ideal world, like very high tier rogue play would be making sure that you're at 2 stacks. Right, use gen. And then double strike is kind of like your bailout of like, oh fuck, I don't have the gen part of it right now. Use again, gen, use. Okay. So really, really, really good rogues are just going to stay on people constantly, and they're going to be in that use gen for as long as possible. You have your filler, which is basically your double strike. And a quick normal thing is like 5. God fucking damn. So you were legitimately just trying to like chain off as much as you physically can, identify when you go on cooldown real quick, and then hit your double strike, and then like get that back off. Huh. Sounds kind of fun. Because you're doing that, I mean, primarily when the off balance goes in, right? So is it the acrobatic flip into the backstabs? Because off balance is... Let me fucking tell you. Off balance is nuts. I wish that I had off balance as a tank on my vengeance instead of a stun on the third hit. That would make me so fucking happy. Acrobatic, if you use from the front, gives advantage. So you get a trip or something, non-advantage into an acro, 2 stacks of advantage, backstab chain, generate 2 stacks, backstab chain. Intriguing. Very intriguing. What set? Kazin's using heavy. Depending on how many mages they have, they could probably blow them up. I have the burps. Oh my god. Lloyd got caught out. Left side team with Guy tanking is pumping. Guy is in... I can't see what armor set he's in. He doesn't have a set bonus. He's smart enough to at least still have a shield on, though. The big blocks are massive. Guy getting into the back line pretty deep here. I don't want to get too close to this and, like, get up in their shit. It's just a lot of poke trade going out. Very focused combos, though. I mean, it's just as a normal PvP, I'm being completely honest. The biggest thing is just knowing when to full send and being confident that you can full send and make it out. And then, like, you're just trying to pressure on each side. Like, if you get pressured, you're trying to sneak into their backline and go around the outside. And then while you're pressuring, you're just trying to walk them down and keep them backlining. So it's basically like, I'm trying to walk you up this way. And then if you get walked up, you're trying to go around me and like this, and then get into my backline. That's the entire thing that they're running right now. I think that'd be bad. But I mean, shit. I'm just a medium enjoyer personally. I know the force and fortitude are huge things, but I was melting people and I'm 214 fizz power. Like, I was winning duels at 214 fizz power, just 100 to zeroing people. I was grappling people and taking them down to fucking 25% myself before, like, DPS came in the scrims earlier. I feel like people are over investing in power considering people are squishier now. It's like everybody was already comfortable killing people. Trying to get tank nerf, bro? No. Tank sucks. Tank ass. Nah, bro, low-key. Chris, you want to know what's fucking hilarious? I feel like Thanos on tank and feel like the kit is so incredibly good. And there are still people on, like, Reddit and in the Discord and shit, and honestly in game too, who are like, the tank kit is awful, tank needs a full ability rework, tank's bad, tank's this, tank's that. I'm like, brother, tank has a different build for every single scenario, from group PvP to solo PvP to single target PvE to AoE pull PvE. That's just bad tanks. Yes, and I always say this. Most of the people that are like being the most vocal about just like mindlessly complaining about shit, being like, this needs a rework, this needs to be abandoned and gone from scratch, like, those are the motherfuckers that are just not comprehending what they actually need to do in any of the systems. Because a lot of the people that are actually comprehending what needs to happen, if something is wrong, they simply submit a bug report and then learn how to play around it. Whether it's a system change, whether it's a tank change, whether it's a fucking class change to any class. Like, people will simply test it, and then the people that are not pee-pee poo-poo will be like, oh yes, this part feels bad, this part feels good, and they'll have eloquent discussion about it. And then you have like the Redditoids and the Discordians that literally are just like fucking perpetually online more than Streamer Man is, and they're just like crying that tank is fucking terrible and that tank sucks, and I don't even know what they're saying sucks about tank anymore. I have like maybe a couple of things that'd be kind of cool. Well, I don't think it's bad. Do I think Vengeance would be sick if it were off balance, so I could stop somebody from rotating away and then jump behind him and then tomahawk him in the back? That'd be fire. Would it be awesome if I could actually punish people for, you know, going in too far forward and facing my back line? Yeah, tomahawk him into a little Trapinski. Yeah, that'd be phenomenal. I would absolutely love that shit. But do I still think that the stun and that the trips and everything in there is great? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, tank kit's insane. Tank feels like a striker in BDO, which is my main, so I guess I felt kind of comfortable. Yeah, I didn't play BDO, but I have a lot of friends that did, so I can say it. But I don't know much about BDO other than like watching my friends' montages and being like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. But in every MMO, I've always played tank. And honestly, New World was the first MMO where I got very PvP heavy, like in an MMO. WoW, I was very PvE dominant in terms of my gameplay loop. I tanked all the time, wanted to parse as high as I could, speedrun as fast as I could. So I love PvE tanking. But New World made me fall in love with MMO PvP. Before that, it was like Dota 2, it was Fortnite, it was shooters, it was MOBAs, it was shit like that. And in New World, tanking sucked, and it was incredibly boring because blocking was OP and stupid. And so basically, I played Bruiser, and Bruiser was Great Axe and Warhammer. And I was like a frontline space creator. But we were, with our Warhammer, we had Shockwave, where we just kind of like did a small circle AoE stun. And then we had, depending on the meta, it was like Armor Breaker or Wrecking Ball, just a damage utility ability. And then you had Path, which was basically like you slam your hammer on the ground, and then it sends out like a bonk, 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 like 3 little circles of stagger at damage. But on your Great Axe, that was kind of like your moneymaker for your combo, because you had a double spinny attack and you also had a grav well. So you threw your grav and that would suck people in the middle of it. 3 seconds after it would blow up. So you'd basically build up stacks of empower, which did more damage. You would dodge to activate a gem in your weapon. You would throw your grav well forward. That would pull everybody in. You'd jump into that. You'd yeet. And then basically 2 auto attacks, spin, and then people just hopefully die in that. So I really liked in MOBAs and in the MMO PvP that I played, that kind of like initiator role. We would have these big clumps of people, and I would see the big clump, and I would throw my grav out. It would pull them in, and then people would follow up on that, on my risk reward, on my big cooldown. And if you hit a huge grav, it was incredibly satisfying. If you threw a grav and you whiffed, you were like, oh fuck, that's my bad, dog. We'll get it next time. And I love feeling that risk reward in initiates. And I am getting that with grapple. I just want tank to have an AoE displace and not just like a frontal cone trip. I want to be able to, in a short range, like fucking vacuum people to me. I want to like suck in a circle, and then I just want to have that around me so I can jump into a back line, pull that in, and then try to get, you know, a frontal cone stagger and trip. And if I can do that, that's huge. But I love the risk reward element of that, like full jumping in, trying to make sure that you are actually able to play your life, actually able to get out of everything. And if you are, then it can be huge. I love that element of gameplay. And I'm like I said, I'm getting there with Ashes. I'm starting to get it, you know, with grapple, with tank. It's just I want that big AoE, like all-in impact. Never played Rogue in other games, but this playstyle just feels right to me. See, that's the thing I tell people with Ashes, and why it's advantageous to be testing things now, Debo. Exactly what you said. Like, you haven't played it before, but it feels right. And tank kind of feels right to me. I played Fighter day 1 that I actually played because I was like, Fighter seems similar to Bruiser. And I was like, like Fighter's cool, but I think I'd like tank more. I want to be a little tankier and shit. And I played tank and I was like, whoa, this is nice. And I was leveling and I was getting all of my points the first time, and I was like, oh, I see this combo. And like nobody really like told me how to play tank necessarily. I just figured this shit all out on my own because I was reading abilities and I was like, oh, this goes with this goes with this. Wow, what a cool interaction. And like I put my tree together on my own, I put my playstyle together on my own, like all of that. And I just kind of vibed with tank very early on in playing it. As soon as I got in Tim early on, I was like, damn, I'll just hold aggro on everything. This is phenomenal. So, the amount of testing I've done this week. What is your favorite piece of info that you found that you're comfortable sharing? Obviously, don't dox your proprietary stuff. But like, what's a nice piece that you'd like to share with the class? It's just like, oh, hey, I found this that people might like to know. They could rearrange some skills between fighter and tank and make both classes better for it. Chris, what do you think is kind of lacking between the two? Or what do you think could be shifted back and forth? I don't know everything about the fighter side, as I didn't play it all the way briefly to all the way thoroughly to 25. I played it kind of briefly to like shit, I think I made it to like 12. So was never anything too crazy. It was also pre-rework, so like way back in like December. So like things have changed substantially with that. So I know not of the entire fighter way. I know what the abilities do from a tank standpoint. I know you in cap and then you try to like charge up and then you do your little like wave hit, but what fighter questions? So Crusader said that they could rearrange some skills between fighter and tank and make both classes better for it. So I was kind of intrigued like where he was thinking with that in terms of like what fighter currently lacks versus like what tank has extra of to give. And that's always a cool concept too, because that's kind of, well, exactly what secondaries will do to a certain extent. Not necessarily rearrange, but it's like you see a you know, a tank, or you see a cleric, or you know, one of those other primary archetypes. I just call them fucking primary classes. You see another primary that has something that you really like in their kit, right? Me with rogue, and honestly me with fighter. Low key, the more I play, the more I'm like, I would be more tank fighter than tank rogue, I think, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know if chat would agree with that, those who have like played with me and fought against me, but I feel like I might be more tank fighter than tank rogue, because I just like to go and I like to hit people hard. I like to catch people out and I like to punish people for it. I'm low key thinking I might swing over to tank fighter, and I was like dead set on tank rogue for a fucking while. But with that, I think that fighter could benefit immensely from a little bit of mitigation rating, maybe a little bit of self-heal, maybe some of that tank secondary, some of that cleric secondary. Shit, maybe even a fighter bard could cook. It's really intriguing to see how it all shape up. Watch tank rogue, make grapple pull people to pull you to people instead. Oh, bro, I don't like I don't know if I would like that though. Like maybe if I had some more AoE follow-up. So like, I don't know, I cast ground pound and maybe it's like your AoE trip. Wait, actually, bro, give me full AoE circular trip in a short range. If I had rogue advantage trip, I would be such a fucking coomer. Oh my god, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Either mitigation methods or stuff like a parry or flex. I don't know what tank would want from the fighter kit. Yeah, I mean, I feel like tank kit right now feels pretty solid. An incapacitate could be nice, but I don't necessarily know that I would trade any of my abilities for an incapacitate. I like Aegis. I like all of my abilities that I currently have. I guess I could drop Refreshing Reflect, but that's a really good source of mana sustain, and that's a free trip. Like, there are tank abilities that I would still use that I can't put in my tree because I don't have enough points. Like, we have so many valid options as tanks already that I feel all give us very good value. But who knows, man? Who the hell knows? That's kind of why I'm like thinking that rogue seems nice. It just kind of goes along with what we have. Something like Battlecry Light for debuff tank instead of buff utility. Oh, like an anti-mitigation shout would be insane. Something that applies like shaken and volatile to targets in an area would be sick. I go in and I hit a wall and I go full in and then I drop that shout. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be very cool, actually. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm soaking heals. I think I just soaked some heals that were meant for Lloyd. I teabagged Lloyd. I caught him. I caught him with a good one, boys. I got him with a really good one. Tank Paragon. What the... What you mean, Tank Paragon? What I'll say from the testing I've done so far with what we have access to, I think people are going to have a lot less liquid gold based on what the new commodities are going for. Mind you, it's not possible to craft an epic or legendary one yet. Right. So we're going to be looking at less availability of high tier commodities through just raw glint farming yet. Now, what's required to craft epic and legendary? Them adding it into the game, or is it something that's like server progression barred? Is that T5 towns? Or like further upgrades? Because now I'm intrigued. Because caravans putting in less liquid is very, I think, good for the economy in my opinion. I think there was a lot of emphasis in just raw liquid generation. And that creates a very faucet economy. Whereas I think there needs to be a, you know, a solid balance of a faucet and a sink between the two, right? So, Battlecry is weaken and demo, so attack speed slow and 10% damage debuff. Ooh, but we never get to use it for that because it's our CC break. What a peculiar CC break. Surely you have something that would be a better CC break. And that would probably be like a good facilitator to tank feeling a little better, or not tank, but fighter feeling a little better. I feel like CC breaks are a very important thing. And that's actually one thing that I feel as though tank does exceedingly well, is have a very good CC break. And that's also a big facilitator of why we do so well in 1v1s. So our CC break is tied to Shake It Off. Activate to instantly restore 50% of the difference between damage taken and healing taken in the past 4 seconds. So essentially 50% of net damage in the past 4 seconds. If you hit me for 1,000 and I pop Shake It Off, I heal for 500, you heal me for 500, damage mitigated. If you hit me for 1,000, I get healed for 500, and then I pop Shake It Off. I Shake It Off for 250, net damage taken 250. So Shake It Off is like a rapid thing. Now, always heals for at least 10% of your max HP, cannot heal for more than 30% of your max HP. So it's always minimum going to heal me for 580 with my current build, but cannot heal me for more than 1740 or some bullshit like that. I don't know what the math is on that. I think it's like 1740. So I'm going to be getting a substantial amount of healing from that. Now, I will typically, if I can, wait out a CC and then pop Indom and then go into my Shake It Off with Indom up. If I can at all tank the damage. Sometimes I have to Shake It Off into Indom, but Indomitable Spirit gives a 20% max health and 20% healing received bonus for 15 seconds. And it costs 69 mana, which is quite nice. So, I fucks with it. Very strong combos, and our CC break being tied to something that is a self-heal based on net damage taken recently is, in my opinion, incredibly well designed. As a tank, we're meant to kind of like, you know, wait out the CC. And that's why I teach people, at least other tanks that I'm dueling with, second CC is when you pop your break. Because the first CC, you just sit there, you tank it. If you break the first CC, you're going to get CC'd again on that second CC. You're going to get re-CC'd. So, you bait the first one, you tank it, you tank it, you tank it. Those typically last 3 seconds if it's trips. Then, you take the damage from the second one, and as soon as the second trip goes out, boom, or the second CC goes out, that's when you CC break. You Shake It Off 50% of the damage that you took in the last 4 seconds, includes the combo post first trip. And then timing wise, you're getting the most value out of that. You're getting out of the second CC, which forces them into like locking you out of trips if you do, you know, choose to re-trip or re-CC me with the same type of CC. Kind of cool. Kind of cool. And people still think tank is poorly designed, man. I don't know what to fucking tell them. I wish I had answers. But I do not think that there are many answers. Tank's feeling nice. I wonder, are people living a little too long? I mean, I guess it's actually good if people are living except for bursts. Like, coordinated bursts being the way to kill people does make sense and feel like a very healthy PvP system. If I'm being honest. Black Blood, thank you for the 30-day streak, dude. I appreciate you. It seems like there are a lot of heals going out in this bitch. Whole lot of heals. My cleric players that have been testing over on the PTR. Do you guys feel like you're pumping heals out at like an absurd clip comparatively to before? Because I'm watching these scrims and it most definitely seems like heals are being juiced to a near unfathomable extent. I don't know if healing power is higher or what's going on. But I'm watching health bars fucking twerk, dog. They are just bouncing up and down with no regard for human life at this point in time. And it's fun to play as a tank, I will say. Makes me value my block key a little bit more. But not a fan of the healing experience on PTR. Take me through it. What's it feeling like for you? Maybe because low HP pools? Dude, I dropped Fizz Power to beef up, and I actually feel really good, Black Blood. I feel like I've put together a god set. Now, this isn't using Force, Finesse, or Fortitude. Like, I'm missing out on that set bonus because Medium just doesn't have it with it. But, like, Medium and some of the choices that I made with my gearing make me actually feel valid as a tank again. I'm sitting right now, keep in mind, no Force bonus, so 20% less strength. But I'm sitting at like 213-ish, 214-ish Fizz Power. I'm sitting at 5,800 HP. I'm sitting at, let's see, 46.3 Fizzmit. Actually, I'll put buffs up. I'm sitting at 59.2 Fizzmit, and I'm sitting at 43.2 Magic Mitt anytime that I'm fighting. That's just with grid up. So I'm juiced on the mitigation because there's not a lot of pen for people to play off of. So what are the HP pieces now? So I am using, in terms of my full set, Griffin Hood, which honestly, I should probably switch that off for a different helm. Fizz crit power, mana regen. So I should probably switch off the Griffin Hood, because Griffin Hood is literally just... Wait. Fizz crit power, Oh, okay. Yeah, so I need to switch up my gear for a sec. Hold on. Give me 0.2 seconds. Because now I need to find which Riv pieces I have on. Switch that to 11.2. That doesn't seem worth it. But 195.9 Fizz crit power does seem juicy. I guess I'm 193.6 regardless. Okay. Fuck, it just kind of feels bad using a helm that bad. I wish I had another medium helm that I could put on. Riv helm's nice too. Riv helm is nice, yeah. I'm just trying to keep my medium 5-piece without fucking myself over too much. Cause like, alright, I'll take you through everything. I guess the helm is kind of like the odd one out, so to say. Everything else is really good. I would ideally just replace it with another medium helm. But anyways, Griffin Hood is 351 Fizz Mitt, Magic Mitt, Fizz Crit Mitt on the actual roll. Then I have Griffin Hood, Griffin Tunic. Griffin Tunic is Fizz Crit Power, and max health. Griffin Bracers, Mana Regen, Disable Duration, and Fizz Crit Mitigation. Revidium Gloves, Fizz Crit Mitigation, Power, and Fizz Power. Revidium Belt for Fizz Power. You can switch on Griffin Belt for 38 max health if you want to. Griffin Legs, 301 Fizz Crit Avoidance, 168 Fizz Accuracy, 201 Fizz Power. Revidium Boots, 146 Mana Regen, 175 Crit Power, 263 Fizz Crit Power, so double Crit Power there. Griffin shoulders, crit avoidance, mitigation, and crit mitigation. So double crit and then raw mitigation as well. Forge Guard's cloak, and then I have steel hoop earrings times 2, so that's 385 fizz speed, 321 fizz mitt, 321 magic mitt, and 129 max health per earring. Then I have a steel bloom necklace, 604 power, 302 crit power and crit chance, 151 max health. And then 2 steel bloom rings, each of which are 283 crit mitt, 283 power, 283 health regen, and 142 max health. Then I have steel mace and steel shield and steel longbow. So, feeling pretty good. If I had a force bonus, I would be roughly 600 fizz power rating higher, which I believe would give me roughly 12 more fizz power. So let's see, if I switch on my steel greatsword, I go down to 5660 HP, but I'm 231 fizz power without the force buff. So with the force buff, I would get, if I take off 103 fizz power, that lowers me from 231.2 to 229.1. So that's 2.1. So we'll say 6x that, a little bit of diminishing returns. We'll call it 10.5. So I'd be 241.7, just ballparking. So like 242 with a force buff right now. That's not bad. With a fortitude buff, I'd get a couple hundred more max HP, which really wouldn't be bad at all either. That would take me right up to around 6k base, especially if I had the sword and board on. So there are some options. There are definitely some options. I feel pretty good with this set though. Like the mitigation is a big thing. I'm also like with the greatsword on, I'm sitting 231.2 fizz power, 100.1 fizz speed, 34.2 fizz crit chance, 192.3 fizz crit power, 26.7 accuracy, and then I also have 15.1 disable duration. So that's also setting me up, keep in mind tank, at 48% fizz mitt, and this is without grid up. 48% fizz mitt, 36.9% magic mitt, and then I do another little like multiplicative 20% fizz mitt and then 10% magic mitt on top of that. So I sit at like 59% fizz mitt and I sit at like 44% magic mitt, right around there at all times in PvP. I'm pretty happy with it. And then in group stuff, I use my shield so I can active block, because active blocking is BIS. I could, honestly, I do feel as though I might be able to switch to the greatsword, but I also feel as though that would be a little bit Greedington on my part, and I don't want to go down a route of being too greedy. Because I do get 20% more fizz block mitt, and I believe 15% more magic block mitt. So, like, that is a huge thing in itself to have. Excuse me. Wait. Oh, never mind. It's because I didn't have it out. Wait, where's my magic block mitt? Magic block chance 5%. Okay, we're good. I thought something was bugged, but was using similar setup on my rogue, but Rib Pauldron instead of Griffin. Word. Yeah, the I think the jewelry is also a big thing, man. Steel hoop earrings are fucking nuts if you're looking for a little tank. Because 2 steel hoop earrings, if I switch off my steel hoops, I go from 49% fizz mitt and 36.9 magic mitt to 47.3 fizz mitt and 34.4 magic mitt. And then on top of that, I'm also getting fizz speed, max HP. I go from 88.4% fizz speed to 94.3, so like 6% fizz speed, a few percent mitigation on each part, and 260 max HP between the two. It's pretty solid in my opinion. Outside of that, maybe you switch out like Steel Bloom Ring because it's crit mitt, power, health, regen, max health for like Sapphire Ring, and then run Steel Bloom earrings if you want to, but I don't think there's too much value in that. I really think I got a pretty solid handle on it here. The Sapphire necklace does seem really intriguing as well, though. Simply because it is like a huge utility piece. Gives crit power, crit chance, pretty much everything, but I don't think it gives enough of any of those, as well as the accuracy, to really make me want to, like, drop the Steel Bloom neck. Steel Bloom neck is fucking insano style. Crit power, crit chance, power, max HP, it's huge. A lot of tanks sleep on blocking and mitigates damage. A lot of people in general sleep on block. Yeah, I mean, it's a very good ratio of damage taken to, like, stamina lost. Cool thing about blocking too is if you don't have enough stamina to dodge roll, you can block and there's no like stam break or anything when you hit 0 stamina on your block. So you can hit 5 stamina, tick back up, block another attack, tick back down. So when you're guarding, you also get 25% of your fizz and your magic block, contributing to, you know, the opposite side of things. So when I have, let me fix my abilities real quick so I can get some grit up. When I am blocking and have grit up, I'm looking at 59.2 fizz mit, 43.2 magic mit, 34.7 fizz block mit, and where is it? 28.8 magic block mit. So total, it's 43.2 magic mit, 28.8 magic block, and then 59.2 fizz mit and 34.7 fizz block. That is a lot of fucking damage being mitigated simply by holding block.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Croptic, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. On top of that, your stam tree gives you the reduced stam costs for blocks. You also get, while you're guarding, duration of incoming CCs is reduced by 50%. Now, of course, if you're CC'd, you're not going to be blocking, but is what it is. Guard training on the side at level 15 gives you increased block commit while guarding by 5%. So there's a good amount of incentivization to block, in my opinion. A lot of people sleep on it. I mean, even if you're a DPS, like if I put Steel Greatsword on and I block, I'm still going to be getting 14.5% fizz block commit in addition to that. So like if I'm too low on stam, I can drop that. Now, keep in mind, with your melee weapons too, a lot of tanks went on Reddit, went on Discord, went on whatever, and said, oh my god, everything's cooked, everything's terrible. Why do I have, you know, no block chance? Blah, 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 blah. Why do I only have a couple % block chance? Well, what if I told you that I take out my sword and board, well, my mason board, and I have 9.8 fizz block chance? And people were up in arms saying that they had like 2%. Now, those people that were saying they had 2% simply were not putting ward on in their melee weapon tree. Ward gives a passive 5% block chance anytime that weapon is out. I would highly recommend checking a lot of that out on your melee weapon trees. That shit is a fire ability if you do have it. It's very nice to have. All of your finishers and extended finishers grant temp health equal to 1% of your max health for 10 seconds, stacking twice. Temp health granted by your next finisher or extended finisher is doubled after casting an ability. So that shit goes hard. If you are able to weave abilities in as well without like breaking your finishers, you can hit like finisher, ability that doesn't interrupt combo, extended finisher, and then you get double the double the max health from it. So you would basically get a 4% max health shield. But the biggest thing is anytime you have that weapon out, you just have a 5% passive block chance added on. That's magic and that's fizz. So it's nice, man. There's a lot of depth in Ashes. I feel like that people are very quick to just write off and not even like invest themselves into learning in any reasonable manner. And then they're just like, man, why are other people cooking me? And then they go on and complain about things that they think are the issue when the issue is them just not learning things. I don't know. I've heard a lot of tanks that just want to complain about everything tank. And I'm over here having a goddamn blast on tank. I'm having the time of my fucking life on this class, man. I can't wait for more, like, opportunities as a tank, so to say. Everything has already been so fun. I feel like we can impact so many things as a tank. One thing I am noticing though, tanks that are pushing in heavily are getting very like punished for it. Like tanks, it seems like people are trying to like push into the back line very early and are just getting like nuked. I don't necessarily know that with time to kill being this snappy that the full send dive is going to be the play without momentum. I feel like it's got to be a snowball now, and you've got to kind of like get a couple prio picks before the full send. I'm watching tanks go into each like respective backline and just get their shit insta cooked. Where are you guys fighting at? I'm watching polar scrims right now. They're doing polar versus polar stuff, and I'm over at Stack Stones, kind of like getting some tabs. I'm looking at how people are playing, looking at how they're addressing, kind of like positioning, trying to take some notes, because they actually have some decent sized teams out here. I think they might have, looks like 2 groups versus 2 groups almost, so they have some pretty solid numbers. So they're getting some good testing out of this, to say the very least, and I'm getting some good note taking. But I have food to make tonight. Can learn a lot by watching, especially if you're watching over your own VODs. Oh god, yeah, believe me. So that was a big part of the culture in New World, was as soon as we would have like wars or anything like that, people would go into their war groups and they would all like review each other's VODs, one person at a time. In ideal scenarios. Was that, you know, fully followed all the time? No. Did the best groups do that? A lot of the time, yes. Now, I used to VOD review myself on stream all the time, and I would also have other people who played my build send their VODs in for me to VOD review. And everybody plays differently, and everybody has their unique kind of like aspects of play. But being out of position is not somebody's unique aspect of play. And that was one thing I had to tell a lot of new players. So there are different levels to VOD reviews too, where it's like you're covering the basics for somebody that's new. You're covering, you know, more intricate things like micro, macro. I just crawled into a rock. You know, all of that with more advanced players. It can be anything from rotational to positioning to timing to look for this small indicator. And I think that people can learn a lot, even from VOD reviews from, you know, equivalent or lesser skill players, not even just better players, simply because of the fact that different eyes see things differently. And then discussion can happen if there is something that's like, oh, why do you see it that way, right? And they might not be like fully correct about it, but even just having that ulterior, like, you know, side of things, right? That alternative look is a very good thing for people to have. It's giving me decent info at the very least. Yeah. I mean, it's good to watch, especially like from this far back, how both sides are shaping up, because you can see how everybody goes in. You can see tank positionings, you can see cleric positionings, and like you can almost see like the wedge form as they push in, right? But I think one thing to note is kind of like as that push is happening, once a backline gets compromised, they pull the chair out and try to wrap into the enemy backline instantly. So like if I'm pushing up this way, right, I'm going here, I break into your backline shouldn't backpedal, and I've been trying to tell people this a lot, but your backline should push forward into my backline and then force me to come back, because if you backpedal, I just walk you down. So when everything's breaking down and you're losing the positioning battle, you have to do what's called flipping the backline. And we had to do this in New World a lot, where if you were completely losing your healer area, you flip the backline and you make your backline play out of their backline. So that way, say their tanks go into your backline, like my tanks send into you, your backline goes into my backline, my tanks then have to follow you. Whereas if you're walking back, I'm still just pushing, I'm pressuring, I'm keeping the cadence. If you just walk forward into my backline after I go in and just resend on my backline, that's causing me to come back. That's countering my entire initiate without you even panicking and like defensively doing anything. And I feel like a lot of people aren't incredibly like comfortable with that quite yet. And that's also something that does take a lot of time to get comfortable with. Like, oh my God, they're full sending on me. What am I going to do? Well, I'm just going to press W. And that can be really weird. People are running at you. You're pressing W. You're going past them. You're like, I'm naturally going to die, right? This is crazy. but all of their abilities are going where you're standing, or where you're going to be if you press S. You press W, they're not trying to dump their offensive abilities in their own backline. That's a huge fucking detriment to them if they do have to do that. So hold W is not just a mentality, man. It's a legitimate strat. But there's a certain amount of holding W being too much as well. A little bit more patience coming out here, but tank goes in, gets a trip, goes fishing, nothing. So tank and a mage just tried to dive, and the mage died trying to follow the tank. The tank got out, but the mage did not. Then we see a kill on a bard, and the snowball starts up. A little bit of a pushback from the side that initially lost people. It's hard to keep track of which side is which, because I can't really see it. But I believe the group that initially lost people is getting a small pushback, but their backline's also getting Omega gimped right now. Reses may go out. Yeah, looks like we got a full res. No divine power going out on one. Clerics dropping though. Yeah, I think the side that sent first lost again. Maybe not. It's close. Oh, no. No, the side that sent first lost again. Yep. Yeah, I don't know, man. The side that is going in and trying to pressure is just getting countered on and losing. And they're not getting bad initiates either. Hi, Roast. Like, they're getting good initiates and they're getting good intros. It's just... Snappy, dog. Snappy. Yo, McSwizzy. How you doing, my friend? It's 24/7 server down, just arrived. So the live server is down. That's down Tuesday, Wednesdays until the 26th. That's like the Alpha 2 server. But the private test realm is up 24/7 until and beyond Alpha 2 Phase 3 start. So on the 26th, the Alpha server, which is down Tuesday, Wednesday, that'll wipe. We go to 24/7 on that. No double Dusty. No double Dusty. I'm showing off my Taco Bell sauce Tupperware. No double Dusty. Anyways, so yeah, of course. Exclamation delay. They have their calendar for their uptimes up to and through the 26th. But basically on the 26th, both live and the private test realm are both 24/7. Up until that, live is down Tuesday, Wednesday. Private test realm is up 24/7. So like right now, you guys are watching VOD from a couple days ago. Well, I'm here right now, of course. But like, I'm over on the private test realm playing. The private test realm is just visually NDA'd. So I can't show you guys that or I'd get Thanos snapped. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I just recommend coming over and checking out the PTR. In your launcher, you log out back to like that first like login screen. And then there's an environments tab. When you're logged out, you'll see the environments tab. Change that from Alpha 2 to PTR NDA. It's a visual only NDA. You can yap about what you're doing. But right now there's a gear vendor that's active. So you can make your character spawn right in the Ayla Castle or over in the mountains. I think the gear vendor's only in the Riverlands though. You can talk to the gear vendor, instantly level to 25, get gear sets, and then just kind of ball out from there and have some fun with it. So PTR is great for exploring, checking out what you want to check out, getting some practice in. It's also a much more forward build than the Alpha 2 build is. A lot of changes in there that are not implemented over on live, which is the Alpha 2 server, that will be live for Phase 3. So I would highly recommend checking it out if you got the Ashes itch on a Tuesday or Wednesday through this month, or even on any other days, because it's 24/7. It's massively beneficial to familiarize yourself with everything over there. And the PTR build is on Unreal Engine 5.6 instead of Unreal Engine 5.3. So the shit looks and runs pretty freaking smooth, if I do say so myself. Mixed Wizzy, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Let me know if you have any questions, man. Right now, like, I usually stream 8 to 12 hours of Ashes a day, and it's light content season right now because we're waiting for Phase 3, so I'm trying not to, not to kill my vocal cords before then. So Phase 3 launch, I'll literally be doing like 12 to 20 hours a day as we pump through progression early on. I tend to try to be pretty competitive with everything. We've got a very large community over here that's also trying to be competitive for P3 launch, so we're trying to do what we can. Leon, brother, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Been pretty shit a few days. Dude, I hope you feel better. I hope you have a wonderful night. I hope you sleep well. Rub one out for me and feel better. Think of me. I'll be thinking of you thinking of me. Actually, You know what? Fuck it. You've had bad days. You can think of me while you jerk off. It's fine. Somebody probably does it anyways. Thank you for the hydrate, dude. See me farming mats forever. Are you gonna try to full commit to the mat farming way of life on launch? I'm curious. I'm curious. Cause like that wasn't the worst way to prog, but there are only so many mats that you can get at that point that are viable, right? So who knows, dog? Who knows? Launch is gonna be crazy. At least P3 launch. I still think mob grinding is gonna be the way, although I think motherfuckers be sleeping on the anvil start. Roast. Cheers, my friend. Hope you guys are having fun in the scrims. I got a good angle over here, I will say. I'm getting like a very good macro POV of like what positioning is looking like and how it's breaking down. So you just chilling over there? Yeah, we were PvPing a little bit before you guys came over. And you guys came over and then our group dissolved, blah, 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 blah. But I just been chilling watching because I figure if you guys are going to be going against each other, might as well see how the positioning's shaping up. But I was feeling good earlier. Needs more reps, of course, in more organized settings with comms and all of that shit as we were just like running pugs, right? But I'm noticing that it's a very counter-initiate meta right now, at least seemingly from this. I'm enjoying the TTK. Me as well. I too am feeling very good about the TTK as a tank. I have decisively like sacrificed power output to beef up my mitigation. So like I'm sitting at 5,800 HP, and then I'm sitting at 59.2 Fizzmit and 43.2 Magic Mitt with grid up, but that's up all the time. So I'm kind of juiced there, and I'm still sitting at 214 Fizz power, 94.3 speed, 33.5 crit chance, 193.6 crit power. Like I'm feeling nice, and that's without a Force Fortitude finesse buff. So once those get put in on Griffin set and shit like that, oh my god, I can't wait. So I'm feeling really nice. Grapple changes are also phenomenal. I think they changed it so it's like more of a yeet after the actual impact, pulls people over and actually works. I've been loving it. It's counterable, but it's impactful. Phoenix, you winning? Oh, I stay winning. I never take an L. I never take an L. Boys, if it is your first day here, by the way, I appreciate y'all coming through today. My name's Dusty. I do stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I did my grocery shopping today. So today is going to be a little bit shorter of a stream, but today is, what, day 670 in a row or something like that? Something like that. Whole lot of days in a row, man. Whole lot of days in a row. So, if you guys do like Ash's content, you guys want to stay tuned on everything that's happening and be able to ask questions as those questions do come up, please feel free to drop the follow so you know when I go live each day. I do typically stream between 8 and 12 hours of Ashes each day. I try to be as PvP focused as I can, but also spread as much information to the community as possible so you guys can also learn even if you're not right on the front lines of the PvP. Yeah, Rose, these are looking pretty one-sided. I think you guys are just focusing targets and being more patient. Like, you're protecting your backline extremely well. You've just got the full wedge in place where you've got your casters and your rangers on the flanks, your tank in the front, your initiates in good spots. I think you guys are just positioning diffing right now, and it seems like... Hi, Saker. It seems like they're playing impatient against you guys, and they're trying to send in early, and then you guys are countering on that. At least from my POV. Every time I'm looking at like 2 to 3 trying to dive off of like the tank charge, and tank charging in this TTK means that either you or the person that you're diving with are going to fucking die. I feel like a tank charge needs to come from a lot more organic of a spot, or like a tank dive needs to come from a more organic spot than a full charge. But I'm also not that good, so I could be tripping on that. But it seems like the forced dives are getting heavily punished right now more than actually being rewarded, because unless you have that full coordinated burst in that snowball, I don't know, man. It seems like things aren't going to be dropping. Do they have fighters? Fighters don't exist. They're going to be multiple servers. Depends on when. So right now until August 26th, there's one server for live, and then there's a PTR server. On the 26th, we go to an NA and an EU server, and then on launch, there will be multiple regionalized servers and everything like that. How many servers just depends long-term on player base, right? But yeah, there'll be an NA and an EU server starting on the 26th again, so later this month for that fresh start in the wipe for Phase 3. So past that, I'm assuming they'll just keep adding more. Their plan is to have regionalized subcosts based on region log servers as well. But again, that's all just player base dependent. But we'll have multiple servers. I'm sure player base will continue to progress past the 8,100 plus concurrent that we had as a peak over here for Phase 2. I think Phase 3 will probably blow those numbers straight out the motherfucking water. I hope. I hope. Boys, I think tomorrow is another large PvP day on PTR, and I will be on earlier because I don't need to grocery shop, fortunately. So it'll be a beautiful, wondiferous, fantastic day, my lads. I'm gonna get some ribs. If you guys haven't seen the post, check out my Discord or my Twitter. I made ribs at 1 a.m. last night, and those bitches are fucking fantastic. So I'm gonna eat some ribs, gonna eat some taters, probably make another salad, and I'm gonna get the heck out of here for the night, boys. It's been a wonderful day. It's been a great time testing on the PTR. I love a lot of these changes that we're seeing, and I hope we maybe even get another patch tomorrow. Boys, if you're also having fun, make sure you pop back over tomorrow. We'll be getting all of the content in. PvP scrims, PvE mobs, sourcing, loot drops, all of it. We're just trying to get all the information spread it as much as humanly possible in between now and the start of Phase 3. Why do I call it Phase 3? Phase 3 and beyond that. Boys, exclamation guild, exclamation ashes, all that good shit. I will catch you guys tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST, maybe even a little earlier if you guys are praying really hard tonight. I'll be listening. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.